Start over? Okay. Good morning, El Dorado County.
There we go.
Today is Tuesday, May 21st, 2024, and I'm calling to order this regular meeting of the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors, and we are convening to closed session. So at this time, the board will now recess to closed session to hear items 49 through 53 as specified on our agenda, and anyone that wishes to comment on any of these items may do so at this time.
Now taking public comment on closed session items. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment, and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from online participants. There's no public comment.
Be back at Good morning, El Dorado County. Nice to see you all in the room today. We've already opened the meeting as we convened to closed session. County Council, do we have any report outs from closed session?
Yes, Madam Chair. The board did complete its closed session agenda. On item 53, the performance evaluation for the Director of Human Resources. On a 5-0 vote, the Board of Supervisors approved a step increase from step 4 to step 5 of the salary schedule, effective the first full pay period following today's date. That concludes my report.
Thank you so much. And let's start our morning with our invocation. And I believe Reverend Burston of the Foothills United Methodist Church is with us today.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Thank you for being with us.
Oh, thank you for having me. It's an honor. Let's open our morning with prayer. God, we give you thanks for the joy and the beauty of springtime. And we just ask that as we go into this season of Pentecost in the church, that we might remember that you breathe new life into us as well, that you find each of us precious. You give each of us something to bring to the table. Help us to be those who honor one another the way you honor us. Help our deliberations to be focused on how we might work for the greater good, and help us to follow in the pathway of love that you have taught us. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you for getting us started off right. We appreciate it. And with that, Supervisor Heidel, would you lead us in the Pledge of
Certainly, yeah.
Allegiance?
Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We now move into the adoption of the agenda and the approval of the consent calendar. And I know we will continue item 23 till June 11th. There's been a request by staff to do that. So at this time, do my colleagues have any changes or comments on the consent calendar? And I'll start with you, Supervisor Lee. I have no changes, thank you. Supervisor Heidel?
No changes.
Supervisor Turner?
Yeah, I just want some clarification on item 2, especially when it talks about the tax, especially when it impacts the heritage.
So are you pulling item 2?
Well, I would like to have some, Laura, I was just going to ask her for some clarification on it.
Clarification without.
Sure. So this is a resolution of intention. And the public hearing will be scheduled for June 25th in regards to the special taxes.
Does that satisfy your?
That satisfies me.
Excellent. Supervisor Parlin?
No changes.
All right, and I don't have any changes either. So Kim, let's take.
Actually, I'd like to read a change into the record from the minutes from last week.
All right.
Regarding item number 20, that is the planning and building vacation home rental division item. I would like to add number 7 to the direction that would read into the record. Item number 7, continue to explore options pertaining to the clustering issue.
Thank you for that. And let's take comments on this public, on the consent calendar, approval of our agenda, please.
Now taking public comment on the consent calendar. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Reporting to our esteemed auditor.
I am Steve. Joe Harn, El Dorado County Auditor, Camp Park resident. If we only had 2 items on the agenda today, I would pull item 36. But I don't want to pull item 36. I'm very comfortable with it. But my opinion, and back in the room, for item 41, we have a hole in our road funding. This item adds a little pinprick to the hole. It makes the hole a tiny bit better. If we had a fully, in my opinion, and because I have a different view than some people in this room, if we had a fully funded TIF program, on the west end, we wouldn't have such a big hole and this little tiny hole that we're this agenda item would be, I don't want to say $1 million is de minimis, but it would be small. Road capacity improvement program. So I don't want to pull it really, but again, if we had nothing else to do today, I'd like to hear 36 and 41 together, but I don't oppose the 5 of you voting aye on it.
Thank you very much. We did get your memo. Appreciate it. Right, and when you come and speak on the consent calendar, please let us know which item you're speaking on. Good morning, Frank.
Good morning. Thank you, and good morning, Board of Supervisors. I'm here to share some good news and to thank you for some actions you're taking in your consent agenda. And I have a message on behalf of Maureen Dion-Perry, our president, who is who's out of town, not here today, but on her behalf and on behalf of the Housing Eldorado Board, I wanted to share this message from Maureen. On behalf of the Housing Eldorado Board of Directors, I'd like to congratulate you on a job well done. The May 21 consent agenda items 17, 22, 30, 34, 35, and 36 all show positive practical work that is being accomplished to reduce homelessness and address and increase the housing. These consent agenda items will make a significant positive difference in the health and well-being of Eldorado County residents and the prosperity of our community. We look forward to working with you to continue making progress in addressing the county's critical need for additional affordable housing and homeless services. Thank you for your leadership and for all of the work of staff to make this all happen. Warmest regards, Maureen. Thank you all for all the good work and onward.
Thank you so much. Appreciate your comments. Is there anyone else? Seeing none, let's go online, Kim.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from 525.
Good morning. 525, can you unmute yourself? Let's go on to Sue and then come back.
I've heard from a couple of folks in my office that they're having some trouble hearing through Zoom. So I wonder if maybe our callers are having trouble hearing that they're being called.
That's interesting. Sue?
Let me try.
So did you
Now taking public comment from Sue.
Before you start my time, I can't hear the board, but I can hear the speakers at the mic, but not the board very well.
can't hear me now, Sue?
That's a little better,
Oh, wow. Okay. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
We appreciate it.
but I've got I put mics on my computer and turn them up real loud. So
Okay.
anyway, so there's a lot on the consent calendar that I wish could have been on the, it's hard to talk to all these, but 31 and 32 are about Lime Rock and Marble Valley to continue with those projects. And I ask that you make it very clear to the developers that this upsets our carefully balanced general plan. And this is property that's outside of any urban boundary line. It's in the rural region with zoning for 10 and 160 acre parcels and some 5 acres. So I know that's moving forward, but I hope that you're not working behind the scenes with them and that you make it very clear that that is completely contrary to our general plan. Number 35 is the Diamond Village Apartments, and I have a lot of questions on this one. In the conditions of approval in 2018, it said that they had 24 months to implement this project or it would become null and void. So somehow it's keeps moving forward. And this was a very strange one because it started with somebody that had a nonprofit that was set up and without any funding in a mailbox in Sacramento. And I don't know how that person got from there to having the county give, it looks like in this dialogue that he got a 0 interest loan from the county to move forward. And this property is actually in a dangerous fire area and level service F. And now he's getting a $3 million, 3% loan to continue. And I don't understand if is that getting paid back? And this is from some construction or company in San Diego. And then that project, you also offsetted the TIM fees. And at the time I asked CJ, how are you able to do this? Because according to the general plan traffic mitigation requirements, there's no out for low income housing to not pay the TIM fees. And she gave me some definition of a shell game that they were still getting funded from some monies from the county. And that's not clear on how these, because you're doing the same thing with the Haven. And I'm looking at that project and there's a letter that they got that the county was going to offset 891,000 back in 2021. And now on the agenda, you are offsetting $1,086,000 for that same project. So I want to know where in the general plan it states that the county disregard these fees. According to the law that was passed, they are obligated to pay those fees. Trying to do all these items really quickly, but according to the law, they have all traffic mitigation fees for all projects shall be paid at the building permit stage, so there's no exemption. So if you can explain how you're offsetting these low-income housing apartment projects that are creating a lot of high-density traffic in poor areas, and I feel it's very dangerous what you're doing. So
Thank you for your comments, Sue.
thank you.
Thank you. Okay, she can. So before.
Your mic's off too, Kim. We may need to take a short break. I'm texting IT to figure out
Yes.
what's going on.
Okay, we are having technical difficulties, our deep apologies, so we're gonna pause at this point and reconvene in a few minutes. Thank you.
I know. I just felt
Memorializing. Yeah.
Nobody can.
Right. Right.
I'm just. Okay, I have it at 100%. So I don't know, whoops, I don't know why it's. Yeah, I'm hearing the outside. So Scott, it's all the board and it's in the room. They can't hear.
Oh.
So you can hear when people call in and you can, and they're. So I mean, I have it at 100%. I don't know why they can't hear. And so see here, we're live. I don't have it muted. Testing. And everything's at. Oh, you know what I wonder? Testing, testing.
Recording in progress.
Testing. Testing, testing. I don't know. I mean, it's. Testing, testing.
Let's take your speakers away so your timer.
Yeah.
I'll have to run back and grab those speakers. to put down.
Oh, can you go at your desk and see if you can hear?
Yeah, I just.
Okay, so can you?
Yeah, you want to test the podium again?
Testing, testing. Testing, testing.
There is no problem.
From
Yeah, Bob Williams said he can hear the board in Zoom. Yeah, according to what. Yeah. Let's try again.
testing, testing, testing. Quiet in the room. Testing, testing, testing.
Oh, the speakers in the room aren't going
So they can hear
So
me
the
on
Yeah,
local
the.
mics are
here.
not picking up, so
for
they
the
can hear us.
room
Yeah.
to hear us. We're not being
So
amplified.
you're good. It's this, it's the podium speaker.
Is flat. Yeah.
Does that speaker work? Can we do each one? So
Yeah.
Supervisor Turnbull, can you go?
Just say
Can you hear me?
District 1, District 1.
Okay, District 2.
District 2, District 2.
District 3, District 3.
Testing.
Okay, yeah. And then Laura, are you good?
CAO.
Testing, testing.
Yeah, so that sounds good. How's the mic?
Oh, is it there now?
David's good. Okay, so they're all good.
Yeah.
So Scott, whatever you're doing is working.
Thank
Good. Okay, so whatever you did.
you, Scott. We greatly
Thank you.
appreciate it. All right. Well, thank you all for your patience. Getting our sound right is incredibly important. We have a lot on our agenda
Jeff
today.
said
Appreciate it, Scott.
Very low volume.
All right, let's go ahead and take the call from 525.
Can we just take one more second? We're
You
gonna try
bet.
to.
Hold on,
re-
525.
We're gonna just reconnect the timer.
Oh, great.
I'm gonna get the
Okay.
testing, testing. I can hear it.
Kim, what we're saying, they could hear us, but it's low volume. So is there any way to amplify the microphones up here?
I'm hearing that sounds good right now.
Okay, all right.
Everyone just speak into their mics.
Let's go.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Okay. Now taking public comment from 525. Can you unmute
Hi,
yourself?
can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Good morning.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yay, sound check. Leo Bennett, Koshan, Pollock Pines. I'd like to comment like a previous speaker who was in the room, consent items 17, 22, 35, 34, and 36. That's 5. Under my understanding of the Brown Act, et cetera, I have 18 minutes. No worries, I'll try to do it in 2. Piggybacking, great job, so appreciate. Problem with consent is you need 2 great people like me and the previous speaker to let the public know that you're putting your money where your mouth is. Your values, policy, sorry. $1 million, yay, for permanent housing, competitive grant. 35K, you're moving into the homeless prevention. 5 million that I believe is you already have and you're authorizing it to spend. 3 million again from planning, I believe, for Diamond Springs, and the 1 million traffic impact fees from Haven. just a shout out, and I wish there was a way that you could group this collaboration between departments, the county, the state, all my years in working with trying to address, sadly to me over the decades, the growing homeless problem. It's just wonderful to see this progress. Thanks to all that are involved. I'm done.
Thank you for your comments.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, thank you. There was a question from Sue, and Sue just wanted to say, I hear your concerns. The action on the table today, though, is to execute an agreement with the state to issue grant funds for SB2. The item is not to reconsider the conditions of approval, but stay tuned. Pretty soon, we will have a discussion on the TIF, including the funding of the offset program. So some of your questions will be answered there. So with that, I will bring this back to the board for adoption of the agenda and approval of the consent calendar.
Adoption of the agenda and approval of the consent calendar with the following changes regarding the minutes from May 14th, 2024, item 20. The revision was read into the record, and continue item 23 to June 11th, 2024.
So move.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. All right, excellent. All right, so we now move on to our 9 a.m. time allocation. Just want to let everyone know we are a little behind. We have a packed day with 7 time allocations, so we're going to need to be as efficient as possible throughout our day. So with that, we welcome our DOT crew to hear item number 41, Kim.
Item number 41 is a hearing from the Department of Transportation recommending the board adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution for the 2024 traffic impact fee schedule annual update. Supervisor Thomas, can you please open the hearing?
And with that, I open the public hearing. Good morning, Zach.
Good morning, Supervisor Thomas, members of the board. It's good to be with you again. We are here today to talk about our annual update to the Traffic Impact Fee Program's fee schedule. This is required by General Plan Policy TCXB and Ordinance 5173, which state that the TIF shall be adjusted annually by the end of the 3rd fiscal quarter of each year in accordance with ENR's, the Engineering News Records Construction Cost Index. For this year, from January of 23 to January of this year, that corresponded with a 2.5% increase. In addition to that inflationary adjustment, there are 5 additional projects that we're adding into the fee program, that we're proposing to add into the fee program in the CIP. Those will come back in June with the final adoption of the CIP book for your final approval. Those projects totaled approximately $18 million going into the fee program to be funded with as new development comes in. It also takes into account some recent grant funding that was secured by the department for the El Dorado Hills Boulevard interchange project and the Ponderosa interchange, specifically the north shingle realignment on the north side of Highway 50 there. And again, that was almost another $28 million in grant money that was with the help of. So with all that being said, that's what we're here to discuss today. But before we get into any questions, I did want to speak to our affordable housing offset program that one of the commenters brought up. There is a program where the fee program assumes $20 million in grant funds over the 20-year lifespan of the fee program, the 20-year planning horizon, roughly $1 million per year. And that's in accordance with board policy B14, I believe, which assumes $1 million a year. However, if $1 million isn't spent one year, we can carry that over to the next year. It assumes $20 million total over lifespan of the fee program. And that being said, we do plan on coming back to the board in July of this year for our next discussion related to the major update to the fee program. And one of our big discussion topics at that meeting will be to discuss the assumptions we make when it comes to grant funding for the program going forward. Very general terms, the more grant funding we assume, the fewer of the costs get passed on to pulling building permits and that kind of thing. So just wanted to to throw that out there to put it in the back of your mind that we'll be back in July to talk a lot more about grant funding and the assumptions for the fee program.
We appreciate that because we've all read the auditor's memo, and we understand that there's a larger discussion to be had. Today is not the day for that, but look forward to having a much fuller discussion on this because there's a lot of important considerations that have
Absolutely.
long-lasting ramifications to our ability to fund needed improvements to our road network.
And maybe just to touch on that a little bit, and again, related to the major update, not necessarily what we're here to talk about today, but as we speak, we're in the process of just completing our updates to our travel demand model. So we are in the process of running the model to identify future deficiencies, and we'll be here again in July to talk about which projects we're recommending to add into the FEED program going forward. So that'll be a time when we'll look at all of the roadways in the network, but in the county, but specifically a lot of the kind of the hot button roads.
I know that's important to all of us. So anyone have any questions or comments at this point on this item?
Wait for public comment. Well, it's not. It's
Yeah.
straightforward.
All right, well, let's
Easy
go
to
ahead-
understand.
Yeah.
Okay.
let's go ahead and go to public comment on item number 41, please.
Now taking public comment on item number 41, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Anyone in the boardroom that would like to speak on this item? All right, seeing none, let's go online.
Now taking public comment from online participants. There is no public comment.
All right, I will bring this back to the board.
I just want to,
Actually, close the public
Close-
hearing.
yes.
Yes,
Okay.
and
Yep,
then
thank
bring
you.
this back to the board. All right.
I just want to say there was a lot of projects that was in off Latrobe Road in that area in El Dorado Hills. The CIP was taken off. I think it was approximately about 8 years ago or something like that. But I would like to have them put back on possible, if it's possible. Because with all the building and everything that's going on, we got Marble Valley and everything that's happening down in it. We need to address that problem, especially when it comes to these developers and making sure they pay their fair share, especially when it comes to these tip fees. And actually, there should be increased, especially to the big developers, because it's going to make a big difference, especially for all the traffic and all the infrastructure and everything is down in that particular area. So I would like to see a lot of those projects be added back. CIP.
I'm gonna say, I totally concur. Those 2016 projects that were taken out, we've been talking about them since 2016, and they really need to be put back in. And in addition to that, I feel like we're always behind on collecting the funds. It's like we're not realizing until we're so far down the road, and then a project pops up and our LOSs, we're having a hard time justifying that. And then by the time we say, let's put the project in the CIP to collect fees, we've missed out. So I don't know how to fix that, but it needs to be addressed. Somehow we've got to get in front of this. I know the Planning Commission talked about the same thing. I agree. We've got to somehow change the way we look at this. And then just on a specific project note, I saw in the staff memo, it said we're going to delay the Hacienda Drive traffic signal, which I was really disappointed to see that. In my mind, that is a much needed project. So if you can find any funding to make that I know we were originally going to rely on a developer. That fell apart, but that signal is really needed there. Folks will not use that intersection. Instead, they go through the apartment complex to get to a traffic signal. That's not safe. So just highlighting that again.
So do you want to talk a little bit about what the process will be to address these concerns?
I do. Good morning, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors, Rafael Martinez, Director of Transportation for El Dorado County. As Zach stated earlier, we will be having that healthy, more robust conversation within the next few months, where we're going to be getting into the weeds in depth as to how our analysis has gotten to where we're at today, where the analysis was 8 years ago when those projects got removed, and why now we see them coming actually within our horizon. As Zach also mentioned earlier, we are just on the cusp of finalizing running the model over again, and that is going to be connecting the ties that gives us the nexus, the justification, the reasoning as to why we can appropriately, legally, and justifiably put those projects back into our program. As you are well aware, the county has been in the news as of lately. And the number one thing that has been harped on is making sure that we are crossing our T's and dotting our I's and abiding by this document right here. And this document right here, which is our 2004 El Dorado County General Plan, clearly states in policy TCXD that the level of service for community maintained roads and state highways within unincorporated areas in the county shall not be worse than level of service E in the community regions or level of service D in the rural centers. And so then if there is a desire by the county, by our constituents, by this board to have better, to want better, then here's what we have to do it. But my staff and I make sure that we abide by this document to the letter of the law, because we do not want to be back in the paper, especially within my regimen for anything that we did not abide by. So we are looking forward to having that discussion later on this month, going into it, discussing the analysis and what projects we do foresee coming back into the program.
All right, thank you. And I was happy to hear that we are going to be taking a strong look at our grant funding assumptions, because with the budget deficit at the state level, we recognize that state money for transportation, is not a sure thing. Additionally, there's virtually no money for capacity inducing projects at the state level. And that's what we're talking about when our residents are wanting to ensure that we have, a safe, healthy, effective road network, not the congestion of our urban neighbors. So I am hearing the board saying that we are wanting to look at our policies to make sure that we can facilitate the road network that we need and make sure that our TIF program is fully funded, because those additional capacities are going to be on us. We cannot rely on grant funding. And in the motion, I was going to approve staff's recommendation and direct our staff to review the grant funding projections and bring that back, but you're already doing that. So I don't feel the need to add that, but I think that's going to be a really important consideration in light of this item. So any other discussion
Yeah,
points?
I just want to say one more thing about the roundabout that you got proposed down there. I think it would be better to look at it if we do a frontage road because of the traffic that backs up to Johns Adams Academy, because that was one of the reasons why they want to put a roundabout in there. But I think a frontage road would take a lot of that off, because these people, they're backed up on that particular road, the Latrobe Road, and that impacts it, especially during the starting of school and the ending of school. So I think we need to look at it a little bit differently.
We have no problem in considering different options for mitigating any either traffic congestion, delays, conflict points at any location. What we're always attempting to do is making sure that we are not going to negatively impact the existing communities. And so a frontage road could have to then incorporate eminent domain in order to take more property in order to accommodate that. But we'll take a look at it because there is some room out there. So we'll keep that as one of our considerations.
Yep.
Yeah, but I think you'd be talking about a dedicated turn lane as opposed to a frontage road. A frontage road has the
Well,
implication
it's
it runs
basically the same
long
thing like we
distance.
had, yeah.
Just basically
yeah.
further analysis, I
Yeah.
think, is
And we don't want
much
to get in the
what we need.
weeds on
super
projects.
needed
Yeah,
out
yeah.
there, because I agree, I'm not sure that that's the best option. So definitely want further analysis, public input, thoughts.
By all means,
Yeah.
most definitely.
So recognizing that we are going to be having several expanded conversations on this, and the board is wanting to relook at how we fund our TIF program and what projects are in our CIP. What is the will of the board on this item?
Do we need to add any direction to it, do you
I don't think so. I don't
You-
think so. It's because I hear that we're coming back.
Madam Chair, I was in my office to call for public comment.
You didn't run fast enough.
because I'm elderly.
Oh, you're elderly.
Uh,
You gonna grant an exception here since he's?
I will grant an exception.
elected official?
Since
Okay,
you are.
I'll try to make this quick, and
You have 3 minutes.
But Raphael
I'm
said one
just
thing
kidding.
that I would be really interested in, I would urge your board to follow up on. He talked about the projects from 2000 that were
Yes.
removed in 2016,
Yeah.
that he wanted to see if he could legally add back to the TIF program. I'd be real interested if council directed him that there were projects he could not put back in the TIF program. So he used the word legally, and I do not believe our West End TIM fees in 2016 were illegal. To the best of my knowledge, we were never challenged in court. We might have been threatened by a developer or the BIA, but we are always getting threatened by developers or the BIA. So as George and Lori said, I really believe we need to stick most of those projects back in the program. And Supervisor Lane, I want to make sure you understand what's going on here. I don't want to join the obstructionists. I don't. I want progress in El Dorado County. But in 1989, when the El Dorado Hills Specific Plan, Serrano was approved, Bass Lake Road was supposed to be 4 lanes. It's still not 4 lanes. In 1998, I believe, the Bass Lake Specific Plan was approved. I don't know what, 1,400 potential lots. Bass Lake Road was on the books at 4 lanes. When there's a number of people in Blackstone that pulled, when the building permit for their home was pulled, White Rock Road was supposed to be 6 lanes to the interchange. It's still not, it's still 2 lanes. They paid a fee when they bought their home to have White Rock Road expanded to 6 lanes. And it's still at 2 lanes. And we're talking about 10 years ago.
And I hate to interrupt you, Auditor Harn,
Yes.
but perhaps you could give a briefing to Supervisor Lane. The board concurs with you that we want to look at these projects when this comes back to us on the TIM fee.
Okay, well, I don't think we need to look much at these projects. We need to put most of them back in the program and raise the fee so that we can fulfill the promise we made the public, which is that this general plan would be for open roads and traffic relief. And I do not believe with this current fee program, that's possible. Thank you for your indulgence.
Thank you so much. So to the auditor's point, if we take this action today and the board, when you bring back the comprehensive, the update to our TIM fee program, do we have the ability to increase and modify our fee structure based on the nexus?
That is what the CIP discussion is going to be.
Okay.
Right,
Yes. So I just wanted to have clarity for the public.
Yes.
That the ship is
Correct.
not sailing today.
No.
That we will continue to have discussions, and the board agrees that we want to take a really careful look to make sure we have a fully funded TIF program. Okay, good.
There's
right.
2 parts of this particular item. One is the inflationary
Right.
aspect of it, increasing as associated with the construction cost. The other is adding projects.
Right.
It has nothing that deters the future discussion that has to happen.
Exactly. So I just want to make clarity for the public.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And just to put a fine point on it, like Raphael and I mentioned earlier, we're right in the middle of doing that analysis to provide the engineering justification, the nexus
Right,
between
that's what we-
development,
Which is critical.
the growth,
Yeah.
and the needed improvements.
Right, we can't just add something back in without that. So, but the board has a consensus that we agree with looking at that.
So
All right.
Madam Chair, I'm going to move adoption and authorize the chair to sign resolution 79-2024 for the 2024 traffic impact fee schedule and annual update.
Thank you. Is there a second? Any further discussion? Supervisor Turnbull. All those in favor say aye.
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 No?
No.
Okay, motion carries 4-1. We look forward to those ongoing discussions. Thank you all. With that, let's move into item number 42, which is our appeal.
Item number 42 is a hearing to consider appeal CCUP-A24-0002 received from Michael Pinetti, appealing the Planning Commission's April 25th, 2024 continuation off calendar of commercial cannabis use permit CCUP 21-0004 for the construction and operation of cannabis cultivation facility for medical and adult use recreational cannabis. Staff recommending the Board of Supervisors take the following action. One, deny appeal CCUP A 24-0002 and uphold the planning commission's continuation off calendar. And two, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution denying appeal CCUP A 24-0002 of CCUP 21-0004 with findings of fact.
Right, thank you. And so let me briefly explain how.
Could you please open the public hearing?
I will. So with that, I open the public hearing and I'll briefly explain how this is going to work since an appeal is a prescribed process. Staff will first present this item. Then the appellant will have an opportunity to present his case and will be given 15 minutes to do that. We will then take public comment. And then the appellant, the applicant, will be given 5 minutes to respond. We'll close the public hearing and then the board will deliberate. And we do have 3 minutes for everyone to speak, and we do hold very firmly to those 3 minutes. So just wanted everyone to understand that. So with that, good morning to our staff.
Thank you, Matters Planning staff. So I'm just going to give a brief overview of the project and then kind of go into the appeal a little bit. So this proposed project would include the cultivation of approximately 87,120 square feet or 2 acres of flowering outdoor cannabis canopy. With phase 2 of the proposed project, it would install 1.28 acres of hoop houses in the eastern portion of the 2-acre cultivation area. So the rest of the cultivation area would be outdoor canopy. This project was initially heard by the Planning Commission on March 27th. Public comment was received on the project, including concerns about odor, water impacts, county standards, and compliance with CEQA. A public comment that included a peer review or odor study by Paul Schaefer of SCS Engineers, looking at the submitted odor study by Ray Kapahi of Environmental Permitting Specialists. That review disagreed with the baseline and conclusions of the submitted odor study. Pursuant to CEQA section 15064G, if there is disagreement among expert opinions supported by facts over the significance of an effect on the environment, the lead agency shall treat the effect as significant and shall prepare an EIR. Ultimately, that project was continued to April 25th. Additional public comment was received by Paul Schaefer of SCS Engineers and Environmental Consultants, which included additional statement qualifications and additional data. As we had 2 experts disagreeing about the baseline and conclusions of the odor analysis, planning staff recommended that the project be continued off calendar to either prepare environmental impact report or to direct the applicant to revise their project, maybe have additional studies to see if we can address those concerns about odor, and also we received additional concerns about water as well. The Planning Commission voted 3-2 to continue the project off calendar and directed the applicant to either prepare an environmental impact report or to revise the project to address public concerns and testimony. A appeal, CCUP-A 24-0002, was submitted by Michael Panett, representing Single Source Solutions. He is the applicant as well as the appellant. Appealing the Planning Commission's continuation of CCUP 21-0004, based upon illegally applying CEQA rules, not following ordinance guidelines, that the Planning Commission did not give clear direction to staff for what the modifications are required of the project, and that the odor analysis is being retested utilizing the peer review baseline opinion of SCS Engineering. So I'll go over staff's responses to those briefly. Legally applying CEQA, as stated previously, we have that section of the CEQA guidelines. We find that there are 2 conflicting expert opinions. So with that, we believe that either an environmental impact report is required or the project could be revised to try and address some of these concerns. But that's kind of where we stand as far as staff on how CEQA is applied in this situation. The ordinance guidelines, the appellant does not state exactly what ordinance guidelines are not being followed. However, as part of this project, they are requesting a setback reduction. I want to say the proposed project would be 104 feet from the western property line. we are utilizing sections of the cannabis ordinance that allows for reduction of setbacks as long as the applicant owned the property prior to the adoption of the cannabis ordinance, and that you can meet same effect. Part of that same effect is being able to demonstrate that you meet that 7 dilution threshold at the property line. Now that we have an odor study that is in conflict, we are unsure that we'd be able to make that finding for the setback reduction as well. The planning commission direction, for that, the planning commission, directed that they either prepare an EIR or revise their project. It is the project applicant's responsibility for deciding if they want to pursue an EIR or if they want to revise their project. That is an applicant responsibility. They can, come forward with a revised submittal. However, planning staff has not received any revised submittals for this project. And then the SCS engineering retest, the applicant stated in their appeal that further testing analysis utilizing the baseline suggestions of SCS engineers and environmental consultants was underway. I did see that a additional study was submitted as part of a public comment. However, that was uploaded yesterday and planning staff has not evaluated that additional odor study. Planning staff is recommending the denial of the appeal and upholding the planning commission's continuation off calendar of CCUP 21-0004. Single source solutions with direction to prepare either an environmental impact report or to revise the project to address public concerns and testimony, and to adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution denying the appeal CCUP 21-A24-002 of CCUP 21-0002 and adopting findings of fact. However, there are alternative actions. The board could choose to approve the appeal and approve CCUP 21-004 single source solutions and adopt the mitigated declaration, or the board could approve the appeal and deny CCUP 24-0004 single source solutions with direction to staff to prepare findings of denial based upon the Board of Supervisors direction. And that concludes staff presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you so much. With that, I'd like to invite the applicant, Mr. Panett, up to present his appeal. Yes, and you will have 15 minutes. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Supervisors. We meet again. I was participating in David Hardy's appeal back in February, and I think you opened it, Madam Chairman, with the comment of there's a lot of emotion in the room. We have to discuss this dispassionately based on facts and what the ordinance calls for and what is legally viable. While it's true that planning staff historically, up until the point where we had our two, actually, we had one in March and then we had another one in April, where we presented to the planning commission. At the very last minute, and the one in April, at 8 a.m. before we were having that meeting, staff changed their position from a full go to let's hold off, and because there's been another opinion on odor and water and other things. So at the time, in April, we were given the opportunity to choose a path. To either do a full EIR, which, as Remy Moore and Manley points out in their letter that I hope you all received. I have 6 copies of it here if you hadn't, that was kind of a misread of the secret requirements, and it's not a substantial, it wasn't a substantial evidence to support a fair argument that the project may result in a significant environmental impact, quote. So we think SCS Engineering, while they're a professional outfit out of Southern California, we don't know if they're actually approved as a contract vendor for El Dorado County, which Ray Kapahi, who's sitting and supporting here today, is. As he is in Yolo and Placer counties, where he's had many of these odor studies approved. Similar, by the way, requirements that we have right here in El Dorado County. So it's our perspective that Ray's study was a professional scientific study. The last minute opinion by Paul Schaefer was not substantiated on any scientific study. So the application of the rule, if two people, quote unquote, experts disagree, really shouldn't apply here, because they may both be experts, but one did a real data-driven study based on real live projects here and in Yolo and Placer. The other submitted an opinion piece. And it's very clearly pointed out in the RMM, evidence documents. So up until that point, all the other studies, whether it be odor, safety, lighting, you name it, biological and so forth, were done by impartial consultants that were approved by the county. So at the very last minute, this fair argument thing comes up when it really was applied incorrectly, is where we are. That's exactly where we are. Staff and everybody else was a full go. Helix, stood behind their CEQA study, said that there would not be any impact. Be that as it may, I had been telling planning staff for months that, because this started back in February, started 4 years ago, but the whole leading up to the actual planning commission started back in February. We got wind that there was some issues around odor. Just fine. We'll do 100%, hoop houses. They are the gold standard for trapping any odor that gets emitted out of a cannabis plant. Ray can testify to that as well. So instead of just we initially had west and east, there were going to be some hoop houses with charcoal filters in an open grow in the middle. So he said, that's fine. We'll do entire hoop houses with charcoal mitigation. And Ray did the study. It's in your file with real data. And the results were that I think with mitigation, the odor is at 0 or below, or 0 in small change. And the other measurement was at 0.2, I believe, DTs. Now, without mitigation, meaning without charcoal filters, just the pure fact of having the cannabis grow within a hoop house, the actual DT measurements based on Ray's analysis were 4 and 7, which are still within the guidelines that the county ordinance asked for. So that's all pointed out and explained in the RMM document. And I think it actually counters planning staff's recommendation and actually invalidates the way they went up to it. Another way to think of this, is, because some people throw around commercial, it's a business and all this other thing. No, it's really, what this is I'm changing one crop, grapevines, which can be water intensive, depends on how you farm them, with cannabis, another crop, both legal. It's actually factual data based on the county's own water analysis for agricultural crops, that cannabis takes roughly 1/3 of the water of a mature vine, a grapevine. So not only are we changing crop for crop, we're actually reducing the amount of water that we could potentially use in the site overall, which mitigates some of the water issues that people are talking about. We presented a paper at the April meeting that showed that the California Water Resources Board put out a paper saying that it's very difficult to find, because of this fractured granite, water in this region, any impact, well to well to well. One thing that we do have an advantage of, because the whole reason that this is an agriculturally designated property is because of the general plan and the Agricultural Preserve Act. That's part of that general plan that nominated certain parcels for agriculture, my property being one of them. And the California Water Resources Board said that, and one of the reasons I think that they did that is that I have what's called alluvial soil in both of my growing areas, my upper vineyard, my lower vineyard, which is actually the best soil that you can plant any sort of crop in, be it corn, cannabis, grapes, whatever. One of the other factors that's good with alluvial soil is it retains 25% more water than typical soil, rocky and minerally soil in the region. So the reason the general plan and the Ag Preserve Act nominated this property as, an agricultural property is because of some of those characteristics. And The water test that I've had in the 7 years that I've owned the property, once when we bought it, once when I changed up the pump, and more recently, less than a month ago, the water on our property has stayed consistent, 32 to 38 gallons per minute, without any problem. And again, as a farmer, up here in El Dorado County, I've learned it's not like Napa where they just douse all the vines with water. We're on more of a dry farming method, and the same would be true for the cannabis. So please look at the new study that was submitted. I think it was Saturday, actually, so it may have been yesterday, from Ray Kapahi. The numbers that I just quoted are exactly from his report. So we believe that the odor is 150% mitigated without any problem, even within the property lines, not even requiring a setback. Because you're talking 0 to 15 feet of odor dissipating because of the charcoal filtration. So there will be no drift. It'll all be contained. And one of the things that I offered actually in the April meeting that I would also offer here is unfortunately a paucity of data from El Dorado County. There's only 2 approved licensees. And one, Lee Tannenbaum, had actually no complaints about odor. David is planning to plant either later this year or next year. But we offer to the county the ability to come any day. A little notice would be great, but any day, use your own olfactory meters, your own consultants, independent consultants if you wish, to come and measure the odor, being mitigated off the grow site. Welcome it, because we need more data, not conjecture and not arm waving in the county. And unfortunately, I think what's happened to date has been too much arm waving and layperson opinion and less scientific study. So in that respect, I'll kind of conclude by saying that we believe with the new configuration of 100% hoop houses, we 100% mitigate any odor issues. Converting from vines to cannabis is going to take less water. I think the numbers are about a third, 3 gallons versus 8 per day per plant, which is significantly less. And as compared to just wine wineries, the 2,600 wineries in El Dorado County alone, they consume about 3 billion cubic gallons of water. Same can't be said of any cannabis grows. They obviously have, hundreds of acres. We're limited to 2 at best. So it's orders of magnitude different. I think that's pretty much it. Again, we don't think an EIR is warranted as pointed out in the Remy Moose Manley report, but we will, with great pleasure, convert to 100% hoop houses with mitigation to be, I've said in the April, it's on the record, our first and foremost thing is we want to be good farmers, good neighbors. I said that 3 years ago when we went through the ag department, and it remains true today. That concludes my comment.
Thank you so much, Mr. Purnett. Appreciate you detailing the board what your plans are. All right, so with that, we will, oh, I'm sorry, please. Oh, okay, got it. So that concludes the appellant's presentation. At this point, we will take public comment on this item. And we request that if you want to speak, please line up in the hall, in the aisleway, so we have an efficient process. And we often encourage folks to add new things, that if you agree with what has just been said, you can just simply say, I agree with the previous speaker. So with that, we will have our staff open public comment.
Now taking public comment on item number 42. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
And we have 3 minutes on the clock, Kim.
Can't talk that fast.
We won't require you to. working? Perfect. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Supervisors. I appreciate the opportunity to be heard on this matter. My name is Todd Moore. I am Mr. Panett's next door neighbor. My property is the one that's only 100 feet from this proposed pot farm. I'm also a land use lawyer, and I represent a committee of 50 individuals who live around this proposed pot farm, and I'm speaking on behalf of them this morning as well. I think omitted from my comments that I submitted was the data backing up Mr. Schaefer's report. So I'm going to give 6 copies. I encourage you to look at it because Mr. Panett's tried to redefine Mr. Schaefer's report into an opinion piece, and that's not accurate. It's exactly the same as what his own expert did. Mr. Schaefer went to almost a dozen other pot farms. He looked at pot farms that are like phase 1 of the proposed project. He looked at pot farms which are like phase 2 of the proposed project, which is both open and closed in hoop house growing, and measured data from actual conditions at those. But more importantly is he collected data from the processing. Processing is when you're cutting up these plants and you're drying them. That's what creates the most odor. Mr. Kapahi, even in his updated report from last night, still hasn't provided any data on that. And that's absolutely critical to deciding whether to approve a project like this. And the fact that there is no data on that is just as good a reason as any to do more study. That's all the neighbors are asking for in this case. We're not hand waving. We're not making arguments that aren't based on fact. We're saying, look, we have a nationally recognized expert who's very experienced at measuring cannabis odors who takes issue with the applicant study. We're saying, look, we have well reports that show since Mr. Panett started growing wine grapes on his property, our wells have been decreasing in production. 2 of our wells have gone dry. It is fair argument based on facts. It's not expert argument on water, but it's a fair argument based on substantial evidence. It's not just hand waving. These are our homes. That water I use to bathe, I use it to cook, I use it to drink. Our homes are just as important, if not more important, than Mr. Panett's profit motive and his pot farm. It's critically important that this board defend the community against projects that are changed at the last minute. I want to remind you, phase 2 of this project still includes an open grow. Mr. Panett's talking about having now all enclosed. There's a process for that. It's called amending your application. He needs to follow that process so it can be properly studied. So I just respectfully request that you deny the appeal. Let's pump the brakes on this project and study it a little bit more.
Thanks for your comments. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Lisa Moore, and I live next to Mr. Panett. And there are 9 homes in our neighborhood that are within 1,500 feet of this proposed pot grow. And our primary concern as a community has always been that the environmental impacts be adequately and accurately studied before the project is given the green light. And this opposition, as my husband said, not from a single opponent, as Mr. Panett's lawyer has claimed, but it is a large group of neighbors, many of whom are present here and also online. And Mr. Panett and Single Source Solutions submitted a grievously inadequate report with their original permit application. They claim there's no wildlife in the woodlands, which in December, there's not much going on, unlike when the pot will be actively growing and pesticides will be used and that kind of thing. The acoustic and air quality studies did not take into account any proposed mitigation measures like fans or misters. And the odor study, as was said, used a flawed baseline. And now Mr. Panett is saying they want to jump straight to phase 2 of their project, which as written includes open grow, not completely have everything in hoop houses. But there's no details in the application on the types of hoop houses. There's no details on the types of carbon filtration that will be needed. And so we're asking that if they want to change what they build, that they follow the process and they submit the revised application. That would include hoop houses. They still have not addressed odors produced by the processing. And so I'm asking you to uphold this process and allow the planning commission to direct them to either prepare an EIR or to amend their application.
Thank you for your comments. Good morning. You're up.
How are you today?
Good morning, fine, thank you.
Thank you. My name is Michael Morielli, and I live in a neighborhood which will be impacted by a commercial cannabis growth project. I'm opposed. I urge the Board of Supervisors to deny this appeal based on the facts presented to you and the Planning Commission concerning odor, water, environment, and setbacks. Further, I urge you to reject the idea of using a mitigated negative declaration because of the overwhelming conflict of information and the lack of substantive proof that the mitigation factors will work. A case has been made for this project, requires a full EIR. Attorney Stiles that Mr. Panett hired wrote a letter and he said there was only one person. There's not. A lot of neighbors are concerned about it. He also said that there was a lay person who complained about the water. It was one of the guys whose well went dry, but it's not just a lay person. We submitted a study or a statement from a hydrologist who said that fractured granite needs to be studied before you can say that, oh no, his well doesn't affect her well. You need to have it studied. We also enlisted the help of Mr. Jim Hammonds, who's been in this area for over 50 years, and everybody probably knows his name. As a matter of fact, Mr. Panett and Mr. Hardy have both utilized his services in the past. In conversations with him, when I described, based on the application, the amount of water, which, by the way, any Google document will say cannabis uses 3 times the water of grapes, but any draw of water, as estimated in their applications, would have an effect on neighboring wells. That was Mr. Hammond's opinion, and he's been working in this county for 50 years. I don't call him a layperson. I call him nearly an expert. I'd like to say, I'm going to drift away from something and say that you suggested in our appeal against Mr. Hardy, and unfortunately for us, you upheld his application, but you said, please leave and go as good neighbors. Mr. Burnett uses that phrase again, good neighbors. Yet I think neither of them are good neighbors. Both of them are bullies and they threaten. Mr. Hardy is threatened physically, and Mr. Panett has just threatened Mr. Moore with a lawsuit. That's not good neighbors. That's bullying.
Thank you for your comments. Good morning.
Thank you for what you do. It's an eye opener to watch you.
Thank you.
Members of the Board of Supervisors, my comments this morning refer to the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors Governance Handbook. Did you know you had that?
We did.
Oh, good. It states in part that our mission is to enhance the well-being of all residents. I'm here to remind you to keep this simple obligation in mind as you decide if a pot farm in the middle of River Pines Estates is appropriate, something that will enhance the well-being of the residents who do live there. A lot of us. This area was developed as a rural residential community. That atmosphere has been maintained over the years, and we would like to keep it that way. Making exceptions favoring something that would negatively impact any community in El Dorado County is contrary to what you have committed to uphold in your own mission statement. I'm sure you have read the ample and detailed and heard the ample and detailed documentation of the concerns submitted by others who are opposed to this project, so I'm not going to elaborate any further on that. Thank you for considering my thoughts and remarks this morning.
Thank you for your comments. Good morning.
Morning.
Honorable members of the Board of Supervisors, my name is Michael Gorvad. I live in River Pines Estates at 6804 Flat Creek Drive, Somerset. My property lies within 1,000 feet of the proposed project. There has been substantial evidence exhibited in the past to support a fair argument that the published plans and documentation for the project do not adequately cover the environmental impacts of the project, and therefore the project should be required to submit an environmental impact review. I respectfully request the Board of Supervisors deny the applicant's appeal. There are at least 4 areas in which the published plans and documentation for the project are lacking, and this has been gone over many times. 1, water usage; 2, odor control; 3, biological resources; 4, acoustic and air quality studies. I pointed out my concerns about these areas in my emailed May 19th, 2024 letter to the Board of Supervisors. Since we're limited in our time to make comments in this meeting, I will not elaborate. 2 additional points I wish to present to the Board of Supervisors are 5, character of the River Pines community, and 6, safety issues associated with the project. River Pines Estates was established as a residential community. It consists mainly of single-family residences, some with small private vineyards. It was never intended to have commercial activities such as the proposed project. The project is completely out of character with the River Pines Estates community. My last point, which is sort of an add-on, but safety issues associated with the project. I don't know if this was particularly addressed. The project will potentially be an attractive nuisance at the least, and more probably a criminal magnet. If the project is so innocuous, why does it require security lights, fences, cameras, and sensors? It also puts an additional burden on the Sheriff's Department. A common argument for legalizing cannabis growing and legalizing cannabis farming has been that such activities will be quote unquote safer. In my previous letter on the 19th, I listed 5 references easily found on the internet which describe strong arm robberies at legal cannabis farms. Respectfully, thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Ray Kapai. I'm an air quality consulting engineer, did some of the odor work that was mentioned previously. And I'm here to just go over the issue of odor keeps coming up again and again. It's a sensitive issue. And I want to address that and show you why what is being proposed will address those concerns. The project involves using hoop houses. Hoop houses essentially are enclosures. All the odors are enclosed inside this hoop house. They're captured and they're treated. Now, that is considered the gold standard, so much so that the county ordinance 5110 specifically asks the following. The county may require installation of 1 or more odor control options, which may include but not be limited to the use of greenhouses or hoop houses that includes activated carbon filtration. That is what we're proposing. Now, the other thing I'd like to point out is everything I'm telling you is 100% verifiable. After the plants are in the ground, after we have growth, we will go back and measure the intensity of odors. We invite the county, we will invite the neighbors, let them see for themselves exactly what the odors are. Forget the 2 experts who are disagreeing. Come out and actually see the numbers for yourself. That's what I'm saying. So I have done enough of these studies to tell you I've done enough measurements that I feel 100% confident that for this project and with this technology, odors will be abated. Now, there was a comment that odors are also being given off from the processing building. That is true. My scope was limited to the group houses. Processing building also is an enclosure. The same technology, carbon filters, will be used in the processing building. This is not rocket science. Carbon filters have been around for at least a decade. There's a proven track record that these things are effective. Let me point out one other thing that, that Mr. Schaefer forgot to check. SCS engineers routinely hires me to do their air quality studies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your comments. Good morning.
Good morning. That's fair. Excuse me if my voice is shaking. I'm not used to public speaking.
You're doing great.
Okay. And I probably will read this to you, my letter I submitted. My husband, my name is Sharon Robach. I live on Bertoni Drive in River Pines Estates. And my husband and I have lived in this residential community for over 25 years. During those years, we participated in many community road work projects consisting of cleaning out and refilling potholes and other maintenance projects, such as the edges of the roads falling off because of the huge commercial trucks coming in and going out from vineyards up at the end of the Augustini. This has been going on for years. And anyway, so what I wanted to say is, unfortunately, our roads are not county maintained. Therefore, the residents have to do the work ourselves. Our roads cannot take any more abuse from the large trucks that come and go, bringing in, belonging to commercial suppliers. We love our neighborhood and have met many great neighbors who have worked tirelessly on their properties to make our community a great place to live. I'm sure you've heard many more negative reasons why this application/appeal should not be approved, and I'm not going to repeat these. So I just want to, in summary, I wanted to say, I believe that a commercial pot dispensary growing approximately 87,000 square feet of plants does not belong in the middle of the residential community of River Pines Estates, period. That's it.
Thank you for your comments. You did great. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Gary Perez. I live at 3059 Squirrel Hollow, just right across the road from his vineyard and his property. I'm retired Air Force, been 26 years. In the military, back in those days, you were taught honor, respect, and all that. I've worked 21 years with the county and the tax collectors and also the programming department here. Okay. I'm going to make it simple. Do you trust your planning commission? If you do, they looked over everything, they heard everything, they're following the guidelines that are set up by the California. I do not care for pot, but if it's the law, if they comply with all the standards, then they have the right to do it. But I do respect them. I'm trying to do this, but I'm against it. So I'm asking you to trust your planning commission and deny this application that he's proposing today. And if he was a good neighbor, why are all of we here? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Barry Roback of River Pines Estates. Everybody said so far, this is primarily residential estates. I just wanted you to know that it's also backed up by CCNRs that don't allow commercial or anything that's toxic or smelly in our area. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Good morning.
Good morning. Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. Former planning commissioner. I was retired on March 14th, just a couple weeks before this item was heard. There were 18 public comments on the first hearing date, and primarily they were red shirts. There was only a couple people that talked in favor of the project. This appeal should be approved. The basis of any lawsuit is the administrative record. There are irregularities in the administrative record, starting with only 3 planning commissioners were available on 3/28. One of them, District 3, was asked to recluse herself, and she had to go to the state to find out whether she could speak on it, and found out she did. She could speak on it. The 3 planning commissioners, certainly, it's hard to get it's either an approval 3-0, that means 3 people have to agree. Anyway, bottom line, that was an irregularity. 2, staff recommendation was changed and then carried on the administrative record, which essentially is the Legistar, for a number of a month, number of meetings, carried with the original recommendations, which was to approve the project. The people, the red shirts, I completely understand. And they should do what they're doing, wear red shirts for unity. But buried in the administrative record, in this case, today's meeting, is a public comment from Remy, Moose, and Manley. They're the attorney for the appellant. And no one, staff, has not spoken about it. No one has even brought up that document because it says, in this case, they don't agree with what staff has done. Remy, Moose, and Manley says on their website, a leading law firm focusing on California environmental and land use law. In this case, they're extremely important because they also say a legacy of doing environmental lawsuits. Huh. Why can't the board get the correct information so that you can do an action with complete understanding of what you have in front of you today? I'm not sure.
Thanks for your comments. Good morning.
My name is Nancy Fry. I live in River Pines Estates on 4600 D'Agostini Drive, down the road from Mr. Panett's office or residence. I would like to agree with almost everything that was said today against this appeal, except for one small piece of what Mr. Moore said. He suggested that Mr. Panett actually put in the vineyards. He did not. Mr. Prudhomme, who was the first owner of the property, successfully applied and was approved for Williamson Act status. Mr. Panett was also approved for Williamson Act status, even though the numbers did not actually add up accurately, and we were able to look at that later. Not that that's part of the ag department's status. I can say that when we bought that property, it was after looking at a number of other equine areas in El Dorado County, finding that they were much more densely developed and that those areas were all having trouble with their wells. We chose this River Pines Estates because it was an established neighborhood with limitations for future growth and commercial use. We chose it knowing that the density would not change and that the access to water on all of our properties would remain the same. When we purchased the property, we went to look at it because it was listed as having a 64-gallon per minute well. When we purchased it, it tested out at 4. The first one was measured prior to Mr. Prudhomme's vineyard. The second one was years afterward. We were assured that because nothing more would change, that we could count on the 4 gallons per minute. And it has not changed yet. Mr. Panett's suggestion that marijuana uses less water than vineyards is bizarre, because most of us, even those of us who don't grow grapes, know that once that vineyard is established, it almost never needs water except under very extreme drought situations. Marijuana, on the other hand, requires 6 gallons per day per plant and is very densely planted, as opposed to a vineyard where the vines are planted 3, 5, 7 feet apart. I've never actually gone out and measured. So the water use is quite obviously blatantly much, much higher. The part about needing a review and an environmental impact is that we don't know whether it will affect the other wells. We have no way of knowing unless somebody actually looks at it and tests. To suggest that, oh, well, it just won't trust me is absurd. Those of us who have animals and need that water in order to maintain those animals need that water. As elected officials, you represent us, not an out-of-area commercial enterprise.
Thanks for your comments. All right, this will be the last public comment for the boardroom, then we'll go online. So good morning.
Good morning. My name is Cami Morielli and I live near Mike Panett's property. I submitted my comment letter with supporting evidence to the clerk of the board yesterday morning at 7 a.m. I'm hoping you guys had a chance to go through that. I basically just submitted the same thing I submitted to the original planning because none of that really changed. So I'm here today to ask you to deny the appeal and uphold the decision by the Planning Commission on April 25th, which provides the two options of the preparation of the full EIR or revising the project and addressing the public concerns and testimony. There is substantial evidence of a fair argument that the project will have impacts on the environment. The two key areas of focus are odors and water scarcity. The fair argument standard requires that there be an EIR report, as you know. In my comment package, I provided you with 5 expert opinions and references representing substantial evidence for the fair argument standard. One of these expert opinions, I'm going to single out Lori Parlin, was her testimony on March 5th this year in David Hardy's appeal hearing. I guess I want everybody in the room to listen to Lori because, and I'm sure you do, but I just want to emphasize you should listen to her because she is correct. She has evidence that fans will not work. The planning staff does not have evidence that fans will work. The other expert opinions recommend responsible odor mitigation, monitoring of water supply, and quality through the use of monitoring wells and the baseline Title 22. That's one thing I don't hear a lot about, but the Title 22 is a very good measure of baseline for water, for quality and for supply. You know, I got an expert opinion from Rick Blodgett. He's a water quality microbiologist. He's in Shingle Springs. He has 40 years of chemistry experience. Dave Cedarquest, maybe some of you know him. He's a engineering geologist, hydrogeologist with Youngdahl in El Dorado Hills. And then, of course, there's the Paul Schaefer odor expert. Anyway, I do believe that the EIR is important. I think this project needs to be studied. We don't know what we don't know. Thank you very much.
Thanks for your comments. Oh, I had said this was the last public comment, but okay, I'll let you, this will be the last one. We need to go online. Okay, 2 minutes.
Supervisors, I'm David Hardy. People have spoken of me and I've gone through the same issue of the appeal to the Board of Supervisors from cannabis.
Okay.
For my.
Speak into the mic. No,
It's on? Okay.
Yes, it's on.
I think speaking succinctly, the issue is whether or not the supervisors support staff. Independent consultants such as Helix, which is your chosen consultant to do the negative declaration EIR. So the question today is whether or not you supervisors support staff, county council, and the hard work they do impartially or not. And I'll say that because there are supervisors here who deny the validity of staff. So I'll keep it succinct. To support this appeal and the project is a vote to support staff. Likewise, on the other hand, to deny the appeal is to deny the impartiality and the work that staff and county council does. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. All right, Kim, we will take the 4 callers online and then we will bring it back to the board and close the public hearing.
Now taking public comment from Lee Tannenbaum.
Good morning.
Good morning, board. Thank you. Hopefully you can hear me.
We can.
Great, thank you. Just a couple of quick comments. I know there's a lot of data that has been presented to you. I think probably the most important piece, however, is the letter that Mr. Stiles sent and his pedigree. That firm actually helped write CEQA for the state of California. Opinion should carry a great deal of weight with this board. I've also heard conversation or comments about us being bullies. I don't think that we're bullies, and we certainly don't try to be. We're just very passionate about what we do in a very difficult environment to get us to where we're going. We have most recently been referred to as the marijuana cartel by Mr. Moore, which, you know, that is a very negative connotation on people that are trying to be legal and follow the law and all of the process. Certainly unfair. And then I also heard a comment about pesticides, and I want to make it very clear to the board and to the residents of El Dorado County, we are in a super, super highly regulated environment. We are not allowed to put poisonous chemicals on our plants, period. The state won't allow it. The county won't allow it. We have a much higher standard than, say, a grape grower does that also reside in the Somerset Fairplay area. So as the board considers this, I would, obviously we are proponents for the appeal and its approval. Legally, Mr. Panett has met all of the requirements deemed by the county ordinances. There has been an opinion piece / challenge that continues to be changed even as recently as this morning. And it is unfair for the county to continually move the bar on these projects. So please vote yes for today's project. Thank you for your time.
Thanks for your comments.
Now taking public comment from Jordan and Harris.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Todd Jordan. I represent a multi-generational family out there in River Pines Estates. I'm a father of 4 children who are running around out there. And, you know, I want to thank you guys, Board of Supervisors, Chair. Thank you very much for trying to identify and find a pathway through all of this. I moved out there to be able to support my family, and they're my daughter is very interested in the environment, in the she wants to be a entomologist, and well, I am one of those families where our well went dry. Our family's been out there for probably the longest of anyone out there, and you know, I think it's just a fact that, you know, with all of the information that you've seen today, there has not been studies, and you know, that's just something that should be addressed. And I thank you for your time today and all of your consideration. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments.
Now taking public comment from Kevin McCarty. Good morning.
Good morning, Supervisors. Kevin McCarty, resident of Somerset in District 2. Thank you for hearing this item. You know, obviously there's a lot of emotions and opinions about the project at hearing today. And I have no doubt that the majority of those are based in good faith, people who are genuinely concerned about their home, their family, their community. There is reason to doubt at least some of the residents in opposition, just based on the framing of the argument, which appears to be in poor faith, comparing the dry season for wine grapes to the peak watering season of cannabis stating fans are the mitigation measure as opposed to carbon filters, blaming well performance over a 20-year period of extreme drought on the existence of one winery, alluding to pesticides, which are prohibited, as Mr. Tannenbaum stated. Similarly, concerning is the level of uncertainty expressed by staff and some of the commissioners about standard CEQA review. When there's a question about the efficacy of a mitigation measure, the proper response is not to jump to an EIR. MNDs are often iterative processes. If contrary evidence or doubt is introduced, it goes through another revision. And that's, I guess, one of the alternatives here is for the project to be amended formally. But I don't believe that's necessary because the structure of the ordinance and the project conditions makes it so that if there are any violations of odor or impacts, nuisances, there are additional measures that can be enforced and action that the county can take. The only contrary opinion or evidence presented that rises or attempts to arise to the fair argument threshold is from Mr. Schaefer. There's at least reason to doubt some of these values. For example, the processing value of 3,200, right? Dilution to threshold is logarithmic. That's the equivalent of somebody taking a thermometer outside my house and saying it's 12 million degrees. You know, you might have letters after your name, but I have reason to doubt whether or not your instrument is properly calibrated. Regardless, though, the question is the mitigation measure effective enough to address the potential impact? And even Mr. Schaefer admits carbon filters are effective. There's nothing in his document that contradicts that claim. So honestly, the simple, easy, and clear resolution here would be to approve the appeal, approve the project, and just add the condition that all cultivation will take place in enclosed hoop houses with carbon filters. And similarly, processing will take place in enclosed rigid or semi-rigid structures for odor control, right? And if there's any violation, any impact on the neighbors, again, there's a process to address that so that we're taking care of everybody in the community and not favoring one side versus the other. Thank you, and I urge the board to approve this appeal and have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Now taking public comment from C. Clary.
Good morning, everybody. I'm a resident of Somerset, and I just wanted to point out a few things just from my perspective after hearing, especially today. First, Mr. Panett says there's a paucity of data. That's true of El Dorado County. That's not true of Santa Barbara County. They're about 5 years ahead of us, and Mr. Schaefer is very, very experienced in that area. Odor is an enormous issue there. And now you've got the pot growers that were approved saying they can't afford to do the carbon scrubbers, which are actually the most effective way of dealing with odor, that they're not making all the money they thought they were going to make. And so therefore the county's not making the money they thought they were going to make. And it's a big, giant mess in Santa Barbara. I would encourage each of you to do a little research on Santa Barbara, or if you need specific links, I can give them to you, but they're having an enormous problem with odor. Second, impartial evaluations. Earth Groovy Products did the acoustic assessment and air quality assessments for Mr. Panett's NMD. Mr. Miller has no scientific background. He's a legislative guy. Most of his background is in legislation. Yet he's providing these studies and was initially listed as an applicant. Now, I don't think you would allow an applicant to provide their own environmental study because clearly they're not going to point out any negative problems there. So I don't think his assessments are impartial. And I know that at the Planning Commission, there were some issues with or questions surrounding that issue. Ms. Boger was required to give back Mr. Miller's donation to her campaign so that she could vote on the second round of Mr. Panett's, just to clarify and give you a little more facts on that. So there was a conflict of interest, which she obviously reversed. So lastly, variances should not be granted if the applicant can't show the same effect as the legal setbacks can be met. And therefore, I believe you should deny the appeal. And just to tack on to Mr. Hardy's comment, county council agreed with staff that they need an EIR. So he's actually telling you to listen to the county council and your staff. So therefore you should not approve the appeal. So thank you so much.
Thank you. That was the last public comment. So thank you all for your comments. At this time, I will close the public comment and allow the applicant, Mr. Panett, to have 5 minutes to respond.
Thank you, commissioners. Certainly, as Chris Payne indicated, there's certainly a lot of information in the record, the administrative record, from extremely qualified experts in areas of odor, noise, filtration. In fact, I understand I had requested a planning staff that Leslie Oning from Helix be on the line. Is she on the line?
I believe she's available, yes.
Okay, so, there's a lot of, again, waving our arms about odor studies and things of that nature and water studies. We have the experts online. I brought Ray here specifically so he could speak to some of the issues that people are bringing forward. First and foremost, again, my entire goal, and I've said it, they may not believe me, but I'll say it and say it again. My entire goal in doing this is to abide by the law, mitigate as much as possible, and be a good neighbor. I live on the property. I'm not some foreigner that came from Canada or some other place to actually have this, run this business. I actually purchased the property in 2017 specifically for this purpose, and have watched and worked with the county planning commission, all the working groups that we've done to try to make this a better and more efficient way. But here we are yet again in a space of 5 months, with conjecture and misunderstandings, people allocating lawsuits. I'd love one person to provide, a piece of evidence that I've actually mentioned that I'm going to sue anybody. I actually sat down with Mr. Moore 2 or 3 weeks ago to try, as Chairman Nevis of the Planning Commission said, well, we wish you guys would get together and talk about it. We did. In fact, when I went through my Ag Commission meeting at least 2 years ago, Todd took it upon himself to put up flyers all around the community, as far away as 1.5 miles away at, not grocery stores, the post office and True Value and other places. So unlike some of the projects that have come before you where people didn't feel that they were noticed properly, this was noticed. Flyers are hand delivering to people's homes. So there's always been kind of this, kind of, we're against it. We don't understand it fully, but we're against it. And I think people learn over time, what it really is. And when I went through the Planning Commission, I was actually copied on an email that Todd had sent around to, people in the River Pines communities, and several times today I heard people say residents. I'm sorry, but my property is the legal agricultural property that's given land use rights under the general plan as an agricultural preserve. My rights are just as important as anybody else's. I'm not saying I'm going to trample on anybody's rights. Gosh, we've gone to great lengths to try to mitigate any concerns that a neighbor might have. You can line up 10 hydrologists, they're all going to disagree on water and fractured, the impact on wells. Wells go dry all the time. I had one neighbor that lives about 2 miles from Rombauer and CG Dewey, who are 1.7 miles down the street from my property. And he said, oh, when they start watering in June and July, my thing goes down to a trickle. He did end up having to have another well drilled. It's been working fine for him. But to say that he's almost 2 miles away from Rombauer, where they have 300 acres of grapes, and they're connected somehow on the same vein, I find that laughable. But in any event, would we like to hear from, an opinion from Leslie on?
No, you have 5 minutes and then we're going to bring it to the board for
Oh,
deliberation.
you can bring her in if you need to? Is that how it would work?
You finish your comments and then we'll bring it back to the board for our deliberation.
Okay. So again, I think there's a lot of information in the administrative record. I personally have never threatened anybody, least of which my neighbors. I've actually reached out to them. We seem to be coming at things from different directions, which is fine. We don't have to agree, but the law is the law. Policy has already been made. We are abiding by all of the policies and rules and regulations that are provided in the ordinance and the county regulations. We've hired the best professionals that the county actually suggested that we use. And they were all 100% gung ho until the fair argument thing came out. Fair argument in this particular thing is similar to, I think, the bus stop thing that happened with not only Bob Sandy, but it was attempted for David Hardy. It was a last minute effort to kind of delay and deflect. And as Ray just pointed out to me, if this had to go to an EIR, the results aren't going to be any different. The numbers are the numbers. Doing an EIR is not going to change the mitigation of charcoal filtration one bit. So I
Thanks for your comments.
implore the board to approve the appeal and rely on the body of evidence that we have submitted.
Thank you. Thank you. At this point, I will close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for deliberation and action.
I'll make a motion.
Oh.
I'm gonna make a motion.
Okay, if you can make a motion, then we'll have
I'll
it
make a
further
motion to
discussion.
deny the appeal CCUP -824-002 and uphold the planning commission's continuation off calendar of commercial cannabis use permit. The CCUP 21-004 with direction for an environmental impact report, EIR, to our revised the project to address public concerns and testimony. And adopt the authorize the chair to sign the resolution 083-2024 denying the appeal CCUP A24-002.
Thank you. Is there a second on that motion?
I'll second for discussion.
Perfect. All right, there's a motion and a second. So any further, actually, discussion?
Discussion. Sure.
Would you like to lead us off?
Okay. So I guess first off, my understanding, and we were getting documents late into the evening last night, so I hope everybody understands that. We were reading things and trying to keep up with all of it. My understanding is the last thing we got from the applicant said that they were changing the project to be all in hoop houses. So my question, I think, to county council probably is, can an applicant just change a project like that in a document, or what's the normal process? Because I'm concerned about us making a decision when we normally have the planning commission vet this. If the applicant wants to change it, should we just send it back to the planning commission to vet that, or help me out, please?
Sure. There have been times where projects have been revised as they've been presented to you, whether they've been coming to you as a recommendation from the planning commission or an appeal from the planning commission. So it's not unheard of for a project to see revisions either immediately before and sometimes during the course of the board hearing. However, it is maybe not the typical way that a project revision is proposed. Oftentimes the board has felt that project revisions that they deem to be sufficiently significant would be routed back through the planning commission for comment and or any necessary revisions to the associated environmental document. That's really in the board's discretion. In this case, I tend to agree with Supervisor Parlin that the project is being proposed now that differs from what was, I think, considered by the planning commission. And so much of the discussion about the odor impacts, I think they're different now, admittedly. The applicant's odor expert noted that with revisions to the project, fully enclosing it, which, to be clear, differs from even phase 2 of the project as proposed by the applicant, which would have had some outdoor cultivation remain, that would, in his opinion, mitigate any potential odor impacts. That very well could be the case, but that I do think it's important to acknowledge that that is a project that is different than the one that was reviewed by the planning commission.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Because that to me was very concerning that I was reading that like at 9 o'clock last night, realizing the project had changed. That felt
And
really
actually,
uneasy. Yeah.
I have a follow-on question.
Go ahead,
Yeah.
do your follow-up question.
Is the board allowed to establish new conditions that would require that all of the grow be within hoop houses, number one, and then require charcoal filtration in any kind of a processing facility with a full enclosure, et cetera, that was suggested? Do we have the ability to do that today, which would seem to accomplish what would happen if it would probably, in all probability, if it would go back to the planning commission.
So I think if what I think what you're suggesting would lead to could lead to an approval of the project by the board today without the need to go back to the planning commission. I think that with the applicant's concurrence, those project revisions certainly could be accomplished. Practically speaking, there are some challenges in defining what this kind of either revised project and or revised conditions of approval would look like.
Okay.
That'd be my only concern. So I guess I'm answering your question by saying I think you have the ability to do it, but the kind of feasibility of doing so can be complicated because we would need to, again, clearly define what that revision to the project entails and what the new conditions of approval would be.
It's tough to mandate those things, obviously, in an instant in time. It takes some thought. And,
Yeah, but again, to be clear, I think it's within the board's authority as one option to consider. I don't believe it would require kind of recirculation of the environmental document in that the CEQA guidelines contemplate that if project revisions are made in order to address comments given about a previously identified potential environmental effect, that would not require recirculation. So I think that it is something that, again, can be done, but the feasibility of it is perhaps the tougher question.
And a follow-up to Supervisor Parlin and Supervisor Heidel's question. So Supervisor Turnbull, your motion was staff's recommendation.
That's correct.
Which included, per the Planning Commission's direction, to revise the project to address public concerns and testimony. So the applicant has the ability to do that and go through the proper channels of that revision.
Yes, I think that's what the Planning Commission contemplated was that, it was, again, EIR or revise the project to address the concerns. Now, having heard the testimony, the board may feel that some of the concerns previously identified do require revision to address, and perhaps the board has heard that some do not. That would be if the board was looking to kind of send it back to the Planning Commission or follow the process outlined by the Planning Commission. I'm sure that the board could outline some of the concerns that it feels require additional review and or revision.
Okay, thank you for that. Any further discussion, Supervisor
I got a
Parlin?
ton. I have a list. Unfortunately, I know we have a time constraint, but I think that we need to do our due diligence on this
I
for
agree,
the
yeah.
residents. So I apologize we're going to go late, everyone. So I would like clarification from staff. So this project is being proposed to be approved using an exemption, a setback, correct? Without the setback, we would not be approving this, right? Without saying, yeah, let's go ahead and give them an exemption. This parcel doesn't meet our requirements, correct?
Correct. It requires a setback reduction from the 800 feet from the eastern and western property lines.
Correct.
And that is available through the cannabis ordinance.
Right.
As long as you own the property prior to adoption of the ordinance and can meet the same effect.
And there it is right there, same effect. And that's, I think, where this county is going to struggle on every single one of these requests for an exemption, because same effect is very subjective in my mind, quite honestly. So when we're talking about hoop houses versus a field of green plants, I mean, right there is aesthetics and environmental county council. It is. So there it is right there. And I, we keep going back to what the voters' intention was. 800 feet on every side so that the neighbors have some relief from these projects. That in my mind is what the voters intended. And I don't see how you can say, I'm going to go from 800 feet down to 100 feet with a bunch of hoop houses. That is a constant reminder every day to the neighbor next door. That setback reduction, big hoop houses, you're going to see them. Not clear to me still. Wasn't in any study anywhere, I don't believe. Do these fans make noise? Because if they do, that's another concern. Noise is a huge concern. And if we're talking about a really quiet area out there, which I think we are, and then you have these fans going, that just triggered. Noise is a trigger, fans are a trigger. So I'm really concerned about this. And so I think we have a different project before us, and I think we need to send it back to the planning commission. And I would like them to look at all of these things I just brought up.
Thank you. Supervisor Lane?
Well, I mean, I think the action of the planning commission gave us two very different options. The full-blown EIR. I'm not sure that I completely agree with staff that that the differing opinions have been supported by facts. So I just kind of struggle with that one. But the idea that the proponent or the appellant developer in this case could go back and redesign this to be whatever you want. And you're suggesting that you're contemplating doing that. So am I misunderstanding that?
You're asking a question for
okay.
clarity, though,
Wait,
right? That's
I
the only
am.
reason we're
This
getting
is
in
a
the back and
question of
forth.
clarity. Okay.
So to answer your question, Supervisor Lane, there was always a phase one, phase two. When the initial odor study was done, we didn't meet the 0.7 DT threshold on the west and east side. So I amended it with staff's help, hoop houses on the west, hoop houses on the east. Then when more feedback came, and it was always contemplated that phase two would be 100% hoop houses. It was never going to be another outside grow. There's going to be start the phase, which actually Aaron mentioned in the egg. You can go back and look at it in the egg commission. It's very common for people to start with some hoop houses and then expand phase two, phase three, whatever. So phase two is always 100% hoop houses. We've provided the empirical data that it's going to mitigate all the odor. And yeah, I mean, that's certainly an option.
So just simply ask, just yes or no, do you plan on altering your current plan?
I committed that at the April 25th Planning Commission meeting, which really wasn't a meeting. There was no discussion from any of the. So yes.
Well, it's confusing then why you would appeal the right?
Well, I appealed
Because they
we
gave you the
believe-
option of changing the plan. You could just change the plan.
What we most object to is an EIR, a countywide
Right,
EIR.
right. It's an or.
Because we believe that's completely unnecessary.
Right.
Okay, I think,
commit-
did you get your
Got
question
it.
answers?
Thank
Okay,
you.
And I
yeah, thank you,
committed
Mr.
in
Panett.
April, no problem, hoop houses for all.
Thank you,
Got
Mr.
it.
Panett.
Thank
Any
you.
other questions, or comments?
No, not now.
All right,
Thank you.
I have conflicting thoughts on this item. Overall, I have to say that I do have concerns about, while I understand and appreciate the neighbors' concerns, I do have conflicting thoughts on that. I think it's really important to keep in mind that, well, actually, let me back up. There were comments made that this is primarily residential estates and that this project is out of character with a residential community. As a resident, I understand how you would feel that way. That said, I think it's really important to keep in mind that while cannabis does not have a protection and right to farm, this property is in a protected ag district. And that is really important to keep in mind. Ag districts were formed in El Dorado County in response to poorly planned subdividing of large ranches on prime ag soil that were being turned into subdivisions in the early 90s. And the Fairplay is the largest ag district in our county. And within an ag district overlay, residential use is considered incompatible, not the other way around. It's also important to keep in mind in terms of water and other considerations. This is prime ag soil. And the protection of ag within our ag districts is emphasized in the ag element of our general plan. I think that's an important consideration for this. That said, I am concerned that the Planning Commission's motion was perhaps too vague, and we've read it. The Planning Commission's direction does allow the applicant to revise their project to address public comments and concerns or testimonies. So the question is, which concerns should the applicant address in a revised project? The main issue that was brought out was odor, and we've heard from the applicant that he has plans to revise his project to handle the odor. But as we heard on the conversations today and there's other concerns that those have brought up, and those concerns will surface in a challenge to any neg deck, and we'll be caught in this revolving cycle. So my bottom line and where I'm landing is a neg deck is an indefensible position. And at the end of the day, it is a county's neg deck. And I don't feel comfortable putting the applicant or ourselves in that position. And finally, in order to overturn the Planning Commission's action regarding competing opinions, and we've heard varying thoughts on whether it was a qualified opinion or not, this board would have to make a finding of fact that would disqualify the expertise of one of the opinions. And I don't believe we have that. In my mind, there's no evidence to support that finding of fact. So I don't think that is a course of action that we can take as a board. So I am in support of staff's recommendation to deny the appeal and to revise and let the applicant choose the options that the Planning Commission gave them, but recognizing that a neg deck, in my mind, is not a defensible position. So there's a motion and a second on the table. Is there any?
County Council?
Yes.
Well, I just, for purposes of guiding further proceedings, I was maybe hoping that you could add a clarification to that last statement. Are you saying that you believe a neg deck is indefensible based on the project as it was presented to the Planning Commission, but you're making no predetermination as to the applicability of it with respect to a potential revision to the project?
That's
Is that
exactly
correct?
because the revision is not fully before us.
Correct. Okay.
Exactly. Yes. So thank you for
Okay, thank you.
for
I just want to make sure
denoting
that clarity was there so that if this is the direction of the board, that it would help to guide the future processing of the project.
Thank you. Yes.
Further process question also, County Council, is so if we were to deny the appeal, then that means what? The project's dead?
No, I think at that point, it's the Planning Commission decision stands. And the Planning Commission decision was one that provided the applicant with two paths to move forward with the project, either an
Okay.
EIR based on the project as what was then presented, or revisions to the project to address concerns. And at that point, I think there would have to be a determination made as to whether a neg deck would be a sufficient environmental document based on the revisions to the project.
Okay, so then the applicant would have to decide, make that decision. And if they chose to change the project, they would go through the process to amend the project, correct?
Yeah, I believe
Okay.
so. I would imagine a truncated process, given where the applicant is in the application process and given the studies that have been performed to date. I would imagine that, however, it would include greater definition as to what this revised project looks like, similar to what was represented today about the type of hoop house and the particular charcoal filters that would be utilized. But again, yes, it would go back through that process for review.
Okay, and the reason I'm asking is because I just want to make sure that, and I appreciate Chair Thomas saying that I think that the Planning Commission's recommendation was a little bit difficult to understand what the options were. And so I just wanted to, because sometimes when we take action, then a project is dead and then an applicant would have to start over, but that's not the case here. And I just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah, interestingly, that the one course of action the Planning Commission could have taken would have been to deny the project based on their belief that the provided environmental document was insufficient. They chose the path that they took that essentially opened the door to further project revision, essentially inviting the applicant to revise the project to address the concerns and come back.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay.
Supervisor Heidel?
Yeah, I have a little different take on this. I do believe that a mitigated negative deck is the appropriate environmental document for this kind of a change. And particularly reading some of the inputs that were made relative to the challenges. One of the statements that was made in here is that the threshold of significance is whether the project would result in other emissions adversely affecting a substantial number of people. The mere possibility of adverse impacts on a few people as opposed to the environmental in general is insufficient to require the preparation of an EIR under CEQA. So this becomes an interpretation process. Well, what does CEQA really require? And you're going to have a lawsuit in this case, I think either way, subject to whatever the planning commission could get modified if it goes back to the planning commission. But I personally believe an MND is an appropriate document here based upon what my understanding of CEQA is. And the testimony has been given in the past, but it's subject to interpretation. It's always going to be subject to interpretation. But the other thing I want to make clear is that if we were ever to revise the cannabis ordinance, we should definitely consider recognized community areas as being out of bounds to the extent we can. And there's conflicts there as well, as you mentioned, the ag districts and stuff. But to the extent we could identify recognized community areas as not being subject to these kind of applications, I think we would do ourselves a great service as we move forward. We're not embodied in that, doing that today, but I think I'm learning more and more about the needs to change the cannabis ordinance and put these restrictions in place so we don't have repeated occurrences with planning commission decisions and appeals. And because I just see this as a continuing process over and over and over again until we find firm ground of how to modify the ordinance. I'm
You know,
done.
I just want to say one thing. It seems like it's been a pattern here lately, especially with the setbacks going from 800 to 100 feet or 200 feet or whatever. We have a cannabis ordinance, and this board needs to follow that we approved back then. And we need to follow these guidelines, because what is this going to happen? Every time we have one of these that brings in front of the board, we're going to have another issue, a special use permit because of the setbacks. We need to follow the guidelines that was put in place.
All right, there's a motion, a second on the table. So are we ready for the? Okay. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries 4-1 to deny the appeal. Thank you all. All right. We have a lot to do in the next 45 minutes. Is the board okay, comfortable with going forward? Okay, great. So with that, I have asked you to close the back door so we can move into item number 43. So, all right. Thank you all. And I apologize that there's a lot of coming and going. Actually, we'll wait just a few minutes for folks to leave settle down. All right, can you please close the back door? Can you please close the back door so we can get going on our next item? Okay. All right, Kim, can you please read item number 43 as we welcome our educational community?
Item number 43 comes from Supervisor Thomas, recommending the board receive and file a presentation from Dr. Ed Mansala, County Superintendent of Schools, El Dorado County Office of Education, providing an update to the board and members of the public on the state of education. in the
Excuse me,
county of El Dorado.
I ask everyone to be very quiet as you come into the boardroom, please, as we move into our next item. Thank you so much. Sorry about
Chair,
that.
maybe let them know we're running behind.
We're
too.
running a little behind, so we're moving into item 43, which is our state of education presentation. So I apologize, but we certainly want to hear what they have to say. So Kim, sorry for the interruption. Did you finish? Okay, great. So Dr. Manansala, my deep apologies we have a packed agenda today, but we are very excited to have you and our educational community here, and we look forward to hearing what is the state of education in El Dorado County.
Thank you, Chair Thomas, and of course to the supervisors and all in the room. I was just excited when our team came in that we had a packed house for a public education.
That's right. We brought it for you.
That's how we saw it. So it's good to be here. I do want to acknowledge our team. Sarah Oslin is behind you taking a picture, and then if our team can stand up really quick. So Kevin Monsma is our Deputy Superintendent. Liz Campo provides assistance to me. Janice Kwan is an Executive Director, Amy Anderson, and then Michael Gillespie and Whitney Burke as well as part of our executive team. It's great to have them here, and they're great support. So I just want to acknowledge them. I'm gonna help catch up time for you, hopefully. So I'm gonna try to make a presentation with a really nice cadence, and you'll sense that as I move through the various slides. When I was a principal and we had visitors come, there was times where I'd welcome them at the front door and I would say, our philosophy is we're going to open up the roof to you. We want you to see the good work that's taking place in the school. Sometimes it's also an opportunity for you to get a sense of the challenges and the celebrations. And that's what I'm going to do today. We're going to kind of open up the roof to the county, give you a good sense of what's taking place in education. And it'll be a cursory picture. And of course, if you want to follow up, I could give you a much more in-depth picture of what's taking place. If we can, got it. Okay. So at El Dorado County Office of Education, we stand on 3 pillars, and I just want to review them for you real quick. We really believe in growth, individually, as a team, and as an education system. Our second pillar is we just want to provide exceptional service. So it doesn't matter what area of the county you're coming into, if you're touching education, may it be exceptional for each student, all the way to the schools that we serve. And then last, we partner for impact. We partner with you. We partner with other agencies and organizations, and just that concept of we're really looking at results and outcomes as well. So we hold ourselves accountable to impact. 3 things I want to touch on, just a few data points as a reminder of when we're looking at El Dorado County, specifically through the lens of education. Want to do a reminder or a refresh of the perspectives and challenges that we are facing in education, and of course the opportunities and celebrations even in the context of those challenges. So just some quick facts. I'm not going to go through each of these individual points, but I do want to point out when you're just looking at the ages of 0 to 17, we have approximately 36,000 students in El Dorado County. 2 weeks ago, I went to go see a preschool promotion. I was trying to be discreet in the back. The teacher saw me, walked back and said, would you be willing to come up front and present the certificates?
Aww.
And so it was, think of it as a graduation, right? But it was a promotion. So I'm like, game time, I'll go up. So I went up front, saw these roughly 15 preschoolers. I looked to the parents and I said, congratulations to the class of 2036, right? So like, again, just this perspective that we're looking at these young ones all the way to even this week as we celebrate the class of 2024, which I'll even highlight. Reminder, we have 15 school districts, 13 charter schools, but we serve now TK to 12, approximately 31,000 students. This is a reminder of how interdependent we are in El Dorado County. We have 12 TK8 districts that feed into the high school district. Dr. Ron Caruth has been an exceptional leader, is retiring, and now we have Superintendent Mike Coleman coming in. We're welcoming him, and he's going to be an exceptional leader. And of course, we have Dr. Cutler, who serves in Lake Tahoe, and Gabe Simon, who's serving at Black Oak Mine Unified School District, for a total of 15 school districts. They're a collective group of exceptional leaders who lead an exceptional group of educators. Just want to give you a sense again of how many employees that are in the field of education. So from teachers to classified workers, we have approximately 5,900 employees with an expense budget of over 500 million. Just student demographics. So while we're acknowledging we are ahead of the state, look at our graduation rates, close to 94%, 93.7 to be specific, our dropout rates below 3%. It's still an area that we see as one of improvement, but at the same time, just want to acknowledge those 2 touch points. Our homeless population, students who do not have a stable living environment, has grown since 2020 to now. And again, we'll continue to get updated pictures of how our students are doing. I call that out from foster youth to homeless youth. We are always going to keep an eye, especially out for our most vulnerable youth, every student. Just looking at just traditional touch points. So in education, you look at English language arts and math. The bar is set high in California when we look at meeting or exceeding standards. Gives you a sense that from La Trobe, where we're meeting 70%, or even close to here, we're looking at a little above 40% in ELA. That's meeting or exceeding standards. So what we are doing is we're also seeing an area of need for growth in mathematics in terms of meeting or exceeding standards. More importantly, the question is, well, what are you doing? What are we doing with our educators to improve these outcomes? We are developing networks where if you ever want to come to visit, you'll see a high level of collaboration amongst our teachers across multiple districts. We're focusing on mathematics right now. We're in particular looking at preschool to 3rd grade and a transition point from 8th to 9th grade. These are really important transition points. If you could lay the foundation right or in areas of vulnerability, you get higher levels of stability. So what does that look like in grades 8 and 9? If a student does not pass algebra in 9th grade, it makes it very difficult to meet the college admission requirements in mathematics. But again, giving you some really practical data points of work around areas that we see we need to focus on. Chronic absenteeism is an area that we saw significant challenge, especially during COVID. This, I don't expect you to see, to be able to read all these data points on the screen, but you're looking at, on the left side, TK to grade 12 over the past 3 years. What you're seeing is a decline in chronic absenteeism, which is significant. And again, just want to be able to call that out. We're doing work throughout, while we are here in El Dorado County, we are doing work throughout the state of California. We have a specialty area in working with students with disabilities. Janice Kwan, I introduced you to her, she's in the room, supports over 440 charter schools throughout the state of California, specifically students with disabilities. We also do state work in improving systems. So these are presentations in and of themselves, but what I'm wanting you to appreciate is we do work locally, we do work statewide in various areas. So what are some of these critical issues impacting education today? I just want to highlight 5. Advanced technology, the fiscal challenges, climate and public health challenges, school safety, and student learning and well-being. So let me start with advanced technology. The issue around artificial intelligence is real, right? So we knew when we started to have access to the internet, how that changed the manner in which students learn, but think about artificial intelligence. We are leaning into that as an education system, in addition to how do students utilize these technologies in a way that's constructive and not harmful to learning. It's a very just brief overview, but just calling it out. It's a area of focus. Just like yourselves, we are tied to the state revenue sources. And so we know we are starting to go through some challenges again that will impact education. And while we're also dealing with varying areas of declining enrollment in our county, we've gone through this before and we aim to stay steady in that and really be strategic in how we look at our expenses, our revenues, and our resources, just 1 year at a time. Our cabinet even this morning was looking at how do we speak to each individual employee and ask, do you have the resources you need to do your job well? And how do we maximize all of our resources? Climate and public health challenges, I think you live it with us, but just think of not only snow days, but public safety power shutoffs, air quality issues. There are more challenges that we face, but we're trying to stay constant in learning. So all of these are interdependent, from technology to issues of transportation. School safety. I know we have our sheriff in the room. We have strong partnerships with you and our law enforcement. We are doing what's called threat assessment trainings. The bottom line is, how do you create a system that prevents any type of major tragic issue around school safety? So we are on that. Again, it's a presentation in itself, but it's a challenge not only we face locally, but nationally as well. Student learning and well-being. There's a book out right now. It's called The Anxious Generation. It focuses on Generation Z. It's what you're already aware of. We're dealing with higher levels of anxiety and depression. So this idea of well-being is an area of focus for us. Again, a challenge and challenges we just lean into. So how are we leveraging, even in the context of all these challenges, what are we celebrating? How are we creating opportunities in the midst of them? Home stretch. I'm just gonna catch up some time here. This year was great. 3 individual districts had 3 distinguished schools: Camarado Springs Middle School, Herbert Green Middle School, and Marina Village. To become a distinguished school in this environment is one of celebration. We add these 3 to many other distinguished schools in this county.
Congratulations.
It's much for us to be proud of. Thank you. Teacher residency program, you're hearing that the field is becoming more difficult, right? There were a lot of exits, retirements, and even early retirements since COVID. But we're trying to get ahead of that. But and one way to do that is develop a teacher residency program. So think of any field you're in and shadowing for 1 year an individual who's exceptional in your role at a time of learning. So we match individuals from our communities with expert teachers for 1 year. And we are seeing this teacher residency program evolve and be successful. We just finished our first cohort. We're recruiting a second, and we're going to expand this work statewide as well. Career technical education. While we prepare our students for college, we're going to continue to invest in career technical education. So from agriculture, business, tourism, technology to transportation. These are things to be proud of. And from South Lake Tahoe to the high school district, and even Black Oak Mine, you will see strong CTE programs. I just want to call that out in the midst of all that's taking place. Mountainside Middle College High School. Imagine you go to high school, you graduate, we give you your diploma, you get your high school diploma, and you get your associate's degree, right? That's an incredible opportunity, not only from a financial savings, but getting ahead. So we're developing that here under the leadership of Michael Gillespie, who's in the room, and we're just going to continue to enhance that program. We look forward to seeing how it develops and sharing with you some of those successes. Medical Assistant Training Program, we partner for Impact. Marshall Medical Center, we know that they have a need for medical assistants. So pick any field, look at your highest areas where you have challenges in recruitment, and how do you get innovative around that? For us, we match our adult ed program with a partnership with Marshall Medical Center. And some of you were at our grand opening where we cut the ribbon and we're celebrating that first class. It is great in the field of education to partner up with industry and address areas of challenge within our county. So again, something to celebrate. Lauren Sumamoto.
Amazing.
Yes, amazing, right? I say
Amazing.
that, you feel it, right?
Yes.
Because you are connected to Lauren. So it could be a preschooler, the class of 2036, I was shaking their hands last week, or even Lauren Sumamoto, I'll be shaking her hand on Friday with you, right? We celebrate these students. Lauren's a great example of someone who understands what partnering is. She comes alongside of you, co-chairs the Youth Commission, understands challenges that exist for her generation and beyond, champions issues around mental health. She's going to be exceptional, right? But what we're trying to do, whether you're a Lauren Sumamoto, if you're part of the class of 2036, how do we create an exceptional system, constantly growing, provides exceptional service, and has, great impact? That's why we really value our partnership with you. It's wonderful to finally give a state of education address in person and not over Zoom. And the graduations this year, on a quiet night, you just have to be a little still, and you're going to hear a lot of cheering this week. So hopefully I'll see you at some of these graduations. Yeah, and I'll leave it at that.
Oh, thank you so much. Our educational system is one of the incredible blessings of El Dorado County. And we hear it from folks that are coming to our county to seek a better, exceptional experience for their family. And we see it for those of us that have been here and had the blessings of our children, who have grown up through our educational system. And what you and your staff and your team of dedicated professionals continue to nurture in El Dorado County is truly exceptional. And it's just a real pleasure to have you here today for us all to hear this in person. And I know we'll have other comments, but let's go to public comment and then we'll bring it back to board for further discussion. So thank you so much, Dr. Monticello. So let's open public comment up on this fabulous presentation.
Now taking public comment on item number 43, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Is there anyone in the room that would like to speak on this presentation? Yeah, good morning, David.
David Zelensky, and I'm going to be saying this as service officer for the American Legion and Marine Corps League. Ed, if any of those homeless kids are veteran families, sick of them, and I'll give you my card. Thank you.
Oh, they're safe in your hands. Excellent. Thank you, David. Anyone else? All right, let's go online, Kim.
Now taking public comment from online participants. There's no public comment.
All right, this is not an action item. It's just providing an update to the board and the public, but I'm sure my colleagues would have some comments.
I would just like to add one comment. The regional occupational program is outstanding. I'm saying that to my grandkids. It provides an alternative to going to college and those kinds of things. It provides diversity in which you can take on as a skill. So those programs have always been good, but what I'm sensing is they're being enhanced. And that's fantastic. So kudos to all of the work you put into this.
Excellent. Any other comments? And I'd just like to echo my colleague's comment that I love the diversity of our school system. You know, we're a diverse community, and whatever our students and our children and our grandchildren's passions and interests are, we have a place for them. And it's so important to find your place. And if they find their place in our educational system, chances are they're going to find their place in the world. And that is so important. So whether they, are really interested in the culinary arts program. The culinary arts program at El Dorado High School is incredible. Or whether the natural resource, campus up in Camino, or the ag program at Ponderosa High School. Or if a traditional school environment doesn't quite work for you, we have fabulous charter schools and other learning opportunities. And I just really commend all of you within EDCO for finding and maintaining the resources to keep that broad network of opportunities available for the children of our community, because that really is a tremendous blessing. And once again, congratulations on 3 more distinguished schools. It's just really wonderful. So pleasure to have you here today. And we are so blessed by your leadership and your dedication to our kids. Thank you all. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you. All right, let's move into quickly our other 11 time allocation item number 44. Thank you.
Item 44 comes from Health and Human Services, recommending the board, 1, receive a presentation from HHA staff who will present their plan on how they intend to utilize funds for remediation and abatement of opioid use in El Dorado County, to make findings that the provisions of the opioid remediation services provided are in the public's best interest. 3, approve and authorize the chair to sign funding out agreement 8320 with probation. 4, approve and authorize the chair to sign funding out agreement 8322 with El Dorado County Sheriff's Office. 5, approve and authorize the chair to sign funding out agreement 8332 with Barton Healthcare System. 6, approve and authorize the chair to sign funding out agreement 8333 with El Dorado County Community Health Center. 4, approve and authorize the chair to sign funding out agreement 8335 with Marshall Medical Center. 8, approve and authorize the chair to sign funding out agreement 8338 with Shamanic Living Center. 9, approve and authorize the chair to sign funding out agreement 8339 with Summit View Child and Family Services. 10, approve and authorize the chair to sign funding out agreement 8340 with Mountain High Recovery Center. 11, authorize the HHSA director to execute amendments relating to these funding out agreements. And 12, authorize the HHA director, chief assistant director, and behavioral health director to execute programmatic, administrative, and fiscal documents relating to these funding out agreements.
That was a mouthful.
I
Thank
was
you.
gonna ask if she could
Yeah.
maybe repeat that.
Yeah, I think that's a hard no. Yeah. Good morning, Nicole.
Good morning, Chair Thomas, Board of Supervisors. My name is Nicole Ibrahimi Nukin. I'm the Behavior Health Director here in Colorado County and here to represent the Health and Human Services Agency on this item that is before you to provide you with a brief presentation. And the way I would like to do that is I'm going to really just give a brief overview how we got here, what the funding is about, and then we have representatives for each of those 8 agencies that Kim just read that are going to be awards of the funds, if you so approve, to introduce themselves and give a brief overview over their project that they intend to fund with these opioid settlement funds. Opioid settlement funds result out of federal lawsuits against pharmaceutical companies that are manufacturers of opioid medications. This was an effort to really remediate or address the opioid crisis that the nation, but certainly communities like El Dorado counties are impacted by. And these federal lawsuits ended in settlements, and El Dorado County joined the lawsuit as a sub-recipient and therefore is receiving opioid settlement funds. Now, it's of note to say that the Department of Healthcare Services is distributing these funds to the subrecipients, and there is an expectation around what the funds are going to be used for, as well as reporting requirements back to the Department of Healthcare Services about the usage of these funds. We decided in El Dorado County to go ahead and issue an application for community providers, county agencies to apply for these funds. We issued that in June of last year. Had a deadline in July and received 8 applications for the usage of the funds. We brought together a panel. Panel members represented Health and Human Services Agency, the CAO's office. We had the public defender. We had EDCO schools represented, and we had a community member on the panel. In September, the panel met and reviewed those 8 applications. And after reviewing and discussion, it was decided that we wanted to award all 8 applicants funding from the opioid settlement funds that we have in the county. At the time, we had a little over 1.2 million to distribute, so we distributed those amongst those 8 applications. You will hear from the applicants as they introduce themselves. I think what is really good for the community, we are going to be able to address all areas in the community. We have the South Lake Tahoe Basin receiving services. We have the West Slope receiving services. We're starting off with outreach and engagement for one of the applications. We're going into prevention and early intervention services all the way through to substance use treatment services with medication assisted treatment. So the broad array of needs are being addressed across the age spectrum. So with that brief overview, what I'm going to do is I'll go through my list, which is kind of a different order that Kim had, but I'll ask each of the applicants to come to the podium to introduce themselves and give you just a short synopsis of what they intend to do. And I'll start off with Marshall Medical.
Good morning, Dr. Entwistle.
Morning, everyone, Board of Supervisors, or Chair. So we're grateful to have been in the frame for the funding, and we applied for 3 different areas. One was support from those released from jail. Another is for the homeless. And the third area was for those in early pregnancy with a substance use disorder. I'll quickly give you some idea of what we're doing. I'll start with the last one. So one of the challenges with early pregnancy and substance use is the stigma attached to it. And so people present late. And so we're involved in a lot of education, stigma reduction in order to remove those barriers. We're also doing a lot of work for management of the individuals when the baby is delivered from a mother who has a substance use disorder. That can lead to separation of mother and baby. And we're working really hard to upskill our staff in the hospital to keep mother and baby together. On the homeless front, everyone understands how big of a challenge that is. One area for focus for us is access for those individuals to substance use management within the county, not only within Marshall, but with partners at the Community Health Center, with Tribal Health. But we're also working on respite housing for those with substance use disorder, released from the hospital, released from ED. We can support them over the next 10 days, 14 days to help get them underway with management, not just straight back into the highways and byways. The third area I'm really excited about, and this is the release from jail, is one of our gaps where individuals that are incarcerated that may be managed for their substance use disorder or at risk of it, when they're released from incarceration, we may lose them if we don't actively manage them. So I'm really excited to report the support we have from the sheriff, who I know is here. We've been actively working with the undersheriff, Golmetz, and with Captain Thompson on how we might manage that process. The reason we have the challenge is some of the barriers between the jail system, jail health and welfare, and community, because of the barriers in terms of privacy of information, which are understandable. We've been working out a workflow as to how an individual in incarceration can identify that they'd like those services. We overcome the barrier by them self-identifying, and then we get them into our programs at Marshall Hospital or with the partners, Community Health Center, Tribal Health, etc. Our aim is warm handoff, handhold them, make sure that we continue those treatments, and the benefits of the things that have gone on in incarceration are lost at that point of their release. So we're excited about what we have underway, the partnerships with the community. It's not just Marshall, it truly is breaking down the barriers and coordinating. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we are so blessed with Marshall's, who's been on the forefront of this response. Really appreciate it. And I hate to ask, but I do ask that presentations be a little briefer because we are all past our 11:30 time allocation for our senior of the year. So appreciate hear the good work, and we'd like to dig into things a little later. We could reach out to you. Thank you so much.
And next, I would like to have the Barton representative come up. And we may not have a Barton representative in the room. I can give you a brief synopsis. So Barton intends to expand on the medication-assisted treatment to really bring in connection similar to what Martin described for the Marshall Project with Community Health Center, is having the substance use treatment services for those that are struggling with opioid use disorder, specifically medication-assisted treatment, be more accessible, reaching out, having navigators to connect those situations where people struggle to access those services. And now I would like to have the representative from Excel, Cope, come to the podium.
Oh, good morning, Chris.
Good morning, everyone. Can I pass these out?
Sure, you can give
This will
it
be
to
really
to clerk
quick.
of the
You
board.
guys
Give them
can
the clerk
read
of
it.
the
Clerk,
board.
yeah.
Sure.
You guys don't have much time, neither do I. So I'm Chris Weston, and I represent the Coalition for Overdose Prevention Education. And we're a county collaborative. We address substance use related issues that impact community wellness and safety. We have 147 members, and we represent about 47 organizations. We've been around since 2018. We hold meetings every quarter, and some of the organizations that we have that we collaborate with include education, law enforcement, criminal justice, local government, public health, behavioral health, substance use services, first responders, recovery services. And so I just want to tell you what some of our funding is going to go towards, which we really appreciate. We are going to continue to staff these quarterly meetings. We have data analysis that we do. We do internet intervention development. We have data dashboard, statistics. We do substance use and overdose campaigns. We engage local leaders and people with lived experience. We have community engagement events to address substance use disorder, trainings. We unite coalition partners, and basically, if there's an opioid issue, all the organizations in El Dorado County, by this point, I would think that COPE would know that they're the organization they could come to, and that we could give them the information they need or redirect them to somebody else that can handle that. So I'm just going to leave it at that. You have a little sheet there, so thank you.
This is fantastic. Thank you.
And next, I'll invite the Sheriff's Office to the podium.
Always good to have our Sheriff's Office in the house. Good morning.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Good morning, Madam Chair and fellow board members. My name is Deputy Aaron Campora, and I'm one of 2 SHIELD deputies proudly serving El Dorado County through the Sheriff's Office. My partner, Deputy Keith Doherty, is in attendance, along with our supervisor is attending remotely. SHIELD is a program started by Sheriff Jeff Glykoff to serve our younger aged youth. During the SHIELD program this year, Deputy Doherty and I spent a week at elementary schools on both the west and east slopes of El Dorado County's jurisdiction. We have visited no less than 36 schools in the 2023-2024 school year to date. These schools range from Sierra House Elementary School and Myers Elementary in South Lake Tahoe, Indian Diggins in Omo Ranch, Otter Creek in Volcanoville, Latrobe School in Latrobe, Silver Fork Elementary in Kybers, and Lakeview and John Adams in El Dorado Hills, Providence Christian School and California Montessori Project in Shingle Springs. During a recent conversation with Silver Fork School Principal Teacher Sharon McGay for scheduling our activities next year, she replied with, and I quote, "Good afternoon. Silver Fork would love to have you back. The kids speak often of your time here. The SHIELD program is a huge asset to the children of our county." Additionally, SHIELD has instructed the recent and updated DARE curriculum to 6th grade students, to 5th grade students, which are Herbert Green Middle School, Charles Brown, Sierra Ridge Middle School, Rescue Elementary School, Pioneer Elementary School, and Georgetown. During the DARE curriculum instruction, SHIELD deputies are present throughout the day at the selected schools and instruct each of the 5th grade classes and some 4th and 6th combo classes. The curriculum is taught for 10 one day per week, 45-minute lessons on key principles, which include taking positive risk, having empathy towards others, being confident, developing health networks, being leaders, identifying and reporting bullying, health effects of alcohol and drugs, and resistance to peer pressure. We have already scheduled the DARE curriculum to be present at Green Valley Elementary and are working to schedule Sierra House and Lakeview next school year. In my efforts to make this brief for you folks, I've managed to chop a bunch out. During the summer, SHIELD in conjunction with the school resource officer team are working to refine a new One Pill Can Kill program, which we collectively plan to be distributed out to each high school in the county's jurisdiction. The money received from the settlement will help with the further development and implementation of this opioid prevention program. In conclusion, the funds received from this settlement will help SHIELD, and more importantly, the Sheriff's Office, better serve the many needs of our youth and our community during the dangerous time of opioid crisis of rapid increase in the abuse, misuse, overuse, and overdose deaths attributed to opioids. Thank you very much, Madam Chair and fellow board members, for your time.
Thank you for all you do. That's incredible. And Sheriff, do you have something you'd like to add? So
program.
incredible
Great, yeah.
program. So appreciate. I love the One Pill Can Kill.
Yes.
That's so important.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's great. Thank you for all you do.
Thanks,
Keep our
Jeff.
community safe.
Mountain High Recovery Center. Can we have you come up?
Good morning.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm Allison Hibbard, the Executive Director and Co-founder of Mountain High Recovery Center. We are a substance use nonprofit founded in South Lake Tahoe. We started in 2019, and we are using the opiate grant funding to expand and become an AOD certified outpatient treatment program. With this, we'll be able to expand on our already DUI program to begin targeting adolescents and adults with substance use needs, and making a quality, local, and affordable substance use treatment available in the South Lake Tahoe region. So thank you very much for the support.
Thank you. Thanks for coming down the hill. Pleasure to have you here.
And we'll have the probation department come up.
Always love to when probation's in the house as well.
Yeah.
Good morning.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, that's true.
My name is Nikki Mosinger. I'm the Chief Fiscal Officer for the Probation Department. And special thank you to Nicole for bringing this opportunity to our attention. Special thank you to Barry Payne for being the analyst in charge of submitting our grant application. And we're very thankful for the opportunity. Use of these funds will accelerate the operationalization of our outreach education program. Our primary objective outlined in the award application was to facilitate connections for individuals who have been touched by opioid abuse. As referenced in our mission, by maximizing our collaborative partnerships with community health and public safety agencies, we will position our outreach vehicle out in the community, truly meeting people where they are to provide triage and referral services
opioid education, and provide additional resources to address vulnerabilities promptly. This continues our efforts toward achieving our vision of safe communities through changed lives. Any
Thank you,
questions?
Nikki. So appreciate everything probation does to, on that side of the law. You do incredible work.
Next, please, Recovery Action Services, come to the podium.
Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning, Board. Good morning, Chair. I just want to say thank you for allowing us the opportunity to work with the county. My name is Eric Hill. I work as counselor case manager and one of the administrators with Recovery in Action in Diamond Springs. It's listed on the agenda as Shamanic Living Center because that's our parent company. I'll let my partner introduce.
Hi, my name is Carrie Herbert. I am also a counselor and a training coordinator with Recovery in Action. We were very excited for a funding opportunity to be able to bring a very necessary service back to El Dorado County, which is perinatal recovery resident services. As of right now, El Dorado County Medi-Cal beneficiaries have to be placed out of county, which deters them from being able to participate in all of the other wonderful services that exist to help them gain stability. So our intention with this money is to open a perinatal mother and children's home within the county limits.
And I just wanted to say that we are very grateful that the county was able to recognize our unique position to be able to provide this service, as being that we are certified to take El Dorado County Medi-Cal, that we have local residences, or that we have our local office, and that we are basically in the heart of El Dorado County. We appreciate everything you do. I appreciate all the partners who came here today to be able to fight this opioid epidemic. It means a lot to me as a person in recovery, as a lot of my friends have suffered from this and family members.
Thank you for fulfilling a unique niche in our county.
Yes.
That's incredible. Appreciate it. Thanks for being here.
And last, not certainly least, Summit View.
Always enjoy hearing from some of you. Good morning.
Good morning. I like going first. You know? My name's Jessica Schnetz O'Brien. I'm the Chief Program Officer at Summit View. Joined by our CEO, Courtney Coleman, our Chief Director of Finance and Operations. So we are going to be using our wellness centers for accessing middle and elementary school students. We've been on wellness center campuses for about 2-3 years now, formally through the wellness centers. So we're going to be focusing on access through that, providing screening, assessment, treatment. And then the other part, we're going to be using our outpatient offices to also do services for anyone in the community. So working on establishing partnerships with Marshall Peds clinics, El Dorado Community Health Center, Tribal Health, any clinics, any providers in the county who, might be interested in referring to us. So one other unique thing I do want to point out is that we are going to focus on professional development. We're hopeful to renew, next year if we can't get to that this year, but we want to offer opportunities for individuals who are pursuing certifications in getting their KDAC, LDAC, all those things. So we will be looking to hire somebody who can provide supervision for those that are joining the field so we can expand.
Excellent. Thank you. Some of you who supported our community for decades. So appreciate your good work.
So again, I think this shows you and demonstrates to you that we're going to be able to use these funds really to have a spectrum, an array of services, addressing it across all ages and across all geographic areas in the county. And with that, I'm opening it up to any questions or comments.
Thank you so much. Excellent presentation. Thank you all for being here. Any questions by the board for public comment?
I'll just say that compared to the tobacco settlement that came through the county many years, this is a successful program. I can tell from the start. So I'm so pleased that the board took the action they did to enter into the settlement agreement, and the monies are being distributed where the impact is seen, right?
Right.
How do we conquer it at that level and not just spread it around like peanut butter? So very focused, very, very effective, I think, when it's all said and done. So thank you.
Well said. Great.
Thank you. Yeah.
Let's take public comment on this item. Kim?
Now taking public comment on item number 44. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Anyone that'd like to speak on this? All right, we'll move online.
Now taking public comment from online participants. There's no public comment.
All right, I'll bring this back to the board for action.
Can I ask a couple of questions really
Sure,
quick?
of
I know
course.
we're time crunch, but Nicole, this is just one round, right, of
Correct.
money?
First year.
Good
What's
point.
coming? What's
What does that
coming?
mean? So the
No,
funds are.
what is coming in the future rounds?
Right, so
Okay.
that's actually still a process that we want to take some internal lessons learned from this first round, really streamlining the process and making sure that we do as diligent a job in terms of really identifying gaps and needs in the community, looking for those potential applications. So I can't speak to it today, but we are in the process internally to really refine that process, and then would certainly communicate that to the Board of Supervisors when we're ready to really give more detailed information.
I was
about
talking dollars. What's coming?
Dollars, okay. You
Like
wanna
this
know
was,
the
this is
dollars.
$1.6 million,
Um,
correct? Today's action is $1.6 million, right?
1.2.
1.2, okay,
And a little extra.
okay.
We are continuing to receive funds. There are also more settlements coming to be settled. So it's
Okay.
hard for me to give you actually dollar amount. It is actually, the county will receive funding through 2036. So every year, there's continuously funding coming. Exactly how much we will look at and then, basically tally it up. Like I
Okay.
said, some of the settlements are still to be determined. With that, what amount of funding is to come to the county. So it's hard to say for the
Okay.
future, but there will be future rounds of applications through the years that we are receiving opiate settlement funds.
And the reason I'm asking is that I agree with Supervisor Heidel. I think that this was a really focused, first round on attacking many different groups. But knowing that there's a lot of money coming, I was hoping to have some kind of a concerted, we're always hearing we don't have enough beds. We're always hearing that in everything we do. We're always told there's not enough beds to meet the needs. We can't transition people in or out because we don't have enough beds. So, personally, I really would like that kept in the mix for, the future rounds of funding to make a big, and Jim would like to make a statement. Or
So, sorry, it was killing me. I've been working on that. Nicole and I have been working hard on this, and we have a strategic framework we'll be bringing
Okay.
to the board, which will include both priority items, so that in addition to the high impact activities that are required by the state, we can target locally as to things like you're alluding to. Do we have bed needs? Do we want to distribute test strips? Do we want to get Narcan out into those types of things? How do we prioritize those for determining funding? We'll also be able to give you the projected funding as part of that, which does dip down a little bit in a few years, but is, to Nicole's point, steady over we have funding coming in for the next 22 years.
Okay.
So we wanted to plan this strategically and have an ongoing cycle of funding related to this.
Perfect. Strategic planning on it. I love it. Thank you.
Excellent. All right.
That's great.
So with that, we'll entertain a motion.
I'll move to approve this item as recommended by staff.
I'll second it.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Grateful to support the good work in our community. We look forward to hearing the fruitage of all of your good efforts. Thank you so much. All right. That's right. All right, so now we move on to our final morning item, our 11:30 time allocation. I'm going to turn this over to Supervisor Heidel and Parlin. It's their item. And I do want the board to, I do need to step away at 12:20 for a brief commitment, but I will turn it over to you.
I'll read it into the record. Item number 45 comes from Health and Human Services Agency on behalf of the El Dorado County Commission on Aging, with sponsorship by Supervisor Heidel and Parlin, recommending the board, 1, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a proclamation recognizing May 2024 as Older Americans Month in El Dorado County, 2, present a certificate to each Senior of the Year nominee, mentioning as noted on the certificate their primary contribution to the community, and 3, announce the 2024 County of El Dorado Senior of the Year and present the award to the nominee.
This is always a beloved item, isn't
is.
it?
It
All right,
is.
yes, I'll turn that over. Supervisors Heidel and Parlin, your item.
So it's been suggested with the time constraints we have that we kind of curtail on a couple of the items and just basically, since there's gonna be a reception downstairs, as I understand it, to basically go through the proclamation as part of that, because the proclamation is strictly a statement of our support for the activities that are going on. So if we basically move past the reading of the proclamation, we can shorten this because we want more public input as opposed to listening to us speak a proclamation or a staff member. The second part is present a certificate each senior. Again, we're going to do that downstairs in the separate ceremony to curtail the activities that would occur here. Not, that's what I was given information on. So do we want to present the certificates here? Yes. Okay, all right. So we'll do item 2, and then we'll do item 3, which is the announcing of the senior of the year. So we'll do those 2 here, and then the rest of the reception and stuff will cover it. So we'll just cover items 2 and 3. So let's go ahead with item 2.
Good morning.
Good morning. I hang on to that for a little while. I am Elizabeth Powell. I'm the District 4 representative to the Commission on Aging. Every year since 1963, May has been the month for the nation to support and appreciate our older adults and their contributions to our communities. The theme this year is Powered by Connection. Our senior volunteers provide that connection through an active and influential role in our communities. They reach out to all generations through essential talents, wisdom, and life experiences. The Area Agency on Aging and the El Dorado County Commission on Aging honor those individuals nominated for Senior of the Year today. I always do this.
You do.
It's okay. It's okay, Elizabeth.
For their dedication to the communities and volunteerism, which has proven to be selfless and an inspiration to others. I want to thank the commission members who were on the selection committee. That would be Jim Wassner, Steve Shirvey, Ray Wyatt, and also our chairperson, Bob Camrath. It's my privilege to introduce all the nominees for the 2024 Senior of the Year Award. Please come forward when your name is called and you will receive your certificate. Return to your seats, and at the end, we'll have Supervisor Thomas, the Chair of the Board of Supervisors, present the award. A reminder that we do have a reception downstairs and everybody is invited. No Subway sandwiches.
Bummer.
All right, here we go. The distinguished nominees for 2024 El Dorado County Senior of the Year in alphabetical order are Kathy Adams. She was nominated by Roderick McNeil for her heartfelt assistance to the residents of Grizzly Flat and through the food pantry and advocating for the rebuilding of the post office.
And let's withhold the
Congratulations.
applause until we have everybody up here just to shorten the timeline. Let's get everybody up before we do the applause, please. Thank you.
Meg Anderson, nominated by Chelsea Anderson for her service to the Georgetown community. Congratulations, Meg.
And Liz, do you want the nominees to stay up here as we do this sequentially?
No, they don't.
Okay, all right, very good. Thank you. Okay.
Maria Bruger and Bob Bruger. Maria and Bob. Maria was nominated by Karen Stinson for her work at the Upper Room, and Bob and Maria were nominated by Andy Nevis for their efforts on behalf of the Shingle Springs Community Center and the Upper Room. Congratulations.
Nice.
William Comstock. He was nominated by Stanley Price and Sidney Baswell for his dedication to driving the home delivered meals, his work at Yana and Big Brothers and Big Sisters. Thank you. All right, Jan La Pouvra. I know I messed it up. I'm sorry. Nominated by Peggy Cacciccini for her activities in community theater and her many environmental organizations. Arthur Bolho, nominated by Joanne Askins for his activities as a senior peer counselor for more than 20 years. Olivia Moreno was nominated by Kathy Adams for her support in the Grizzly Flat Food Bank, its supplies and distribution. Kevin Strobaugh. He was nominated by Rebecca Johnson for his joyful presence and dedication to the senior nutrition program.
Nice.
And last alphabetically, David Zielinski, who was nominated by Melina Walker for his genuine and inspiring support of the veterans community and his work with the Fire Safe Councils. And now,
So can we have a rousing applause
Yes.
for all of the nominees?
Congratulations all. My goodness, you all represent tireless effort and dedication and critical service to the citizens of El Dorado County, and we are most grateful for your tireless efforts. Oh,
we have, if I may interrupt. just for a moment.
absolutely. This is your show, Lizbeth.
Big mistake. We have additional people here today that I haven't mentioned, and I apologize for that. Karen and Jerry Pullen. Are they here? There they are. I knew you'd be here. Oh, is he? All right. Well, that Karen is here, and she was nominated by Johnny Venezuela for their work with the Mosquito Firefighters Association. Thank you.
Awesome.
All right. And now,
So with that, so drum roll, please. I can't imagine how difficult a decision this was with all of those amazing volunteer efforts. So it is my extreme pleasure to announce the Senior of the Year for 2024 in El Dorado County to David Zielinski.
David has been an El Dorado County resident for 50 years. He currently serves on the local Fire Safe Council and assists veterans in experiencing homelessness. David's largest goal is to connect homeless veterans with the services and resources both available and often owed to them. David pours over 30 hours of volunteer time a week. He strives to serve and honor our veterans while providing the support they need to live with dignity. He enjoys the opportunity to offer simple kindness to people and is willing to help people with necessities like getting a ride to the bank, assisting filling out applications and paperwork, and more critically, finding housing for those unhoused individuals. David's passion is genuine and inspiring. Thank you. Time.
Do you want to say a few words, David?
Yeah, David, please.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, he always does.
He always does, of course.
I love speaking. So I owe this to a guy named Joe. Wendy will hear the story yesterday because I didn't. So I'm walking on the trail, which I'm always doing, and I get a phone call. Bonnie over at the County Veteran Services put him up to him and said, Joe, call David. So I get the phone call from Joe, and Joe talks and talks and talks. No information, just talking. And so Joe, I did discern he's an 81-year-old homeless veteran. Joe, where are you? I'm eating lunch at the senior center. All right, I'll be there in half an hour. Don't go away. I go to the senior center. Ask everyone who's eating. Are you Joe? Where's Joe? Up and down. I'm running all over the senior center. Where's Joe? Where's Joe? Including Melina from Senior Legal. And that's who nominated me, I guess. So I finally phoned him up. Joe, where are you? I'm eating lunch at the senior center. I can't find you. I'm eating lunch at the senior center in South Lake Tahoe.
Location, location, location.
So Brett, then I call my buddies up there, Dan Brown, Lake Tahoe Veterans Alliance. He finds them, he hauls them. Tom Milham, Commander Post 795. He takes care of Joe, and even though he's trying to put on an event at the same time, and get your Veterans Commissioner, Gary Norton, and his saintly wife, Linda, to sit with him, help him fill out forms, took twice as long as it should have. And if Joe had screwed his butt in the bed for one more night, the Tile Coalition Homeless had put up for him, he'd be housed right now in Jackson at Victory Village. But no, he's hyperactive at 81. He has $3 and he's all over the place. Calavera, Stanislaus, he's sitting in Reno as we speak. I'll get another phone call and he's gonna be mad, but whatever, you know? Thank you, Joe, for this honor today.
This is why you're Senior of the Year.
Yeah.
Congratulations,
Yeah.
David.
Luncheon is served.
Oh,
Can I have public
wonderful.
comment?
Absolutely.
So, please, public comment. Anyone who would like to get up and speak at this point is welcome to do that, and then we'll go downstairs for the reception.
We actually have to approve this item.
Yes.
So
Come
All
on
right, so
down.
let's
to
have
the front.
public comment and then let's go to
Okay.
approval. Yep.
Chairwoman and board members, what an honor to be observing this. I'm a senior citizen myself. I'm also a board member of Cameron Park CSD. And I want to say, first of all, I'm ever so grateful that we're honoring our seniors today. I'm one of them, of course. But I also want to tell you that I'm advocating for seniors in Cameron Park. But the last census showed that we have 25% of our population are 65 and older. So that's over 5,000 people. We lost so many programs with COVID. We have twice as many seniors as they do here in Placerville. And we were easily overlooked. The senior nutrition program is outstanding. And as a director, I'm really pushing hard to improve senior services for Cameron Park. And I'm now enjoying the senior meal program. I met with our supervisor Turnbull. I'm meeting with social service people for seniors and see if we can't expand our programs in Cameron Park to, we currently are serving meals to about 5 or 6 people. At one time it was 30, but there's so many rich programs up here in Placerville, and I'd like to see some of those come to Cameron Park. And I know Supervisor Turnbull says we all love seniors. I know you all love seniors. So as a senior, I'm going to keep coming back to you and saying, this is where we're getting in Cameron Park. We want to get it back to where it was pre-COVID and maybe even beyond, because there's 5,000 seniors in Cameron Park and they need those services, and I know you support them. So anyway, what an honor to be here today, and thanks so much for listening to me.
Thank you. Any other public comment from the room? Kim, is there anybody online?
Now taking public comment from online participants. No, there's no public comment.
Very good. So we'll bring it back to the board for action.
yeah, I would love to move this item as recommended by staff.
I'll second.
Perfect.
All right. So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. So thank you all for your patience in helping us get through this. And the reception, the party, so to speak, starts now, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Head downstairs.
Congratulations to all.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon, El Dorado County. We are back for our afternoon session, and we now move into our open forum. So Kim, can you please open that up?
Now taking public comment on open forum, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Good afternoon.
My name is Linda Campbell. I'm from El Dorado Hills. I want to share a few thoughts today on the general plan. Over the years, there have been comments from supervisors and staff about the general plan being a guideline. I would like to challenge that thought and encourage a change of mindset. The general plan should be viewed as a blueprint design for the county. Like any detailed building plan, if the specifications are not followed, then the building will not be viable. Our general plan is the instrument by which the community and the government can hold discussions on standards for our county identity. The land use element could be considered a load-bearing wall, which is crucial to the structural integrity of a building. Most other planning for infrastructure extends from land use designations. When zoning changes are approved, the other elements are impacted, which results in unplanned resource prioritization, potential safety issues, and cost increases for residents due to infrastructure not identified in the blueprint. Land use is one of the 3 responsibilities of the role of the supervisor, so should be understood in the position of supporting those that voted for you. We have experienced multiple decades of large-scale development agreements, which have shown us many examples of how developers overcommit to make things look good, only to underdeliver on items that the community then expects. A lot of those gaps occurred because conditions of approval were not confirmed over the course of the project. I believe that with supervisor approval, the county resources must be committed to perform the functions of protecting community interests through validating that COAs were met. Our county government should prioritize the taxpayers here first. That is the primary purpose for local levels of control. You are not an extension of the state or country. You are our representatives to ensure that the place we live is guarded and able to flourish. Another statement that occurs often is they have the right to build on their property. I agree with that, with the clarification that the plans should be done within the blueprint outlined in our general plan. If a developer buys ag or rural land, it is clear they have no intention of using for that purpose. Yet it is the taxpayers of this county that have to pay for infrastructure to support their project or have their own property impacted by eminent domain threats if they do not agree to improvements to support developers. If supervisors continue to approve those changes, we will no longer be able to say we are a county that supports and prioritizes agriculture or the community identity, culture, and economic stability that the citizens of El Dorado County voted for. There are quite a few more projects coming out now that will significantly reshape what our county looks like. My message today is simply intended to plant seeds for thought, to determine if you will shift your mindset as an example for staff and future supervisors to maintain the vision of El Dorado County that we voted to implement.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Good afternoon.
Melody Lane, founder of Compass to Truth. Sheriff Lykoff was guest speaker at yesterday's taxpayers meeting. Before the sheriff commenced his presentation, Chris Payne and asked Carol Lewis to take a roll call of directors. Carol predicated the roll call with her prepared statement concerning 5 director vacancies that the bylaws state must be replaced within 30 days. Todd White and Gay Williard were present in the room. As he is prone to do, Chris censored Carol, causing Director Lyle Curry to pick up his cue and finish the roll call. For the record, Todd was forced to resign the TPA months ago. Gay Williard and John Albano no longer qualify. Mike Rafferty recently passed away, and former treasurer Mark Pappas resigned in December due to various irregularities in the operation of the association. However, Todd White and Chris Payne surreptitiously persuaded Mark to rescind his resignation and reinstated him as a director. That's election fraud. There is also the matter of Chris fraudulently holding my dues checks and rejecting USPS correspondence. The Taxpayers Association professes to be a voice for the taxpayers. All public servants, including the TPA, are required to abide by all local, state, and federal laws. But when the sheriff recognized Ruth Michelson's raised hands, Chris Chris disrespectfully berated her in the presence of 28 individuals. No person or organization has authority to deprive a citizen the blessings of freedom or the right to address any public official. Chris was out of control, interrupting and censoring just like he has done many times before, even as a planning commissioner with the full knowledge of the BOS. After the sheriff made his exit, Chris continued the same pattern of dysfunction that got Todd White fired as George Turnbow's admin. Todd and Chris were among the participants in the illicit tribunal spearheaded by Andy Nevis at Ponderosa High School for the specific purpose of my character assassination, relevant to an incident during the Taxpayers Association meeting involving Sheriff DeAugustini and his former staff member. At that time, it was Chris Payne and Stacy Walls who created a scene when I lawfully and silently served the sheriff with 3 affidavits relevant to EDSO misconduct. Although TPA is a nonprofit organization, culpable members include past and present public officials, Al Hamilton, Todd White, Lori Parlin, Andy Nevis, Chris Payne, Carl Wayland, and Jack Sweeney, who have threatened, libeled, slandered, harassed, discriminated, and retaliated against me for whistleblowing. Everyone has the right to examine the factual evidence submitted into the public record. Under SB 807, California law requires that such documented complaints be investigated and retained in the employee's personnel file for a minimum of 4 years. Madam Clerk, you'll be receiving additional documents.
Thanks for your comments. Is there anyone else who would like to address the board? Good afternoon, Jane.
It's lovely to see you all again. It's been a while. First of all, I wanted to just comment on Joe Harn's letter. I think he's doing a good job for the job that he's supposed to be doing. And but that brought up something else. I don't know if the controller's job or the board's job covers both sides of things. Money that is overspent or money that is underspent. So if the board has granted approval for funds to do certain programs, and those programs are not done, and that money is not spent, do you have the ability to step in and give direction to either spend the money the way it was approved or take it back for something else that needs to be done? I'm speaking about I don't speak in hyperbole. I was appalled when I heard that the mental health budget was not spent, that a large amount of money was held back just in case it might be needed, and it was presented as good news. I've just spent the last year in and out of the navigation center, where we all know it has been from time to time we call it a violent or prone to violence atmosphere, where mental health work is desperately needed. If you, as a man or woman, if you have been repeatedly forcibly raped at the age of 5, if you had been beaten by parents, if you had come home from school every day to find your mother drunk or high on something, if you had fallen out of the foster system, and we all know how many this happens to, they age out and they're homeless, you would have some issues that need addressing: anger management, rage, inappropriate behavior. The Navigation Center has the use of mental health services for their clients for a couple of hours, 1 day a week. And mental health did not spend their budget. And I think that is criminal. Dear friends with several women who have been thrown out of the Navigation Center several times because they simply can't control their rage. They need mental health services. And I'm begging you to push that money over to the next center where it can be used for daily sessions for people who need it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it. there anyone else in the boardroom who'd like to speak for open forum? All right, seeing none, let's go online, Kim.
Now taking public comment from Sue.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Sue Taylor. I listened to the Tim fee. I didn't make a comment because I was kind of wanting to hear first what was being said. And when I listen to the board, it's as if we don't have a general plan, that everything's up for grabs of whatever developer decides they want to do that day. And I heard you talk about Bass Lake, and I remember sitting with, I think one of you was with me, and we talked to Roger Trout, and we were asking about the Bass Lake area, and he said, whoever pulls the first tentative map will be the first one that will have to provide the road capacity infrastructure. And then he was let go from the county. So somebody dropped the ball. It's not about the capital improvement plan. It's about the county requiring and the conditions of approval for those improvements to be done. All the capital improvement plan does is say the developer doesn't have to pay the full cost. And you're talking about taking away the responsibility of them paying the full cost of their infrastructure for projects that are not in the general plan. And that should not be in the capital improvement plan because the developer should pay the full cost of that. So when I hear today board members saying we have to get those in the plan so they get done, they don't tie together. They have the requirement to do it, whether it's in the plan or not. The plan just makes it so the public has to pay rather than the developer when it's in the capital improvement plan. They only pay a small amount. And especially for those projects that are not intended in our general plan. So I looked at this fee schedule that was approved, and why is El Dorado Hills paying a third of what the rest of the county is? And that's the other part. I do appreciate Raphael taking the law seriously. I've seen him kind of step up and be doing that. He pretty much inherited the deficiencies of these roads that weren't conditioned to get done. In fact, I think some of those developments did have the conditions, but planning let it slip through, and I'm seeing that a lot. In fact, I'm going to start looking at these, like with the Village, Diamond Springs Village Apartments. I was very involved with that project, the approval process, and it doesn't seem like you're following the required conditions of approval. And then again, I don't know why El Dorado Hills TIM fees are like a third of the rest of the county. So we obviously need to reduce the density that's expected in those areas where it's impossible to increase the capacity in those more rural areas, thus reduce the TIM cost to those rural residents. And I think you're being misled as into what this process is and what's the capital improvement plans for. And I'm looking forward to that discussion with the transportation department.
Thanks for your comments. Appreciate them.
Now taking public comment from 525.
Good afternoon.
Hi, Leo Bennett, Koshan Pollock Pines. As you are probably aware, but just a shout out, we're coming up on the 75th anniversary of the granddaddy of them all, the 75th annual trip from Round Hill, Nevada to Placerville of the Highway 50 wagon train. So thankful for decades of support from the county. You know, I'm a member of that association, and the county's been a faithful partner ever since they transitioned from being a funding source to these small communities to needing, support back from the community. Thrilled that your recent budget increased that support to account for inflation, et cetera. Every year, you also are aware that we do a welcoming in Placerville. Every year, I extend an invitation, so I hereby, on behalf of the Placerville Welcome, also known as Golden History Days, all supervisors, you are so invited, and I'm shouting out that your newest supervisor is going to ride the wagon train. And hey, you guys that are newly elected, George Turnbow, I'm speaking to you. And those of you that service you're looking at, 8 years, sunsetting, you know who I'm looking at. Please consider a day or more or an hour. Hey, lots of flexibility. If there's a budget shortage, I just sold a property and I'm happy to pass some gold bullion on so that any supervisor that wants can have a seat. So please join us. Thank you for taking my input.
Well, thank you for the warm invitation, and we look forward to this honored and valued event in our county's history.
There is no additional public comment.
All right, thank you all. Appreciate your comments. So with that, it's 1:15, and we will move on to our item number 46, Kim.
Item number 46 comes from Supervisor Heidel, recommending the board receive a presentation from Pioneer Community and Energy with program updates.
I will turn that over to you, Supervisor Heidel.
Yeah, so let me just introduce this a little bit. I think most of us know that Pioneer and El Dorado County in particular have had a relationship for about the last 2 years. And as a progression through Pioneer's evolution, they've come up with several different programs that are being offered to the Pioneer members, which it's an opt-in situation from standpoint. Actually, it's an opt-out. When you are brought in, you become a Pioneer Community Energy user, and you can opt out and go back to PG&E. But the programs that are being proposed, I think, offer substantial cost benefits to the public. And if we make our communities aware of what those opportunities are, I think you're going to find a lot of people resonate with it. They're going to move to these programs, and in opposition to what was available in the past, I think these are some really new creative ways to address the need for solar energy, operating off the grid, that sort of thing. So we've asked Pioneer to make a presentation today, in addition to their contractor associated with this. And so with that, I think I'd just rather turn it over to staff. And I don't know, Gina, if you want to do a lead in or how we want to do this, but whomever.
Well, welcome.
Either you or Paige, yeah?
Delighted to have you here today.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Gina Stassi Vanacore, and I'm the Director of Public Affairs, Marketing, and Programs for Pioneer Community Energy. Joining me here today, as Supervisor Hidal mentioned, is my colleague Paige Garcia, who actually manages the programs that we'll talk about, and our program partner, Mike Kimball, who is joining via Zoom. So I'd also like to thank Supervisor Heidel for your leadership on our board and for your commitment to helping us move these programs forward. So just as a reminder, Pioneer is an alternative to PG&E for the electricity generation portion of your bill. We began in 2018, and since that time, we have saved our ratepayers an estimated $85 million. This year alone, we anticipate another $41 million in ratepayer savings. And for El Dorado County, for the second consecutive year, we are offering customers a 19% discount over PG&E's rate on the electricity portion of the bill. So the savings are substantial. But in addition to ratepayer savings, we also prioritize community partnership, and it is something that we take quite seriously. We do that in a variety of ways. One is through community reinvestment, procurement through the EID, and programs that reinvest or return money back to our customers. For our programs, they are created with input from members of the community. Our community advisory committee meets every other month. They provide input that helps us build programs that meet the unique needs of the communities that we serve. And the customers, they really give customers a voice in the programs. Some of these programs are indicated up on the screen. They range from everything to discount LED lights, which we have retail partners throughout the county. They drive traffic into local retail locations and give customers a deep discount on LED lights, which are significant. We are offering customers $75 rebates for air conditioning tune-ups. We are working to educate customers about the need to conserve and how to save money during demands of peak load. And then one program, which Supervisor Hidell mentioned earlier, is our Grid Gen program. He has particular interest in this, and we believe that customers in El Dorado County will also be particularly interested in this. So with that, I am going to turn the mic over to Paige and also to Mike, who can give you an overview of the program and answer specific questions about what the program entails.
Thank you, Gina. Welcome, Paige.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Also give a quick update. I believe Mike is on, but he has a family emergency, so I'm going to run through the slides and save him for questions. So apologize if I stumble a little. But as mentioned, we are here to talk about the Grid Gen program. This is a no upfront cost solar plus storage battery system program to Pioneer customers. It has a lot of grid benefits, resiliency benefits, and rate benefits to our customers, along with Pioneer. So quickly, we also call it solar plus storage systems. We also kind of call microgrids. So quick introduction on how these kind of work. You'll see up on the slide is kind of a normal daytime operation. If your home doesn't have solar, you're pulling energy from the grid to power your home. If your home has solar, your solar is producing energy during these times. Your home is pulling from the energy you're producing. If there's any excess, that is pushed back to the grid. And then you'll see those greenhouses we're calling the Grid Gen houses, where if you have solar plus a battery system, your solar system is charging the battery while the solar is operating, and then also powering your home. So any excess solar powers the battery, your home is powered by the solar, and then you have this juiced up battery to use later, which I will show in the next slides. So once the sun goes down, of course, solar systems are no longer producing any solar. With battery backup, the home can now pull from those batteries. So instead of the higher demand and higher prices that you receive if you're pulling energy from the grid during what we call peak times, your home is pulling from your battery, saving you money on your bill. So if your home doesn't have solar or has a solar system but no battery, you are pulling from the grid and you're paying those higher prices. These microgrid or Grid Gen homes are reducing their energy bills and also supporting grid resiliency by not putting excess stress on the grid during these peak times. Another really nice benefit of these Grid Gen homes is if there's a power outage, which we're unfortunately very familiar with in this area. If the power goes down, whether you have solar or not, your power is out because the grid is out. If you have this behind the meter solar plus storage system, your home can still be powered even if the grid is down. Again, because it's behind the meter, you're not as reliant on the grid. So these battery systems will still be charged during the day when solar is producing and then used later on to power mainly critical loads. You can't do anything too crazy usually, but you at least get to maintain power during these outages. And so along with some of these really nice grid benefits I mentioned, we're really excited about this one because of other customer benefits that come with it. As mentioned, there is no upfront cost to customers, and I'll kind of go over some of those in the next slides of how that happens. But again, no large upfront customers. I don't know if anybody's looked into buying batteries, but they are very expensive. So this helps with that. Customers also get the lowest kilowatt hour energy prices available. They're locked into a 25-year agreement to keep the system on their home. So that really helps protect them from some of the volatility we see in energy markets. It's also available to any customer that would be interested that's in Pioneer. There's no FICO credit score check. So really anybody interested could sign up for it. There's also no operational or maintenance cost to customers. And one issue we've seen with, if you have a leased solar system, there's a lot of issues transferring it to the next homeowner. This helps dissipate a lot of those issues that we've seen. You can also size up to about 125% of your home's energy use. So again, will really help if you're planning to add an electric vehicle, or again, during outages, you have that extra support during those times. It's also not exclusive, so any customer can sign up, but of course, like Pioneer, it's not a requirement. It's just another option for them if they so choose. And really quickly on kind of how the process works.
Customer finds out about the program. If they're interested, it'll direct them to our website. With that, we are going to be working in partnership with Tesla, and we mentioned Participate Energy. It is Tesla systems, Tesla batteries. Tesla will be doing the install. So it's in partnership with them. And so the customer wants the system. They work with Tesla directly. From there, Participate Energy is actually going to buy the system from Tesla. So they own it. That's why there's no upfront cost to the customers. Participate Energy owns the system. They handle paying for any maintenance or operational costs that might come with it. And on the back end, Participate and Pioneer are entered into a power purchase agreement where Participate Energy will sell Pioneer the wholesale electricity that these systems are generating. Pioneer then charges the customer on their usual Pioneer PG&E bill a specific rate tariff that will pay for that energy. So it's kind of all handled on the back end. For the customer, it's pretty simple. It's just one bill. They don't have to worry about any extra paperwork, no extra costs, no extra fees. And those are some of the kind of the benefits of how it all works and how it makes it seamless for the customer. And with that, we're starting this program as a one-year pilot first, with focus on residential customers only that do not have solar or battery systems at this time. We are looking at what we're calling Grid Gen Phase 2, where we would like to do a retrofit for anybody that has solar already. They can enter into the program to be retrofitted for a battery as well. Also looking to do a commercial and industrial program for, could be used for schools or government facilities once we get that up and running. And then we're also looking into a specific care strategy. Unfortunately, how this is now with how great of a discount care customers get with Pioneer, it doesn't pencil out right now with this program structure, but we are working to make it change some of the things so that way it will make sense to them. There's some funding available that we're hoping we can tap into to maybe make that possible. And with that, I think those are the main points. Went over it pretty quickly, but I am happy to pass it back to you guys, or if there are any questions. Excellent.
Yep. And Paige, I think the most important thing maybe to start with is the fact that you will still pay a monthly electrical bill to PG&E.
Yes.
But the annual increase is capped at the 1.9%. So there's a survey done, as I understand it, looks at your typical use, and that establishes what you will pay for that on a monthly basis with that 1.9% growth. So it doesn't give you immediate savings per se. It protects you from future cost growth. But the other aspect of it is the independence of having that solar battery behind the meter so that you don't have to have a generator. I mean, it replaces basically a power generator because you discharge the battery overnight when you need electrical power and stuff. It recharges with the solar, short of a solar blackout for some reason, big stormy weather, something or other, then it diminishes that solar increase. But from my perspective, it can replace a lot of the need for backup generators and the noise they create and the pollution they create. This is all clean energy, which is really what Pioneer is all about. Clean energy sources that provide convenience to the customer. So those are the two most important things that I think I wanted to point out. And I think there's some example savings associated with some of this as well, because I went through a similar proposal that was made by another company, looked at all of it and said, yeah, but what guarantees me that you guys are still going to be around and I'm going to have some security in this? And the nice thing about this is Pioneer is backing up this program. It isn't just a single vendor, right? And we would hope that everyone's going to stay with it forever. But we're not. We're backed up by Pioneer's ability to support the systems and make sure the supplier for the equipment and stuff does their job in terms of maintenance and replacement. If you have defective parts, whatever, that's out of your responsibility zone as a homeowner. The other thing I think is beneficial, particularly in my case, is we've talked about being able to install solar on structures other than just your rooftop. So if you have an area that you'd like a gazebo, a parking space, whatever that meets the requirements, and you pay for the structure, the solar panels could be installed on that as opposed to your rooftop. If you have better solar exposure in a certain location, those kinds of things. So there is an ability maybe to negotiate something that's not the standard, just mounted on your roof type of installation, which I have personally, I have some concerns with my shade structure. that's around. So I think it's a very flexible program. It's really a case of what suits the needs of the customer and how they tailor it to them. And again, you can go 125%. So if you are planning on buying an EV next year, oversize your system so you don't have to pay for the high electrical costs of recharging that EV all the time. So a lot of benefits, no upfront costs. That's the other thing that's pretty incredible about this. So yeah.
Very kind of innovative and revolutionary. Yes. Any board member comments or questions at this point? I guess my question is, so customer is, interested in pursuing, in looking into it. So what is the process for the customer to get, an idea of the cost of the program?
They would go straight to Tesla. Pioneer is always available to help if they have questions, but it's usually run straight to Tesla, and there's
Okay.
no, again, because of no upfront cost, they don't have to put any money down to kind of see those numbers or figures, but they would work really closely with Tesla to design it, see what works best for their home. They'll do, home audits to see, this is the size that works best for your home. Maybe you want your battery there, but it actually would be more efficient to put it here. They walk through all of that with Tesla to see kind of what the savings would be on the bill side.
And I assume that customers can go directly to the Pioneer website to find that information to, link with Tesla and get that process started to see if this works for them or
It's
not.
really an enrollment process, right? To get you started.
Yes,
So that
okay,
you've officially said, I'm interested. You're not committing.
You're not committed because,
Right.
people will want to see the details before they sign on the dotted line. Yes,
Yeah.
okay.
Well, actually, since you mentioned it, I'm on the website. So I'm trying to figure out, Paige, where do we go? Because, and I happen to cover, I was alternate
Right.
for that meeting when the Pioneer Board approved this. It was actually very exciting. And so I'm trying to figure out customer resources, customer programs. I know there's this marketplace. Is that?
My apologies. I should have started with that. We are launching in the next couple of months. So
There
we're
we go.
here
We're
a
out in
little.
front of it a little bit.
We're
Okay.
here a little preemptively to let you know it's coming very soon. We are also dotting our I's and crossing our T's
Got
to
it.
make sure it's ready to roll smoothly, but should be within the next couple months.
Okay, so nobody can go on a website today to sign up for this program we just talked about.
Not yet, but if
Okay.
you have people with
Okay.
questions, feel free to send them my way. I forgot to put it up here, but I have cards if you guys would like them to pass off. We already have some people that have been asking, so I'm happy to answer questions and get people prepared because we are very excited for this one.
So this opportunity is coming soon.
Yes.
All right.
And then
sounds
what
good.
is the marketplace then right now?
The marketplace, so these are kind of twofold. The grid gen program, we're kind of saying it's the one if you want to lease a system or maybe can't afford to do all these upfront costs. The marketplace is currently for solar and or storage systems where a customer can go on. The only option is to, buy the system or, loan it outright. And so that is a customer can go on, say they're interested in solar. They enter their information in, and that marketplace is connected with installers in the area, and they can get 3 instant bids from local installers of how much it would cost to put the system in. The option for batteries, we're also looking to add other energy efficiency home measures like heat pump water heaters and things like that. So one's kind of a buy, one's a lease option.
Got it. Thank you.
Great. Perfect. Thank you so
One
much.
of the things I wanted to ask also, Tesla's got this, what they look like an umbrella is what it is, where it folds out. Is it part of the same type of system that could hook up with this or not?
I don't think that is in this first, and Mike, I don't know if you're available to take that one, but I don't believe that's
Yep.
an option right now. Yeah.
Yep. And again, this is Mike Kimball with Participate Energy, and also Stephen Pollock might be able to video in. And again, I apologize. I meant to be there in person, but had to make a pit stop in Concord to take care of mom. So that specific canopy is that one of the supervisors was referencing is not specifically part of this first phase 1 program.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Paige and Gina.
Thank you very
Appreciate
much.
this information. So let's go ahead and take public comment on this item, Kim.
Now taking public comment on item number 46. Individuals will have 3 minutes, to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants.
Oh, come on down. Absolutely. Great. Good afternoon. Welcome.
And I only have a question is I have the opting out problem. Why aren't they contacting me? If you put in water, you have to go to EID first. They don't just hook it up to your house. You have to ask for it. You want PG&E, you have to ask for it. Why don't we having to ask for Pioneer? Why are they just hoisting it onto our PG&E bill? I have an issue with that. Also, now that I already have solar, and so I don't see any benefit for me at this time. Now that I hear about new things coming in at night, be beneficial. But to have it hoisted onto me is a little bit of an issue for me. And a lot of people, they just pay their bill automatically. They don't even know, and it isn't beneficial financially for me because I don't have solar. So I have to opt out, and I have to opt out every year. It's back on there at the beginning of the next year.
We'll get those questions answered, maybe link you up with her and get those questions answered. Glad you came and asked your question. Appreciate you getting clarity on that. All right. So let's go online.
Now taking participation from online participants. There appears to be no additional public comment.
All right, so we'll close public comment at this point. And actually, I'm sure there's other customers that perhaps have questions about that. So can you maybe talk briefly about the opt-in, opt-out, and let's get those questions
For
answered.
clarity purposes, yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. When a new community enrolls in Pioneer, as El Dorado County did a few years ago, one of the things that is very important to us is being able to plan for to be able to serve the community. So we do contact all residents in a number of ways. The CPUC does require notices be sent to all PG&E customers, both 30 and 60 days prior to service launch, and then 30 to 60 days after service launch. So there should not be a lot of confusion about the fact that Pioneer is coming. Again, Pioneer is a choice. So for those customers who want to stay with us, we welcome them and we provide savings on the electricity or the generation portion of the electricity bill. But for those who do not want to stay with Pioneer, opting out takes about 30 seconds. It's as Supervisor Parlin mentioned on our website, right across the top, there's an opt-out button. It takes about 30 seconds. Once you opt out, you are opted out. I think there might be some misunderstanding about whether or not we opt people back in. We do not opt people back in.
So it's not an annual opt-out.
There is no annual opt-out. And then again, in new communities, and El Dorado County was a little bit different because it was launched during COVID. But I can tell you for new communities, we do a very robust outreach effort, including meeting with Rotaries, town halls, citizens groups, direct mail, you name it, we do it. So.
Excellent. All right, thank you.
If there are any other questions, I'd be happy to take.
I think the other thing to mention is, I think it's a CPUC regulation that when Pioneer is available, you're automatically signed up for Pioneer unless you opt out. But that was state driven. That wasn't something that's being forced on people. It was driven by state regulation. So
correct.
It was legislation that was
it was
passed.
legislation applicant. Yeah.
Correct. And the reason for that is so that as we procure energy for communities, we have some sort of planning mechanism to know how much we should be procuring.
And I have to say your outreach materials are excellent. Yeah, they're very, very clear and helpful in the community.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We appreciate that.
All right, well, this is a presentation. It's not an action item. Are there any further discussion?
Nope.
All right. So Gina, Paige, and Mike, we appreciate you being with
Yes,
us
thank you.
today. And we look forward to kind of this new opportunity coming online and exploring it further. It's really intriguing.
Right. Please let us know the enrollment date because I
Yes.
want to be right up front.
You let us know, Supervisor Heidel.
I will.
Okay? All right, we'll look for it. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so with that, our next item is our 2 p.m. time allocation. So let's go back to item 40 and we'll do an abbreviated version of that and then maybe do board member updates before our 2 p.m.
Item number 40 comes from Supervisor Thomas, recommending the board adopt and authorize the chair to sign a proclamation recognizing May 27, 2024 as Memorial Day in El Dorado County, a day to remember and honor those that have died, those that are still missing, and all those who mourn the loss.
All right, well, actually, it is my pleasure to read this proclamation and I thank Supervisor Lane for representing the county board at the Memorial Day celebration for Veterans Monument. It's always a lovely occasion, so.
It is.
So this is a proclamation of the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors proclaiming May 27th, 2024 as Memorial Day. Whereas Memorial Day is not a celebration. It is a day of mourning, designed to be a solemn reminder of the devoted men and women who have paid the ultimate price to purchase our precious liberties and sacred freedoms from the scourge of war and its bitter aftermath of sorrow. And whereas Memorial Day was first observed on May 30th, 1868, known as Decoration Day, it was intended as a day of remembrance for the more than 620,000 American soldiers who died in the Civil War and lay buried in every city and town involved in the conflict. The month of May was chosen to ensure that flowers would be in full bloom and in abundant supply. After America entered World War I, the tradition expanded to embrace Americans killed in all wars. And in the 1970s, during the turmoil of the Vietnam War, Memorial Day officially became a national holiday. And whereas on this day, it is incumbent on us as Americans to remember that the United States of America is the land of the free because it is home of the brave. It is the greatest country in the world, born from the blood of heroes who uphold our founding principles and defend our nation so the enemy does not invade our shores. As President Reagan exclaimed, freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. We didn't pass it to our children in the bloodstream. It must be fought for, protected, and handed on for them to do the same. And whereas as we gather with family and friends for patriotic backyard barbecues, may we remember the military families whose loved ones took up duty's call and are facing an empty place at their table. With a moment of silence at 3 p.m., may we honor the emptiness and remember their sacrifice, which continues to ensure that you and I live embraced in the blessings of freedom. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed, the Board of Supervisors of the County of El Dorado does hereby proclaim May 27th, 2024 as Memorial Day and calls upon every citizen to remember and honor the men and women of our armed forces who bore the burden of service and have paid the ultimate price for the liberties we so fully enjoy.
Great words. I mean,
Thank you.
every year, I think it's a pleasure to be able to honor our veterans through Memorial Day and Veterans Day, because without their service, we wouldn't be the country we are today. So it's those people who are willing to volunteer, family members who leave their families and go off and serve on our behalf. It's just an incredible opportunity to recognize, basically the dedication, the sacrifices, the compromise that people have made in their life when they become a veteran and service in the military. So kudos to all of our veterans. And I think El Dorado County does a pretty good job of supporting veterans programs, including these Memorial Day services, and all the programs, the outreach programs and the housing programs, the David Zielinski stuff, the stuff that we do to support our veterans overall, I think is exemplary. And that's just an example of the character and the meaning of El Dorado County to recognize and to make sure that veterans aren't forgotten given their service.
We love our veterans. Yeah. And as I refreshed and wrote this proclamation, it's always a great privilege to reflect on why we observe and celebrate this day. And as you said, I'm truly humbled by the recognition of what Memorial Day is. Any more comments?
I just want to say, when you see a veteran, reach out and thank him for his service.
Absolutely. And I also learned as I was writing this proclamation that we don't say Happy Memorial Day. That is something we should never say because it is a day of mourning. And that's a really important recognition.
The other thing I'd like to say is I've heard some comments recently from veterans that what they really appreciate is not just being thanked for their service, but taking the time to talk to them personally.
Exactly.
And understand a little bit about their life story. I mean, it's not a long dedication of time, but personally connecting with them is just, as opposed to just giving a phrase, right? So I think when we have the time, we need to try to pause and make sure that we connect with them in a more substantial manner than just saying thank you for your service. That's the easy way when
Right.
quick. And sometimes circumstances don't allow you to enter into a long discussion, but where you can, I think it's good to connect with them a little bit stronger.
I like that. Let's go ahead and take public comment on this, Kim.
Now taking public comment on item number 40. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Not seeing anyone in the boardroom, Kim?
Now taking public comment from online participants. There's no public comment.
All right, I'd like to bring this back and I will move, we adopt this proclamation.
I'll second it.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you all, and thank you again for representing us on Memorial Day. Appreciate it. So with that, let's move into board member updates if you are ready. Anyone that has something they'd like to share?
I'm not ready.
Okay. We can do it. Would you like to take a 10-minute break and then come back?
Let's do that.
Let's do that.
Yeah.
Right.
If I'm not
We had
ready
such
to-
a jam-packed
We
morning.
did.
That we got caught up and now we have extra time. Go figure.
The way it works.
All right, let's take a 10-minute break and we'll be back at 2 p.m. for our general plan amendment safety element update. We are back in time for our 2 p.m. time allocation, which is item number 47. Kim, if you would open that up. It's a hearing.
Item number 47 is a hearing to consider the unanimous recommendation for approval from the Planning Commission on General Plan Amendment / Safety Element Update and recommending the board take the following actions. 1, adopt the California Environmental Quality Act addendum to the El Dorado County's General Plan Environmental Impact Report. 2, approve general plan amendment amending the general plan to incorporate the safety element update. And 3, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution to amend the county general plan to incorporate the safety element update.
Well, it is a pleasure to see all of you with us this afternoon.
I'm sorry, could you open the public hearing?
Pardon me. Thank you. With that, I open this public hearing, and it's a pleasure to see all of you here. Today has been a long time coming. A lot of work has gotten us to this point. So I look forward to the discussion. So good afternoon, Thea.
Hi, good afternoon. I'll wait for Kim to pull out the power.
And you may have to bring that microphone closer to you. That one in particular is sometimes hard to hear.
Is this a little bit better?
Yes, thank
Okay.
you.
Great. Thank you, Kim. Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. I'm Thea Graybill, Senior Planner with the Planning and Building Department on the Long Range Planning Team. I will be presenting this item today with our consultant, Juliana Prosperi. She is an environmental planning manager with WSP Environment. I believe you met her previously as well. Tom Meyer, the program manager with the Office of Wildfire Preparedness and Resilience, OWAPR, is also here today to answer any specific questions that I might not be able to answer on the FERCL, the Fire Risk Reduction Communities list. In summary, the board will be considering the Planning Commission's unanimous recommendation for approval of the General Plan Amendment GPA 24-0002 Safety Element Update and recommends the board take the following actions. Adopt the CEQA addendum to the county's General Plan Environmental Impact Report and approve the General Plan Amendment GPA 24-0002 to incorporate the Safety Element Update based on the findings, and adopt and authorize the chair to sign Resolution 082-2024 to amend the general plan to incorporate the Safety Element Update. The Safety Element Update was last in front of you during the Joint Informational Workshop in November 2023. Since then, we have accomplished a lot, as you noted, in a short amount of time, which was all in coordination with OWAPR staff, CAL FIRE's planning unit, and the rest of the Safety Element Advisory Committee, or SEAC, of whom most of which are here today. This update is directly tied to the county's FERCL, the Fire Risk Reduction Communities List application. The FERCL provides local jurisdictions an opportunity to receive funding priority for grant opportunities, possible reductions in wildfire insurance costs, and possible eligibility to obtain wildfire insurance. Local jurisdictions can only submit their FERCL application every 2 years, and it was due on April 1st, 2023, or 2024 rather. The Board of Forestry gave us though an extension on that deadline just for the safety element component of our application. So they extended it to June 1st, 2024. Additional substantive revisions to the wildfire section of the safety element update would require further consideration and approval by the Board of Forestry at a public meeting, which would result in the county not meeting the deadline this year, resulting in major implications for the county's residents. So thank you for moving on to the next slide, Kim. The safety element is one of 7 mandatory elements of the general plan. The safety element is a long-term policy document. Its primary purpose is to reduce potential risk of death, injuries, property damage, economic loss, and social dislocation resulting from natural or human-caused hazards.
The safety element identifies potential health and safety concerns and lays out the goals and the policies to protect our community in the county. Pursuant to state law, the county was required to update this element, the safety element, after it updated the housing element. And that's exactly why we're here in front of you today. Next slide. So again, we've accomplished quite a bit in a pretty short amount of time, just over the last several months. After extending the public draft review period by a month from December 8, 2023 to January 5th, 2024, we considered and addressed the comments that we received during that period of time, both verbal and written. And then OOPR staff alerted us that the safety element was a required component of the Board of Forestry and Fire Protection's FERPL application. And so given the significance and implications tied to that application, we worked on an extremely accelerated time frame. We submitted a revised draft safety element update to the Board of Forestry for review on February 20, 2024, and the California Geological Survey on March 1st, 2024. The Board of Forestry then quickly reviewed our safety element at its March 5th, 2024 meeting and only had very minor revisions, mostly editorial in nature. The safety element then, was obviously well received by the Board of Forestry. CAL FIRE planning staff has held it out as one of the best or like a gold star standard for safety elements in the state of California. The county, we have not received any comments from CalGS, nor have we received any SB 18 tribal consultation requests at this time. The county then submitted our revised safety element update with the rest of the FERPL application materials just as a placeholder to meet that April 1st deadline. And then again, as I noted, the Board of Forestry graciously agreed to extend the deadline so that we could add in after possible adoption the safety element with the rest of the grant or with the rest of the application materials by the June 1st deadline. The Planning Commission then held a hearing on the safety element on May 9th, 2024, and voted unanimously again to recommend that the board adopt the safety element. The Planning Commission had one minor comment to a new policy. It was policy 6.2.4.5 on the biomass facilities. The Planning Commission expressed some concern about certain new policies, but overall, of course, understood the great importance to the county to advance the safety element update, especially due to its connection to the FERPL application and possible wildfire insurance implications for the county residents. So now with that, I will turn it over to Juliana to kind of walk through the substance and some of the changes that have occurred since the last time you reviewed the document.
Excellent, thank you.
Thanks, Thea. Good afternoon, members of the board. I'm Juliana Prosperi with WSP. I briefly want to revisit why the county needed to update the safety element. One of the first reasons was an updated safety element will ensure the county complies with recent statutory requirements that were amended recently by some of the bills shown on the screen here. Wildfire mitigation was one of the bills that's been around for about 10 years now. It requires the safety elements to map wildfire risk and state responsibility areas and areas with very high fire hazard severity zones. Obviously, we also updated or developed a climate vulnerability assessment and a set of adaptation strategies to comply with Senate Bill 379. The the safety element will include evacuation route information. It will also include integration with the local hazard mitigation plan upon adoption. So there is language in there to make sure that those two plans are linked. So as we initiate, next slide. As we initiated the planning process for the safety element update, we also developed an outreach strategy Again, this was comprised of 4 main touch points. Some of this we did go over, or we were in the middle of this, I guess, during our last workshop with you all. One was we developed a website that housed information on our draft documents, other resources on safety elements. This was also a landing page where the public could go, where they could sign up for email updates or notifications, as well as provide feedback when the draft was out for public review. Second, we distributed or circulated a bilingual public survey that had over 815 respondents. That's pretty high for a planning process, especially in a rural county. So I think that's a kudos for everybody. Third, we established a Safety Element Advisory Committee, or SEAC. And so this obviously consisted of different department staff, other agency staff who met 5 times over the last year and a half. In addition to that, we had our stakeholder group, which was another group that had kind of engaged another 150 or so agencies, organizations within the county through our public workshops and a series of focus meetings. And then lastly, the county advertised public notices through press releases about our events, the survey, and then the availability of the public review safety element that would also were blasted through some of the different social media channels. The update of the safety element, sorry, next slide, I'm forgetting, I'm not pushing through the slides here. The update of the safety element was a collaborative effort. As I mentioned, there was also multiple rounds of review where we incorporated feedback from our stakeholders, county and state agencies, and the public, as well as the Board of Supervisors. Most of the comments originated from council, the Chief Administrative Office. This slide just kind of illustrating a word cloud we generalized to visualize some of the frequency and significance of the words and the types of feedback we received. So as you can see, the feedback is really emphasized fire safety, the adequacy of the evacuation routes, fiscal considerations was another topic we heard during the public review and feedback process. Again, this was primarily feedback around the financial implications of implementing some of the safety measures. But in summary, the outreach efforts we feel resulted in a comprehensive understanding of the community's safety concerns. The next slide. Another way we looked at the comments received is by looking at the revisions we made to the policies since the public review drafts. So this would be the last time you all saw the draft. The table here highlights the number of policies that were added or deleted since that draft. So it's important to note that the latest revisions consolidated policies in different sections where we could. However, we did have to address public feedback, and there were some considerations that we look at into new policies. So therefore, while some policies were removed, we've also added a couple of new policies. And then as a reminder, there were no changes to any of the non-climate or non-natural hazard policies. And then the evacuation accessibility policies remain the same for the most part. Next slide. The existing safety element reflects policy priorities from about 20 years ago. So this update also is going to serve additional purposes. As I mentioned, ensures the county complies with our statutory requirements at the state. Second, through the planning process, we updated existing conditions information. This was documented in the climate vulnerability assessment and then also a background report. Next, we identified current county issues. We also conducted analysis in that climate vulnerability assessment on what assets in the community are most vulnerable to climate change and other climate-related hazards like wildfire. During the process, the county also collected public feedback, and that was incorporated, as I mentioned, into the safety element. And then lastly, we've modernized the organization of the document to make it more accessible. So this meant we removed some of the contextual and map and table information. That all sits now in a background report. So what you see in the main document is just the policies. And the next slide. So this slide is going to highlight the policies that were revised since the public review draft that are required under state law. So during public review, we received feedback on policies to protect socially vulnerable populations, like those with functional needs and disabilities, those that are elderly, for example, those that may experience hardship or need more resources during certain hazard events. So there is a new policy in the general section to support an emergency mass evacuation and sheltering plan that prioritizes our most at-risk communities. So that's one of the new policies. All the wildfire or fire hazard policies are mandated in California Government Code Section 65302, Section G, as well as some of the applicable public resource code sections. And then there were some minor cleanup revisions to geologic and seismic policies, mostly just to address current building code requirements. Next slide. An additional flood policy was added to address dam failure incidents. This also was to meet statutory requirements. All the climate and adaptation and resiliency policies stemmed from the Senate Bill 379 requirements. And again, this is where we use the climate vulnerability assessment to form the basis of those policies for El Dorado County. There is a set of new human health policies. And again, this aligns with the county's goal to provide education and guidance around public health in lieu of any mandatory type of standards or requirements. These are also policy recommendations that were made or provided by the Public Health Department Director, who wanted these policies kind of more, consolidated in our health and safety section rather than scattered throughout the general plan. The evacuation accessibility policies are organized into two categories. One ensures that our residential developments have at least 2 points of ingress, egress. And then the other is on ensuring that the safety, viability, and capacity of our evacuation routes is evaluated. I also want to add that there are two key studies: the Greater Placerville Wildfire Evacuation Preparedness, Community Safety and Resiliency Study, and a supplemental traffic analysis that will support the evacuation route analysis in the county under a range of emergency scenarios that will become part of the safety element, as well as the current hazard mitigation plan. And the next slide. So this next slide is highlighting policies that are not required by state law. So there was a policy to support biomass utilization that was just modified that Thea mentioned. This was recommended based on input from our SEAC. There were 3 agricultural and forestry and disease type policies that focus on reducing tree mortality, given the impact of increasing temperatures, drought, wildfires, and bark beetle infestations in the county. So it's just on promoting forest health. And then I mentioned the human health policies are also optional, but in place to protect communities' right to a healthy environment. Slide. So the next slide here is, I want to cover policies that are required by the state, but where we have a little more flexibility on implementation. There's a new set of drought and water supply policies. Again, this is complementing policies and other general plan elements. So we made sure that those were aligning with drought contingency plans developed by El Dorado Water Agency, the focus on integrated water and flood management, enhanced water storage, groundwater recharge, and the diversification of water supplies. The agricultural, forestry, and disease policies, while required by Senate Bill 379, they're also based on SEAC input and focus around supporting science-based solutions to, again, the emergency threats of forestry disease on forest health, and then the extreme heat, severe weather, and climate adaptation policies form the framework of the climate adaptation framework for the plan. And again, these are based on the statutory requirements and tailored based on the climate vulnerability assessment findings. These are also the policies that are most focused on our most at-risk or vulnerable populations in the county. Next slide. So for each proposed goal, objective, and set of policies, you'll have an implementation measure. So there's 17 new implementation measures associated with the policies. Each policy has a corresponding implementation measure, but there may be more than one implementation measure, for example, that supports a set of policies. So in this section, we also added a table that distinguishes between the primary and the secondary lead agencies within the county that will be responsible for implementing or championing those specific measures. The timeframes for the measures is also listed. Most of this states that these measures are ongoing, with the exception of measures that require the county to update your local hazard mitigation plan and your emergency operation plan every 5 years. We are now required to also update the safety element every 8 years. So here is just an example of one of the measures, measure HS-MM, where we have a policy that's carrying out carrying out the policy that was added that's focused on an emergency mass evacuation and sheltering plan that prioritizes the need of our at-risk communities. Next slide. So as part of the process, as Thea mentioned, we coordinated with the California Board of Forestry to conduct a parallel review. This ensured that all the new policies met the state requirements. We had representation from CAL FIRE from the very first SEAC work session. So the very early iterations met the CAL FIRE Safety Element Review Assessment. We did formally meet with them to determine how the county could meet some of the evacuation requirements. And once those policy recommendations were integrated into the safety element, it was officially adopted or recommended, excuse me, by the Board of Forestry in March. As Thea noted, so any substantial revisions to these policies by the board would require some type of rationale why the policy needs to be removed or revised or deleted. And that would require that the safety elements be reviewed by their planning unit and their Board of Forestry. So that concludes my portion of the presentation. I'm now going to turn it back to Thea to discuss next steps.
Thank you, Juliana.
So we're here today for a hearing for the board to consider possible adoption of the safety element update. Following this hearing and upon possible adoption, OOPR staff will submit the final safety element update to the Board of Forestry as part of our FERCL application by June 1st, 2024. And, maybe Tom can speak more to this, but the county should hear from the Board of Forestry shortly after whether the county made the FERCL list. And then I know that there are some potential plans for press releases and such to notify the residents of hopefully our success. So next slide. Today, the Board of Supervisors will again be considering the unanimous recommendation for approval from the Planning Commission on General Plan Amendment GPA 24-002/Safety Element Update and recommending that the board take the following actions. 1, adopt the California Environmental Quality Act (CEQA) addendum to the El Dorado County's General Plan Environmental Impact Report, or the EIR, certified on May 2003, State Clearinghouse number 2001082030, demonstrating that the analysis in the EIR adequately addresses the potential physical impacts associated with the implementation of the proposed project, and the proposed project would not trigger any of the conditions described in the CEQA guidelines section 15162, calling for the preparation of a subsequent EIR or negative declaration based on the analysis prepared by staff. And 2, approve General Plan Amendment GPA 24-0002, amending the general plan to incorporate the safety element update based on findings as presented by staff in the materials. And 3, adopt and authorize the chair to seek resolution 082-2024 to amend the county general plan to incorporate the safety element update.
Excellent. Well, there's a lot in there. And thank you so much for helping bring it into a presentation that we can digest. So, it represents an inordinate amount of work and collaboration to get us to this point. So thank you. Turn to my colleagues for comments, questions.
I got some questions. One of the things is SB 99 requires a safety element to identify residential developments in hazard areas. You now have at least 2 emergency evacuation routes. And we have a lot of these housing developments that are all over. Especially there's a few. There's Outydale for one in my district, and Oak Hill Road. That's another one, which is in Wendy's. And there's only one way in. How are we going to address that to make sure that these people, are going to be safely evacuated? Is there any way that we could tie, I can't remember what Outydale could be tied into Sand Ridge Road easy enough. So there's another evacuation route.
Sure.
And I don't know, I think we need to look into that real carefully because, I mean, it's very, very critical.
First-
Especially in the back of Deer Park too, same thing. Because there's only one way in and one way out. That's it.
Yeah, first, I just want to note that the safety element is only required to identify those neighborhoods. So that is, that requirement is met in the safety element. And I don't want to put Tom on the spot, but I know OOPR staff is working on kind of
Okay.
some different tasks related to these specific neighborhoods that only have one way in, one way out. And Tom, I don't know if you want to just briefly, summarize what OOPR is doing.
Perfect.
Well,
Great.
Tom's coming up too. I think the report, come on up, Tom. The report actually said it identified 99.
Yeah,
I believe
yeah. I
there's
mean, I've just had a
99.
few that I know of. So-
It's huge in our county and it is very concerning because we have had some really big evacuations. Just since I've been in office, even big evacuations and they've been a challenge. So somehow we do need to look at these and some of the communities have identified alternate routes that are kind of there or used to be there. They want them back and funding's an issue, but how are we going to do this?
It's a tall task.
It is.
So thank you. Sorry, Tom Meyer with the Office of Wildfire Preparedness and Resilience. So like you said, there are approximately 100 of these one-way in, one-way out communities throughout our county. One thing to note, our office is in the process of further evaluating all these different options. As you can imagine, it's not as easy as just punching in 100 plus additional roads to serve as a secondary egress route. But what we are doing is putting together kind of an educational toolkit specific to communities throughout the county, recognizing that each one is a little bit different, but putting together some generalized educational materials. And then over the course of the coming months and years, work to come up with a plan and figure out exactly what we can do to help mitigate some of those risks in lieu of
I appreciate that because I mean, it's very critical, especially when you're talking about human lives at stake. So
I got an add-on question for Tom. Is the state providing any funding to implement these things they're passing on to us? It's all good practice, but how do we pay for it?
Yeah.
Very, very good question.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll continue to pursue funding wherever possible to help with this. I don't know that we can pursue funding specific to adding egress or ingress routes, but some of the vegetation management, roadside clearances, and if we can't provide the additional route, then maybe we can help widen it through some clearing and things like that.
Yeah, there's a lot of roads, especially in that, in some areas that need a lot of brush mitigation. So
We all know, all of us that serve on the El Dorado County Transportation Commission Board, that our staff gets real creative in working within the funding,
Right.
the guidelines of available funding in order to address these, challenging issues that are, pretty rampant in rural communities. So it's a tall order, but.
yeah, especially when the state puts a lot of pressure on us to do something, but we're the ones that put these
true.
bills, writing these bills. So
You are correct.
And just one other point real quick, kind of related to this, policy 6.2.2.2. That's the one where the county can preclude development of subdivisions unless they complete a fire safe plan and identify ways to mitigate those risks. One of those being for any new development is that there has to be two ingress and egress routes. Going forward, we can limit development. It's just those 100 existing ones that we have to look further into.
Thank you so much, Tom. Appreciate it.
thanks,
Any other
Tom.
questions, comments?
No.
I know.
I do have one.
bet.
And so Thea, I know that, this is the safety element and then it references, other ordinances and other documents all over the place, right? So I get what we're doing today is just the safety element itself.
Yes.
But one of the ordinances that's been coming up quite a bit over the last several years is the noise ordinance, which is referenced in the safety element. So what will trigger us to actually go update the noise, ordinance that has causing us so much grief?
I mean, as you noted, that's a little bit outside the scope of this update.
Correct.
This update was just focused on kind of the updating the wildfire policies and the climate adaptation policies. The noise ordinance is a component of the safety element. I do know, obviously we had just come back for the 5-year review, in which, there was some appetite to at least explore maybe a targeted or more of a comprehensive update to the general plan. I know we're planning on coming back. We, as in the LRP team, is coming back to the board and members of the public this summer to present sort of those findings on potential options. And so that would be one time you'll probably hear about a more of a comprehensive or targeted update to other components of our general plan. Obviously, annually, we also do an annual progress report where we report out on the progress that we've made or maybe not have made with the general plan. And then also with that 5-year review, we also will be coming back to the board, I think in 2 years. I think it's 2026. And so there are a few times checkpoints back with the Board of Supervisors and members of the public on our general plan.
Okay, perfect, because that was on my list for review. So I'm guessing it came up many times. So thank you.
All right. Let's go ahead and take a public comment on this item, Kim.
Now taking public comment on item number 47. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first for those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desired comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Come on down. Welcome back.
Again. My name is Linda Campbell. I'm from El Dorado Hills. So one on the written comments that I actually sent in did include, in fact, the wording from SB 379 that specifically says, no reimbursement is required by this act pursuant to Section 6 of Article 8B of the California Constitution because a local agency or school district has the authority to levy service charges, fees, or assessments sufficient to pay for the program or level of service mandated by this act within the meaning of Section 17566. So that's actually there. We're not getting any funding. But in addition to that, in SB 379, I also saw no reference to any penalties or actions against the county related to the implementation of it. So I just mentioned that, going on to my other items. I did make note that the findings were referencing they may require updates to other elements, but we don't know what those elements are. That's a little bit of a risk area if we don't know them. Some of the wording appears more like actions rather than policies. Things like continue, collaborate, identify, explore. That wording comes from the implementation section of the addendum EIR. To me, that doesn't seem like policy. In November meetings, all the supervisors listed concerns about committing staff resources to unknown projects. There's no division or department identified assignments outlined for the referenced action wording. So that's still something that's a gap with whatever's implemented, who's going to do it and when, what exactly are they going to do? I noticed in 6.16.1.1, it says adopt and enforce, but there's no clear definition of who is creating the policies we're going to adopt. So we don't know what we are approving to enforce. Generally, if we're going to implement policies, they should be clear and focused on our county. There's great possibility of future staff resources allocated that may not be a priority for the citizens. I encourage caution to make sure we're not over-regulating or creating excessive cost burden for unidentified projects. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it. Is there anyone else? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Thomas, members of the board, Dan Bolster with the El Dorado County Transportation Commission. And I just want to express EDCTC's appreciation for being included on the SEAC and have the opportunity to participate. And also just really appreciate the very collaborative and outward-looking process that Thea and Juliana used for like the last year and a half. And I think our two projects, both on the legislative requirement side, all those new requirements, our wildfire evacuation preparedness study that we were doing, they're very helpful, making sure we were consistent with all those new legislative requirements. And then our wildfire evacuation preparedness modeling that was done also helped out, and it was wonderful collaboration to get their feedback back on how that modeling could work and help out. So again, just very impressed with the planning effort and how collaborative it was. You heard all the various agencies and appreciate the opportunity to participate.
Thank you for your expertise and participation in this effort. Appreciate it. Anyone else? All right, seeing none, let's go online, Kim.
Now taking public comment from Sue.
Good afternoon.
Hi, Sue Taylor. So just briefly, skimming through this, there's a couple of concerns I have on number 6. It talks about, I'm basically asking, why are publicly owned lands exempted from defensible space compliance that's being inflicted on the rest of the public, when the areas of fire are usually in publicly owned lands. So if you read that bullet point, it says the location and distribution of planned areas of land shall not require defensible space compliance measures required by state law or local ordinance to occur on publicly owned lands or open space designations of homeowner associations. So I think if you're going to put it on the public, it should also be on the ones where all of our fire problems have come up. The other thing I'm concerned is climate change. A lot of this stuff reeks of verbiage of climate change, which is very subjective. If you look at number 9, it's very much, if the condition cannot be clearly identified, it should be removed from this element. Otherwise, you are creating policies in which lawsuits can be inflicted on the public and the county that rulings will be based on unclear discretion by a law official. So that's a concern for me. And I feel like there's some things in here that are too punitive for existing residents, where it's you didn't used to have to go backwards to enforce things on existing residents, and some of these are almost impossible for existing homeowners to comply with. So there's the objective 621 that talks about existing and new shall meet these standards, which, like was mentioned, some of them can't do it. And then on policy 6213, require all existing and new residents in state responsibility areas, blah, 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 that they have to meet or exceed Title 14, which is updated building codes. So again, I think those are usually been my concerns that I've brought up, that, people just keep moving forward. And I have a great concern. And here's one of the items for climate change. Identify natural infrastructure and nature-based solutions when considering restoration, infrastructure, engineering improvements that may be used in adaptation project component composed. I mean, it goes on and on. Nobody can understand this. There's nothing specific in here that says anything, but yet it's going to be a policy that's implemented on the public. That makes no sense. So, and the other thing is on policy 61716, it's also putting yourself at a challenge where you have to report every year on the county's climate vulnerability assessment, which is what? So I'm concerned about those vague statements and what's being implemented on existing residents. And I hope that you stop and consider that. I want to thank you for putting in the bark beetle ordinance policy to
Thanks
help.
for your comments, Sue. Appreciate it.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, we'll bring this back to the board.
Yeah, I just want to.
Let me, before you do that, let me get there was a question that Sue had on why are publicly owned lands exempt from the defensible space compliance. Do you want to note that we've made a policy decision here at the county supervisors to bring our own lands into, how do I'm stumbling on my words, but to apply those standards to our lands, bring our lands into compliance. So I like, that's honorable on our part, but can you speak to the public land component?
Yeah, so my understanding is that we cannot enforce our ordinance on state and federal lands. That being said, I do know that we are collaborating and partnering with a lot of the state owned land, the owners of the state land, and also the Forest Service and others to try to work with them to address any potential issues on their land. I don't know if Tom or others from OOPR want to speak to that.
I think that's great. And all of us have worked really hard and we have really effective collaborative relationships with our federal and state partners that are making just a big difference in our ability to manage our lands. And we share that goal of making sure we have a resilient county and federal lands, no matter where they are. So I appreciate those relationships, which we continue to foster, which will benefit our region. So.
So is there a clarification possible that would say state and federal public lands are exempt as opposed to county? Because I think the emphasis is we want to try to enforce it on the county lands.
I think that will be very clear in the defensible space ordinance amendment process. I'm hesitant to address that today, right here. And I think that's going to be crystal clear in the ordinance itself.
All right.
Good. Supervisor Turnbull.
Well,
sorry.
I want to follow up on that before we leave it though. Is the county included yet or will be in the next update of?
My
ordinance?
understanding is that it will be in the next.
It's not in
update.
there currently though.
Correct.
But
Okay.
we'd spoken about that policy of the desire
Yeah.
to include
But
ourselves.
we just haven't. So
Sure.
I
Thank
just
you
want
for
to be
that
careful to
clarification.
make sure that,
Right.
yeah, we haven't done that yet.
Thank you for that clarification.
Yeah.
Okay, Supervisor Turnbull.
Yeah, I just want to say that we need to push the Forest Service and BLM, especially when it comes to this, because the problem is that was one of the biggest reasons why our insurance costs are so high. Especially when some of this BLM land is buttons up to people's private property. And the insurance, costs are like 10 times or 20 times more than what it should be. And we need to address that. We really do. And we got to push back on that because that's what's impacting our county, especially when it comes to our insurance. And we don't have affordable insurance anymore. And insurance companies are canceled. They're leaving. It's hard to get insurance. I'm having a hard time right now. I got canceled right now and I still can't get insurance. I'm still fighting that to be able to do that. So we need to address these problems and it's real critical for the residents who live here in El Dorado County.
Absolutely, critical issue. All right, what is
We
the
have to
will
do
of
that
board?
through our congressional representatives and our state representatives. We
Well,
can't force the state and
I
federal
know.
government to
That's why
change.
we
so.
gotta push on them.
Yeah.
Well, and part of the action today will be to include us, in, what's on the shoot?
That purple thing?
The
Yeah, the
fire
Furkle.
risk
Furkle.
reduction
Furkle.
communities list, Furkle.
Right.
It
It
rolls
makes me
right
think
off
of
the
Urkel.
tongue.
It just does,
Yes,
yeah.
it does.
And hopefully Supervisor Turnbull, that is maybe a first step in, enabling our residents to
Right.
have a few more tools in the toolbox in this insurance
Exactly. I
crisis, because
know.
we
It's-
all
it's
share your
terrible is what it
concerns.
is. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
And just my understanding is that the insurance companies are mandated to at least consider
right.
this.
But if
And
you're
so
not
that's
in the
one
Furkle,
step.
if you're not a Furkle, there's no demand for them to do that. So this is a really critical first step.
Yes.
Yeah. All right, so what is the will of the board?
Madam Chair, did you close the public hearing?
No,
You didn't? Oh, I thought you
with
did.
that, I close the
No.
public
Okay.
hearing. Thank you.
And with that, I'll move that we approve this as recommended by staff.
I'll second.
All right, any further discussion?
No.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously, so congratulations on the state accolades on the Gold Star standard for this new revised safety element, and thank you all for all your work on this. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Chair and Board, and the SEAC and Juliana.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We greatly appreciate your expertise on this. All right, excellent. That's good news to get that done and adopted. All right. So we have 15
I
minutes.
think we're ready to go to board member updates, right?
Well, I think you're
Sure.
the first then.
Okay, all right. So I'm going to keep it short and only the things that have happened in a real recent experience. But Thursday, May 16th, our Fish and Wildlife Commission co-sponsored the Kids Fishing Derby down in El Dorado Hills. And so on Thursday, there was a fish plant, and then for Saturdays, kids fishing derby, huge success from what I understand yet again, but kudos to our Fish and Wildlife Commission for keeping those programs present and visible and funded through various sources. So really great. Pioneer Community Energy was held the same day. They're making advancements in further defining strategic plan goals. And then we had an annual budget review. So part of the budgeting process, looking at all those details before finalization. And then that evening, I attended the GSEC annual award ceremony down in Sacramento, Drake's the Barn. Really a great turnout, really a lot of good conversation about all the new companies who are coming to the Sacramento region, and we're waiting for that plum that hits in El Dorado County. We've had some minor wins, but I think, you know, the more visibility that GSEC gets in terms of their accomplishments and the kinds of significant changes they're making in economic development, we are going to see net benefits. We've seen benefits already. I think we're going to see greater benefits. So that was a great event, well sponsored. And then yesterday, it was my pleasure to again represent the Board of Supervisors at new employee orientation.
It's always a good time.
There were 13 participants there, and there's one thing I want to point out, which Laura will appreciate that. We had one returnee coming back to facilities who actually decided he wanted to go work somewhere else and then turned it around pretty quickly and came back to El Dorado County. So I think that's a significant symbol of what El Dorado County brings to the table in terms of teamwork and just the family related activities and the kind of work that we do. So it is fulfilling. I mean, we can't pay competitive salaries everywhere. Can't have competitive benefits, but we have very fulfilling careers and jobs for people. And so we just need to continue to foster that relationship, and hopefully our retention numbers will go up. But we recognize in several areas we're a training ground too. So by that same token, those are mine.
And we're working hard on competitive. So we are competitive. We might not be pay the top of the rate, but
It's
we're
tough to be
working hard.
competitive with Placer County and the city of Folsom, and you know, a lot of people, a lot of areas where we know we've lost people to go to work there. But yeah,
It is a focus area of this board to continue to be able to pay competitive
Yes,
salaries so we can
exactly.
retain our employees.
Yep.
That's right. Part of our strategic plan to value our workforce,
got
which we do.
Yep.
Absolutely. All right, I'd like to go next.
I'll go next. We had a Caldor Recovery and Media Day, which was Team Rubicon and RCD met up there in Grizzly Flats and stuff and talked about all the good things that Team Rubicon is doing, which they did for the community up there, removing the trees at no cost. And RCD, all the good things that they've done in the El Dorado County Food Bank, supplying food to the people up there.
Fabulous.
And also then, let's see, on Wednesday was Rubicon Information, giving us an update of what was going on out there, Team Rubicon. And then we had the plenary meeting. Gosh, this goes back a long time because we haven't had anything. So we had the plenary, and Wendy and Lori were there, so it was a great event. You know, yeah, everybody forgets, right? So then we had El Dorado Hills Community Council was on Monday. John and I attended on that. And then we had Farm Day that was on Tuesday, and that was a great event.
That was really
All the
good.
kids, and it was very enjoyable. I really
We
enjoyed
missed
myself.
someone.
Yeah. Yeah.
Who was in
Which
town
was
but
supposed to buy
preoccupied?
us lunch, and
Oh,
she
there's
didn't do
Sue's
that.
game, which was awesome. It was awesome.
Yeah, it was the
Yeah.
first
Sorry, we had
time
to
South
tease
Shore Lake Tahoe was
you.
represented by
Yeah.
Cedar Run.
It was really cool.
Yeah, we had a great time. It was a lot of fun. And then on Wednesday, we had El Dorado Hills APAC meeting. John and I attended on that. Actually, I zoomed in and fell asleep during the presentation.
You don't have to acknowledge that.
Sorry,
Oh
I
my
did.
God.
About halfway through it because I was so tired and then woke up.
No.
Dozing off,
Oh
yeah.
my God, George, I can't
Don't let
even.
George
I
say.
know that's okay. I'm gonna
No,
say
I
it how
know.
it is. I tell it how it is, right?
Now we know why there's legislation about zooming.
And then I attended the RCD heavy equipment thing that was right here off of Placer Drive, and it was a great thing. All the masticators, they got a remote control masticator.
That's crazy.
They can, and it goes straight up the hill.
Yeah.
That is
Unbelievable.
cool.
That is cool.
And
That
they
is
can
very
turn
cool.
sideways and take all the brush and everything down without, and it's no harm to any of the people, you know, operators or whatever like that, because
Yeah.
it's very, very dangerous. So it's a great thing in what they did, and
Very
that
low
was
center of gravity.
fantastic. And RCD put that on, so it was fantastic is what it was. And then Team Rubicon RCD, they had a presentation for them, that dinner that night. And let's see, then transit employee awareness.
awards banquet is what it was. And I attended that Saturday morning, had to be there at 8 o'clock. So it was pretty early on Saturday, especially after Friday is event. So, and let's see. That's pretty much it. That's all I have right now.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Who'd like to go next?
Come on.
You know, normally I have them all typed up and organized and I don't. So you get Lori Unplugged. Ready?
All right.
No, because we haven't actually done the updates in a while. So I'm just gonna go back to last week. Every year RCRC goes to the chair's county. This year our chair is Monterey County. So last week I was in Monterey Wednesday through Friday. Everybody goes, oh, that's great, but you're working like on tours. But I have to say that we got to see, we physically stayed in Salinas. So our focus for our tour, you know, in addition to our board meeting, was to look at the farm worker situation and the industry there in and you guys all are familiar with Spreckles Sugar, probably in the town of Spreckles down there. So it turns out they were having workforce problems in 2015. The industry came together and built their own private workforce housing. And they refused government money and grant monies because they didn't want the strings attached with it. And they could get it done. They got it done 100 units, I think it was, in 10 months. What? Yeah, it's a fabulous, so 2015, 16, I guess. So it's been there almost 10 years and it just looks beautiful. There's a great pride in ownership, the way they run the program. So it was enlightening to see that and how the private industry stepped in to help itself. And then another thing that happened, I know, because honestly, we acknowledge government can't do everything and we do need those partnerships with the private industries. And another thing, and I do have a brochure for this one, that this was amazing. There, I can't remember his name. I'm going to call him Judge Phillips. I hope that's right. But a former judge in Monterey County, Judge Phillips, then became a county supervisor. And so he had the vision while he was a judge. And then when he was on the board, he saw how government runs and everything. So he went and got private money, big money, because of his connections and influence. And he bought this Rancho Cielo. And it is, it's not a juvenile hall, but it's for youth. It's a day program because they found that doing the overnight was really burdensome. But it has all this, they can go and get their high school diplomas if they don't have them, the culinary, you know, classic car restoration. Oh my God, it was amazing. Beekeeping, you name it. It's a fabulous facility, and their, you know, motto is building skills, transforming lives, which reminded me so much of our probation, because, you know, there's this transforming lives. And so again, it was, you know, this judge who had been in government and everything and saw this need, and then he just took off with this vision. And he is so well respected down there that when he says, I need $500,000 to build this, he gets it. And so those kind of people can do so much. And to see the students and how engaged they were and how much pride they had in their work, their lives are being changed by this program. So it was just really neat to see some of the things that other counties are doing. And I did appreciate just the nod to how much we need to work with our private partners. So and then we had a board meeting. It was boring. Budget, just like everybody else. So that was it.
Sounds like a fabulous tour.
It really was. It was good.
Wonderful. Those things are really important to kind of get out of your own county and to find some new inspirations and see what other jurisdictions are doing. So thank you for
Absolutely.
representing us.
Thanks.
Appreciate it. Supervisor Lane.
Thank you. I have a short report. I first want to thank the CAO's office and Human Resources. We had our staff appreciation up in Tahoe last week. We missed you.
So sorry.
So we talked about you.
That's what happens.
So sorry. I had to pull out at the last minute. It's okay, but you were missed. And it was well attended. We were at the new Emerald Bay site. I kept calling it El Dorado. She's like, it's Emerald Bay.
I know, we got to get
So I
used to
got it.
that.
It's Emerald Bay. So there's a lot of excitement by everybody up in Tahoe that we're gonna be able to be on a campus kind of all together, and it'll be much better for the residents as well. That right
Mhm.
now have to go from one end of town to the other.
Yeah.
and all these different buildings. So it's confusing. So I wanted to thank everybody for that. And that was the staff appreciated it and they like being together. So it was really good. I also want to thank you, my colleagues and the staff for coming up to Tahoe. I want to thank the clerk of the board for all her help in helping us organize that meeting. That was such a big hurdle, you know, to be able to present to you the vacation home rental where what we've just, you know, what we've looked at, what our ideas are, and to present that to the board. And so thank you for receiving that. Every time there's a hurdle like that with regards to vacation home rentals, I keep realizing there's so much more to this process. I keep thinking, oh, it'll be so good to get this part behind us. Not really. No, so now staff have received the recommendations of the advisory committee and they're planning to come back to the board on August 26th with the first reading. And due to the complexity of the issue, there might be more than one first reading, you know, depending on what my colleagues decide how you want to weigh in on it. But we're well on our way, and I thank you for all the support you've given to us to start taking this matter into our own hands and seeing if we can come up with something that works for everybody. And then lastly, I want to mention, because that isn't a big enough topic for me, I announced at the El Dorado Transit Authority meeting a few weeks ago that I'm looking at a reservation system to go to Emerald Bay. And the idea would be that there would be no parking at Emerald Bay. There would be some exceptions, but I don't need to get into all the details now. But basically, no parking at Emerald Bay. The only way you can get to Emerald Bay to see it is by waterborne or by transit.
Right.
I've talked to El Dorado Transit Authority about being the entity that actually executes this. We're looking at a possible pilot project in the summer of 2025. I have spoken to the city of South Lake Tahoe about being a partner in that. They're very enthusiastic. TRPA is also in the loop. They are very happy that somebody's picking this piece up because the State Route 89 corridor plan has been out for a while, and that's always been contemplated. There was never a who's going to do it, or there wasn't anybody stepping up to say, you know, we'll take the lead. And I really would like El Dorado County to be that entity because Emerald Bay is in El Dorado County. So it only makes sense. I have spoken with the Forest Service because we would need to work with them to close down their lots. The only way it's going to work is if there's no parking up there. And I do think that the revenue that could possibly be garnered for a system like this could pay for transit could subsidize transit everywhere in El Dorado County for our residents to make it free and frequent and all those good things. So there'll be a lot more coming on that. There's a lot of excitement building around this proposal. As you can just imagine, there's huge environmental benefits, certainly removing some of our carbon footprint, reducing vehicle miles traveled, which is a big deal up in the basin. And then not to mention safety concerns for anyone who's gone to Emerald Bay in the summer.
Yeah.
It's crazy. And knock on wood, you know, that nobody has really been taken out up there because it's a dicey situation. So there you go. More to come on that.
Well, that's fantastic. I look forward to more updates. Well done. Yeah, worth exploring.
Yeah.
Very briefly, I would just also like to thank you and Lisa for your coordination with the board meeting last week. We all truly enjoyed it. And it was wonderful to be up there with our El Dorado County residents and hear their voice firsthand and understand what they're concerned about in their neighborhoods and their quality of life, and to have that direct touch point with our own constituents up there. And so we look forward to having 2 meetings a year up there, and it was a great model. You hit it out of the park, and thank you for your immense coordination. And I also have to say our staff up in South Lake Tahoe, their presentations were exceptional.
Yeah.
And it was wonderful to meet, we know our staff down here on the West Slope, a lot of
Yeah.
our leadership and those that come before us on the board. But we don't have an opportunity to meet our county employees up there. And I was just very impressed with them.
Yeah, it was really nice to be able to showcase them and show them off. I'm very proud of the staff of El Dorado County up there. They're a lean, mean fighting machine up there. There's a few of them, but they get along very well, and you can just see the amount of experience and
passion
that they
Yeah.
have. Yeah,
They were exceptional.
thank you for noticing.
They were exceptional. Had a opportunity to be on the Mark Haney Show as a podcast along with Kyle Zimbelman. And we had an opportunity to highlight El Dorado County on a podcast. And so it was really fun to film this at the Growth Factory down in Rockland. It was fun to see the headquarters of the Growth Factory and just talk about just what makes El Dorado County special. And it was a real pleasure. And Kyle hit it out of the park. It was a pleasure to be on the show with him. Also had a fabulous meeting with the Apple Hill growers. I was invited to their annual dinner and had an opportunity to discuss the roundabout project. You've heard me talk about the sculpture and the roundabout. Just wanted to let the board and the community know this is boldly moving forward now. We have a new design, and based on a more streamlined, fiscally responsible sculpture, but it's actually more fabulous and more beautiful than our original sculpture that was too cost prohibitive to, once we got into the fabrication, it was going to be over $100,000. We're raising this money, we're raising these funds ourselves. So soon I will be putting out a way for folks to participate, but we are about a third of the way there on our funding already. So very exciting. And the Apple Hill growers and the community is very excited about this Gateway Legacy project that I'm very excited to launch very soon. And had another meeting this last week with Supervisor Parlin and a group from the Apple Hill Growers Association and Farm Bureau on ranch marketing. And thank you, Supervisor Parlin, for joining that discussion.
Yeah, it was right after Monterey.
That's right.
It was perfect.
As we look forward to updates on ranch marketing and any tweaks that we need to put into place after this year review. So
I feel like we're getting there.
I feel we're getting there too. And that once again, the whole goal of ranch marketing is to protect the agriculture of El Dorado County and enable our small family farms to be able to have successful, sustainable ag operations. And if you want to use ag land for other purposes, there's a process for that, but it's not ranch marketing. And so we're getting there, just like you and VHRs. Yeah. Ranch marketing is our Achilles here on this side, and we're making progress on that. So I appreciate everyone involved. So that's my update. Our CAO's office. So Laura, it's a pleasure to have you with us representing the CAO's office.
Thank you. I have no update.
Excellent.
Well, aren't we dark for a couple weeks or something?
Yeah. We are. Yes, our next meeting will not be until June 11th.
Good
Right,
update.
So yeah, put that on your calendar. So June 11th, then buckle up. I'm sure that will be a bigger meeting. So yeah.
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 Yes, that will be our budget meeting. So
Our budget.
Oh,
Okay,
wow,
good to know.
okay.
All right.
Okay.
So with that, we are about 3 o'clock and we will move into our last item of the day. Item number 48, our NAV Center direction.
Item number 48 comes from the Board of Supervisors Ad hoc on Housing and Homelessness Programs in concert with the Chief Administrative Office, Health and Human Services Agency, and Sheriff's Office, recommending the board, 1, direct staff to develop a permanent navigation center, 2, direct staff to develop a temporary family area at the temporary navigation center, 3, approve the use of the design build construction project delivery method for the navigation center project at 300 Corning Road, 4, find that the proposed navigation center projects are statutorily exempt from SEQA. 5, continue to conduct outreach meetings with the city of Placerville, businesses and residents near the proposed site and other stakeholders for input and site design for the permanent navigation center. And 6, negotiate a memorandum of understanding with the city of Placerville to mitigate the impacts of the navigation center and coordinate city and county efforts and return to the board for approval.
All right. Well, thank you all for joining us today. It's a pleasure to have you with us. And I'm going to kick this off, Supervisor Parlin, and then turn it over to you since we are bringing this item forward.
Didn't we do this last time?
We did.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm like, wait, wait, we have to do it again?
That's a perfect lead into my comments. So
Sure.
the action today is a follow-up to the board item on April 23rd, where we conceptually approved exploring this direction of a new Nav Center site, while we directed staff to collaborate with the city of Placerville on issues to be reconciled and return within 30 days with recommendations. So that was our direction on April 23rd. And so since that time, we've been busy. We had a productive initial meeting with Health and Human Services staff, with the sheriff and the undersheriff, with Supervisor Parlin and myself, and city representatives, which included the city manager. Cleve, thank you for being with us today, and the mayor and the vice mayor. And we had a very robust, productive meeting where we just kind of laid issues out on the table, and I appreciated everyone's collaboration and willingness to just sit down and really talk about the issues. That's how we get things done. I'd like to thank Timolyn and Jennifer and Jim from Health and Human Services for joining me at the city council meeting on May 14th. It was a long day for you. We appreciate that, and appreciate the city for moving the item up and accommodating all of us that day. It was important that we were there, as the city of Placerville held an agenda item to discuss, what their response to be from this direction. And so there's a letter from the city of Placerville that is a result of that city council meeting. And I also would like to reiterate that after that city council meeting, we regrouped, and the action before us today reflects the conversation that we had at the city council meeting. Primarily, that part of the action today will be continue to outreach with meetings with the city of Placerville, with the businesses and the residents near the proposed site and other stakeholders for input on the program and site design for the permanent navigation center. So we are still a couple of years out before this new site is implemented. During that time, we will be entering into the design phase of the project, and there will be lots of input on site design, on program design, with stakeholders, with the community, with the residents and the businesses. And the action before us today is to prove our intent that is a part of the action before us. And we look forward to that. The other thing that was a result of our meeting with the city, as well as with the city council meeting, is to negotiate a memorandum of understanding, an MOU, with the city of Placerville to mitigate the impacts of the navigation center and to coordinate city and county efforts, and then return to the board for approval of an MOU. And so I had a chat with Tiffany yesterday, and I've already reached out to Cleve to identify who he'd like to be in that meeting. And we will be setting up a meeting very soon to have those initial discussions on what we need to include in MOU. So today we'll be moving forth in good faith. And should the board take this action today, once again, we will be meeting with the city to discuss the details of an MOU to bring back to the board. So Supervisor Parlin, is there something you'd like to add?
No, actually, I was wondering, how are we going to do this?
We didn't coordinate it.
We did not get a chance to do that, but I just really appreciate that you came down from our Tahoe board meeting and then went to the city council meeting to help explain at the city council meeting, our intentions with this item, and staff for being there to support. I think that our smaller group meeting that we had after last board meeting, there's so many meetings.
Yes.
We have been busy, but I think that conversation went really well, that it was really just super honest. And that's how we were able to add items number 5 and 6 on here, to address the city's concerns, and that we truly do want this to be a partnership and work together. And as we've been saying on every step of the way, this will never be perfect. And we know that, but we have done, I think, an outstanding job. Our staff has been so proactive. When there's an issue comes up, we bring it to staff and say, here's what's happening now. How do we address this? And I just appreciate everybody's support on making this happen. This is where we need to continue going. So thank you for all you've done, your leadership on this.
Thank you. Appreciate it. And I'd also like to piggyback on your gracious comments and acknowledge our sheriff's office.
Yes.
They've been right alongside us every step of the way and are committed to a productive resolution of any of the issues before us. And they've just done a fabulous job in partnering with us. And I'd also like to recognize Emma from the CAO's office. Emma, thank you for, taking the direction from all of these meetings and reworking them into this board item. Truly a really collaborative process, and really appreciate your support at the city council meeting as well. So with that, does the board have any questions or comments at this point?
Not at this point.
The direction is
Yeah,
absolutely right on.
right.
It's just, it's the details, right?
Right.
Which have got to be worked out. So I
Right.
fully support this.
Yeah, and we are fully committed to moving forward with the MOU in a timely manner. The city council had asked that we get it done within 3 months. I had an honest conversation with Cleve that, to actually have a MOU that is done, signed on the dotted line within 3 months is problematic.
Yeah.
But we are boldly moving forward in good faith to get this done. It's a priority for us, and the fact that it is in the board item today is proof of that. So we are fully committed to that. So does Health and Human Services staff or Emma have anything else that you'd like to add to this item? No. Okay. Well then,
Just ask a question.
no.
Okay.
Of course.
As long as we don't have to answer, go ahead.
I think I brought it up last time when we were talking about the location of and the proximity to the jail. And I had kind of asked the question, like, well, what do we know who the client population is that's come through the NAV Center? Can we reach out to them and find out if they're open to this or if it's a problem? And I've never really heard back on that.
There's Tim.
Perfect. Thanks for bringing that up again. Well,
Yes,
good afternoon,
And
Timberland.
I did send you an email, but it was very early this morning, so you probably haven't seen it. But yes, we did poll the guests at the Navigation Center. Of the guests that we polled, we had 1 on the fence, 5 that said no. We polled a total of 32. We've also been talking to any prospective Navigation Center guests our social workers have, and we've not had a, the consensus has been, yes, they would entertain going to that site or staying at that site. With the caveat, we know this is, it's adjacent, but it's separate. So, and we would ensure that separation occurred.
Right, thank you. And once again, the devil's in the details. And with this site, we have more room to
Yes.
design some really appropriate and important amendments and additions to the project, like outdoor spaces for them to gather and to have some privacy that we don't have that opportunity for currently in the location where the temporary site is, or for the proposed site that the board had approved at 330 Fairlane. It's 330 Fairlane, or
I know.
the two sites are
Next
330
door.
40, yeah. So
And homeless families, which we don't have.
We don't have that, right?
That's added service, which is significant.
so we have that opportunity, and so we appreciate that you have pulled the guests there. And Supervisor Lane, I'm glad you brought that up, because after you had brought that up, I later went back and reflected on this, and this is an interesting point that came to me, is that when we were doing Hangtown Haven, now this is nothing like Hangtown Haven. I don't let me, we're not complaining. We're no correlation. But what was important is when we were devising Hangtown Haven, we spent a year with the unhoused community asking what they wanted in a temporary encampment. We met every month and devised what they wanted from the site, what they wanted from the rules, what amenities, what partnerships, every step of the way. And Hangtown Haven was modeled after their input. I found it fascinating that when we opened Hangtown Haven, not a single participant that took a plate in that think tank chose to live there. Even though we had, met just about all of their desires. So I just remember it was just an interesting reflection point that it's important to reach out, but it is also not a sure thing. So that was an interesting thing.
Yeah, and I think 19%, that's a little bit of alarm bells go off for me. That's higher than I would have liked it to be, right? 5%. So I think what's going to be key is how we welcome them, what the vibe is there, to your point. We're going to have to work at, I hate to say selling it, nobody wants to be homeless. These aren't people that are in the position because they want to be, this is where they're at. So I just something that we'll keep an eye on.
Yes, definitely. And I would also like to add that if, should the board approve direction for us to continue to move forward in this, we have a standing item on our COC agenda that touches on NAV Center updates. We would be looking for input from our COC partners. The COC is also forming a lived experience advisory board, and we would also be seeking experience from that lived experience advisory board in the development. So just another opportunity to gain public and partner input.
Great, perfect. Supervisor Thomas, the sheriff did have his hand raised. I'm not sure if the sheriff wanted to weigh in.
We would love to welcome our sheriff to this conversation. Good afternoon, Sheriff Lykoff.
Can you hear me?
We sure can. Welcome. Delighted you joined us.
Okay, I just want to address Supervisor Lane's comment. I think that's where, again, no situation is perfect. And when we opened the temporary navigation center, we had to go out and establish those trusting relationships with our unsheltered population. And that's where our homeless outreach team and our PERT team is going to come in. It'll be important for them to go out there, and they'll play a big role in this equation when it comes to going out and establishing those trusting relationships with folks to get them to want to go over to this facility. And I think we're one step ahead of the game, though, with having the temporary navigation center. We have most of the people that we need to contact there right there. So we'll be doing a lot of work in the temporary navigation center to build those relationships and get those folks over there. So that's it.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Sheriff. We appreciate you calling in and reiterating that.
Yeah, I just want to make a comment. I think this is going to be a great thing. You know, this is one of the ideas that I had way back when, working with Jeff, and we still have that bulletin board that's down there where he drew everything up down there in the conference room at the sheriff's office. So, and all the different ideas and stuff about the pallet homes and all the other stuff, because one of the biggest concerns about a lot of the homeless is they have, even though they don't have very much stuff, they want a place where they can actually, their stuff can be secure. And with these pallet homes, they'll be able to lock them, you know, and their stuff can be secure. So that's something that's going to be a great thing. And then also being able to work with the jail about feeding them 3 times a day too, because I talked to Jeff like that, and they can work on that too. So it's going to be a benefit to all, I think.
Great, excellent. All right, let's go ahead and take public comment on this.
Now taking public comment on item number 48. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
I know there's a lot of you that aren't shy out there. They would like to speak on this.
Come
Come
on
on
down.
down. Welcome back, Jane.
First of all, I want to thank you all more than I can tell you for the consent calendar that passed today. It has, I believe, moved Colorado County housing forward in a way it needs to. Thank you. I also want to thank you for the decision on a permanent navigation center, because when we all started this, it was, we'll do this, and then for 3 years, we'll look at it. And it was within the first 6 months that we were already talking about the budget for the permanent navigation center. I just want to thank all of you. Amazing way you jumped in. First of all, I wanted to say Volunteers of America is doing an amazing job, a difficult and amazing job. We were so concerned about being able to go in and out of the navigation center because people we had known and worked with for 3 and 4 years were suddenly not in the upper room, but in the navigation center, and we had no further contact with them. Well, the joy of it is I go over there now and I see strangers. Yeah, I want you to know, these people have navigated out and into housing. There are many of them, as I said this morning, who have not. They're simply out in the woods again because of anger management issues. But I leave that to you. You govern us, and I believe that you can see the need for mental health care at the navigation center, both temporary and permanent, because they need to be able to navigate. And if they can't practice self-control, that's a very difficult thing to ask of them. It is amazing to me to go over there and not see the people and the dogs that I have known for all these years, but total strangers I'm having to introduce myself to. It is such a blessing. And I think the idea that there is more room and privacy, and that many of the people in the navigation center are finding success. Don't be afraid to use them, to reach out to the people who are not yet housed, to say, hey, I went and saw it. They took me on a bus to see it, and this is what they're building. And we really need to be taking a look at this. It's possible that some of the homeless people who are not housed might like to get into a shovel and go over there when it's a third finished and take a look around. So their intentions are good. Self-control is an issue. Help them by. Thank you so much.
Thank
for
you,
everything
Jane.
you're doing.
And thank you for all you do. Good afternoon, Frank.
Good afternoon. And again, Frank Porter, Housing El Dorado, and we commented at the last hearing about our support for this project. And I just want to express our gratitude and appreciation. I think back to 3 or 4 years ago, how far we've come in the last 3 years on working on solutions for this problem. And none of them are perfect, as Harlan pointed out. I think this one is pretty close. You know, it's certainly a great improvement and a great step forward. And it's a tribute to the leadership of the board and your staff who've been working very hard, and the sheriff's department and the collaborative work that's gone on in our county. And I think we should all compliment ourselves to some degree. You should, on this collaborative work that's gone on to lay the groundwork, where we're holding a hearing on in the past has been a very contentious issue. It's pretty remarkable what's happening today at this meeting. So with that, thank you all for your good work.
Thank you, Frank. Is there anyone else? Good afternoon, Ruth.
Ruth Michelson. Thank you for working so diligently on this. And thank you for all of the meetings that you've had. And thank you for asking some of those who will be served by this. All commendable. And I really have hopes that this comes to fruition and that this really serves our homeless population, all the variety that we have, the families, the individuals, those who have mental health issues, those who have drug addiction issues, and those are just simply down on their luck. I'm going to repeat what I said last time, that I think it's a bit problematic to just compare the two sites, one against the other, and say this one has more space than the one, the 300 Fairlane versus the 340. Just want to go on record that I think there's other land, and I think it's possibly not A or B, but it could be C, D, or E. I know that you've gone so far down the road on this. I get it. I also understand it was taken aside after the last time I made comments, and it was explained to me some of the constraints you're under. Spending money by a certain date, trying to get this sitting board to handle this. So I understand the practicalities. But I also ask that those homeless who are not engaged, those homeless who are not in the navigation center, that there's an outreach to them as well, because those who are engaged, who have come to the Navigation Center, they've already stepped over a threshold and a willingness to be part of a community. And we have many, many more homeless who are still out there. And so I think that effort to engage with them as well would be fruitful. And I also want to suggest that I know our answer to all of this interaction be the HOT team. And I commend the HOT team for what they do, but they are not the end all and the be all. There are other people who can do outreach, and there are some homeless people who feel that there's been an repetitive over contact with the HOT team. So it's just like, we know there's homeless people in all kinds of situations, and there's not a one size fits all for contact. So there's other people in the mental health field that may make other types of headway with those homeless that have not yet engaged. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this item? You're not shy, Jonathan.
Good to be with you all. And I want to start off with a quote from the Bible that I brought up for years, from Matthew 25, where Jesus, he said, I was hungry, I was thirsty, I was a stranger, but some translations say I was homeless. And it says, and you took me in. And I want to say, well done, good and faithful to you, Lori, and to you, George. Well done, good and faithful servant. Well done to you, John. Well done to you, Wendy. Well done to you, Brooke, and previous District 5. Well done to the CAO. Well done to Dr. Livingston. Positive comments, the tiny house initiative in Grizzly Flats. Well done, good and faithful servant. That's great thinking, creative thinking. Lori and the others who came up with using the former juvenile detention center, creative thinking. It's a 1-year anniversary of the NAV Center. There was $11 million of unused mental health funding from this last year. I think a separate van should have been purchased for the NAV Center, specifically for transportation for the needs of some of the least, the last, and the lost in our county. There's $2.2 million of ARPA funds, unused and uncommitted currently. Let's use that for the least, the last, and the lost, not only for them. Haley Armstrong is doing a fantastic job. You couldn't find somebody for double or triple the price. You could raise her salary, but certainly don't touch her. She's doing a great job. A new name, as long as we call it as next to the jail, we have a dead chicken around our necks. Surveying 36 of the homeless when we have 500 is 8% of them. The other 90% that are not in the NAV and won't go near it. For the traumatized, we have to get the stigma of the difference between the pejorative of law enforcement and the need for compassionate care. We need to fund 1 or 2 workers from the mental health department to reach the homeless that the HOT team will not be able to reach. We need new language. We need a new driveway if we're going to use that property. A separate entrance with separate signage, which has been missing on the NAV Center, treating them like lepers with having no titling for them, even on a temporary base. We need permanent storage for the homeless and their items. We need more church involvement with you to invite the churches of the county to get involved. And finally, we need to research the best practices across the region, the state, and the county, and the country. Let's lead the entire US in caring for our homeless. Well done, good and faithful servants.
Thanks for your comments, Jonathan. Appreciate it. Is there anyone else would like to speak on this item? All right, seeing none, let's go online, Kim.
I'm taking public comment from 525.
Good afternoon.
Hi, can you hear me?
We sure can, loud and clear.
Hello?
Yes,
Okay.
we can hear you.
Just feedback. If people lean into the mic, we can hear them from the podium, but when people are away, so if I'm repeating, I apologize. So I loved Jonathan's comments. I love the quote of the Bible. I have 40 years experience, 20 direct services on the street. We called it side-by-side ministry from the Bible, and 20 with the homeless population that our schools serve. It's a complex problem. I was blessed to hear the sheriff present. You know, everybody, yes, great work. You're catching up with the Placerville City Council, catching up with the collaborative continuum of care. I hear the word collaboration. I urge you to listen to what Jonathan said. Hot teams can only do so much. Bringing in mental health, in my opinion, is crucial to build trust. It's just impossible to build trust with people that have trauma, not always from El Dorado County. It's a perception, but a person in uniform carrying a weapon can be traumatizing. I did my own survey at Upper Room yesterday. Admittedly, a small sample of 20, only 5 responded. The rest don't want to give an opinion because adjacent to the jail, my question was, is it a good idea to move the new navigation center near the county jail? 15 said, no opinion, don't gonna raise our heads. We know to be safe, we keep it low. The vast majority of my respondents, admittedly just 5, but still, it's a sample. No way. You do have a lot to overcome, separate driveway, landscaping, outdoors, so many positives. But you're breaking incredibly new ground. Every effort to incorporate in a facility that's an old jail, repurposed jail, never has flown. You build it, nobody comes. So kudos, but this is a heavy lift. I urge you to include more collaboration. Have a community workshop. Listen to all the voices so that this truly can improve on your year's experience, where the majority of folks coming in were hot team referrals. And my understanding is that the data shows that most people, the cycle didn't break. You had 10% that achieved independent housing. People leave, they come back. That's the reality. Once you're homeless, there's so many issues. Our 40 years experience, if you didn't have serious behavioral, mental health, and drugs before you became homeless, you got them quickly. So again, kudos, you're getting there, but you have a ton of work if you want to break everybody.
Comments, Leo. Thank you. We appreciate you calling in.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, we'll bring this back to the board. There was a couple of questions. There was a comment that we have unused ARPA funds. And so I want clarity on that. We are going to spend every dime of ARPA. So can we get clarity on that?
Yes, and the ARPA funds are restricted. You know,
right.
keep in mind that they're just not for whatever we want to use them for. There are very specific categories for us to spend that money, but we do have a plan in place to utilize all those funds by the required deadline.
And we are keeping very, very close track on those. So
Yes.
that's a top priority of our board and administration. So to maximize that resource. And there was also a question that there were leftover mental health funds. And I don't know if HHSA staff would like to address that. We've heard it a couple of times, and you know, we all know that the mental health needs are great, and that is certainly a priority to make sure there's resources. So I'd love some clarity on that. Thank you, Jim.
Sure, I can help with that. We have historically, so the Mental Health Services Act is usually what is being referenced there. That's one of our most volatile funding streams because it's a millionaire tax. So when capital gains go up, MHSA goes up. When they go down, it goes down. So there's a lovely graph that shows it going all over the map. But it went up quite a bit during the pandemic, and we've been spending it down. So the rollover is part of it, but there's also committed funds out of that. And the reversion rate for it is, because we're a small county, 5 years. So when you see $12 million carrying over a year, yeah, that isn't just for the year that we're necessarily sitting in. Additionally, there was a comment about the need for behavioral health services for the homeless population. The board has provided additional support with the new positions we brought. We have positions assigned for homeless outreach specifically. We have mobile community outreach more broadly that can go anywhere in the county that will be coming online. We have mobile crisis that will be coming online in partnership with the sheriff. So we have 9.4 FTE currently assigned to that will be coming on. 9 of that is new in the coming year. So I think that should be a significant increase in behavioral health support for this population.
Thank you for clarifying, because I know it's confusing to see that amount of money sitting in that, but it's
Oh,
multi-years to fund programs for several years.
And we have at least one significant capital project in the crisis residential that we're pursuing. That takes time to pursue, develop, get in place. So some of these things are taking time, but we do have the board's support. You have directed us to do that. We're pursuing it.
And that crisis residential is another leg of this stool that's a really important part of serving our community. So thank you, Jim, for explaining that. So with that, I'd like to go ahead and move staff's recommendation on item 48, and then we can have further discussion.
I'd love to second it.
All right, excellent. Any further discussion?
I just want to make another quick comment. I think is
Absolutely.
that I don't know how to say this. I'll just blurt it out like I do. But you know, I know personally for me, I didn't know anything about homelessness, and obviously it's been said before. Nobody really knows how to fix it, or we'd all be in a better place, because this is an issue everywhere. And I feel that, you know, as the county, we are really trying hard to figure this out. Every step we take is very intentional, and we're doing the best that we can with the very limited resources that we have. And so, and to Ruth's point, I just wanted to say, yeah, this is, you know, building A and B over here. But I remember some aha moment in some conversation with I don't know who, you know, we need several levels of transitional housing, you know, so we get them into the NAV center, get them all settled in, you know, the document ready, all that stuff, start navigating the services. You know, this step over here, which we'll get a name someday soon, by the way, a palatable name, but this step over here with the transitional housing is the first step. And we are going to need a second step of transitional housing that's more independent, but still has support. I mean, we get it. The need is great. And we do have this vision of fulfilling all these things that we've been learning along the way. It's just, it takes time and money. So, and I don't envision that all the buildings are going to be over here. I just don't. I think, but you know, this is where we're at right now. So I just appreciate everybody's support and understanding, and that we just had to get started. We just had to get started. And I think we've done great things. And Haley's here, correct? Yeah. So, yeah, and you are amazing. So thank you so much. I just wanted to point out, I saw you over there in the audience and didn't know if everybody knew who you were. So thank you for all you do. But anyway, and then the other number that stuck with me is and I can't remember why, but these things stick in your brain, the 97 touches. You guys remember that presentation? The 97 touches. It takes on average 97 touches for someone who is homeless to gain that trust. So this is huge, and it isn't all going to be the hot team. It's going to take people from all the organizations that we have that partner with us. Thank you. So I just am so appreciative of everybody coming together and helping us do the best that we can. We are trying so hard to meet this need.
Thank you for your words, Supervisor Parlin. Did you have something that you wanted to add?
Yeah,
Jen?
I want to add one thing. When you go look at the strategic plan for homeless, one of the key elements is prevention. And this is one part of that solution set, but there's a lot of other things that need to happen. We really need to focus on the prevention part as well, which is why I think the affordable housing is part of that solution set. If we have affordable housing availability for our homeless and other people, the ones that aren't homeless yet, you know, hopefully that's part of the solution that keeps them out of the navigation center and becoming homeless. So it really is a whole series of triage things that you have to do to address all the elements associated with basically the homeless situation. And unfortunately, we're not getting all the help I would like to see from the state of California, but we have to keep going on with the best effort we can to try to solve the local situation. And when we've accomplished it step by step, it's at least a 10-year venture. And I don't know you ever get there. I think there's always going to be homeless in our communities, but at least we can reduce the number, and that allows us to focus more on what are the critical services that population needs. So this is just one piece of many things that we've undertaken, and I just hope we just continue to march down that path and make all of them come together, because prevention, again, is a key part of this.
Absolutely.
Yeah, one thing I want to say too, especially with our old ROP programs, there's a lot of things there that the schools could actually do, build these tiny homes. It's a possibility, especially with the small mill that's going to go up there in Georgetown. So anything's possible. And we could have a tiny home community to address some of these problems. So anyway.
I'd also like to recognize facilities. Chuck, I know you're here today. This wouldn't have been possible without your facilitation of looking and exploring this site in conjunction with the expansion over there. And to really appreciate you, all your diligent efforts. And I know there's a lot of work ahead, but want to appreciate our facilities staff.
Yep.
Once again, Health and Human Services, our El Dorado County Sheriff's Office, and our Volunteers of America. You're all just, everyone is filling their own niche to make this work, and really appreciate everyone's very intentional efforts. And there was a public comment that said, we have a lot to overcome at this new site. And yes, there's details to be worked out. No doubt we can work them out, because while we have a lot to overcome, we have overcome so much. And in thinking about, personally, I've been working on this for over 12 years. I've been working and finding, trying to address homelessness in El Dorado County. It's not been easy. And I'm not talking about my efforts, but just as a community, this has been a really heavy lift. And, I spent 8 years on the city council trying to get the county's attention, because the county wasn't interested in looking at how to address homelessness. And then we spent 3 years, it was noted, on the theory of change and working through that process. And through that laborious process, we arrived at a compliant COC, which was critical in order to secure funding. But, without a compliant COC, we wouldn't have the funding to address that. And that was the problem in the past. County didn't have funding to address it, so we didn't have a compliant COC. So, that took, years and years and years to get to this point. And then, when we got on the board, the first couple years of our board, as we were dealing with the pandemic, we started to address this issue, and it was a bloody battle. It was a bloody battle among the 5 of us, and it was a bloody battle with our community. And yet, step by step, we persevered and worked through those issues, and came back to the table with grace and new ideas and a collaborative spirit for the greater good. And today, as we approve this next step, which is a tremendous step forward, look at the collaboration in the room, the relationships that have been fostered that have made this possible. So with that great accomplishment, we can work through the details. We can work through these issues, because we are now all at the table for the greater good. And we haven't been here before. And I'm just so damn proud of that. So thank you to everyone that has made this possible. And I have to give a particular shout out to Olivia, who is not here, our Director of Health and Human Services, and Sheriff Lykoff. If it hadn't been for the two of them forging new relationships between Health and Human Services and our El Dorado County Sheriff's Office, we wouldn't be here today either. And
That's
so
right.
just
Absolutely.
immense gratitude. And we can work through the rest of the stuff. So with that, we have a motion and a second on the table. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. So thank you all. And we'll have a lot of hard work ahead of us, and look forward to the work ahead. So thank you all. And with that, we are at the end of our today's agenda. We've done all
we
of
did
our
it.
closed sessions. And,
That was awesome.
yeah, so thank you all. It was a long morning, and appreciate everyone's diligent efforts. So with that, it is what, 3:43, and we are adjourned. Thank you,
Yay.
El Dorado County.